Dangerous Confessions, Serena Manchester Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Tyora Moody. Narrated by Crystal Pacheo. My dear children, let's not just talk about love. Let's practice real love. This is the only way we'll know we're living truly, living in God's reality. It's also the way to shut down debilitating self-criticism, even when there is something to it. For God is greater than our worried hearts and knows more about us than we do ourselves. 1 John 3:18 through 20. The Message. Chapter 1. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Friday, January 3rd, 9:43 p.m. I was past ready for something to go down. Anything. I gritted my teeth as my phone chirped for the third time in the last 30 minutes. Not what I had in mind. I didn't even bother looking at the screen because I knew it was Trey Evans. A month ago, I'd selected the ringtone to single out his calls. Regret gripped me as I tried with all my might to focus on the task at hand. Surveillance work was my least favorite part of any investigation. The last thing I needed was for my sort of significant other to be working my last nerve. We'd argued before I left town this morning. My longtime friend and current love interest claimed he supported me. But it was becoming obvious to me that my choice of profession as a private investigator got under his skin. He was a minister with a very prominent standing in our community. My cases often brought eyebrow-raising, deep sighing, and extended lectures on how I endangered my life. I sighed deeply and lifted the glass of soda water to my lips. I really should have asked for coffee. The bar wasn't that far from the lobby. Tonight, the wind whipped off the ocean outside, sending an icy breeze every once in a while when the lobby doors slid open. I'd been sitting at the bar for about 40 minutes now, thinking for the 10th time that Trey may have been right. Maybe I shouldn't have made the trip. Tonight was looking like a failed mission. On top of that, I was losing a significant chunk of change from my checking account. The Grand Ocean Resort was one of the more luxurious hotels in Myrtle Beach. The resort offered special amenities like a full spa treatment. This all went south. At least I'd sat in a hot tub or had a massage, which I hadn't done in years. My tense muscles were begging for relief as I turned my attention to the lobby again. Last week, I had conversations with the bartender and the waitress currently on shift. Both told me what I needed to know about a regular patron who I was hoping to spot tonight. This week, there was a realtors conference going on, and I was hoping I'd catch a glimpse of a certain real estate broker earlier. I'd seen several groups of men dressed in business attire, even at this late hour, but they weren't who I was looking for, so I continued to wait. My phone screen lit up with a different ringtone. This time, I answered it. "Do you think this little get-together is still happening?" Amir Wright's technical prowess had put my mind at ease, and I wouldn't have ever considered tonight's stakeout without his assistance, something that Trey didn't like either. Trey's attitude turned cool whenever I mentioned working with my much younger associate. In fact, I'm sure that's what sparked his insistence that I not be here at the beach. I turned away from a trio of young women who'd appeared at the bar. They were dressed for a night out on the town, all adorned with black dresses and stilettos. I spoke softly into the phone. "I'm wondering the same. I haven't seen our main candidate yet." Amir countered. "Didn't both the bartender and the waitress mention first Fridays of the month? Maybe he decided on a new location." The group of women's chatter was too much in my ears, so I walked away from the bar and headed towards the lobby. "I hope not, but it's almost 10 o'clock. You think you can make it another hour?" "Hey, I'm all in with you." On our first case together, only a few months ago, Amir had been shot on Black Friday, of all days. While he was back in the swing of things, I knew sitting around in a hotel room with the surveillance equipment was probably not good for his body. Then again, the man owned a cybersecurity company. He was in his element, and I knew he wouldn't have it any other way. I scolded softly. "You really shouldn't be doing this. Let's wrap this up so you can get some rest. Plus, you know this old lady can't hang too long." Amir chuckled. "Past your bedtime, huh?" "Not really. I'm definitely disappointed, though. Look, I'll check in with you in a few. I'm going to take a stroll." Ending the call, I glanced around again. I did my homework and prepared for this night for weeks, even through the holidays. It didn't help that I was feeling slightly guilty about my argument with Trey. I really needed to return to my room and call him back. Never let the sun go down on your anger. That was something we both agreed to do. The hotel was buzzing with activity, people arriving bedraggled from traveling or heading out for the local nightlife. I looked up to see a woman dressed in a fuchsia pantsuit walking in my direction. Our eyes connected, and I immediately had the sense I'd seen her before. She was tall, thin like a supermodel, except this woman wasn't a young thing. Her bobbed hair was almost a white blonde. She'd loosened her orange scarf so that it hung down, exposing a scrawny neck. When she looked at me, recognition reflected in her eyes. I heard an audible gasp from her and was surprised to see her stop in the middle of the lobby. Curious about who she was and how she knew me, I paused mid-stride and faced her.
Serena Manchester?
She spoke with a European accent mingled with a southern drawl. I raised an eyebrow because it was when she spoke that the cobwebs in my mind started to glide away. I knew this woman a long time ago, back during my crime reporting days in Charlotte. She was a major part of one of my most popular stories. Her appearance had been altered. I remember longer, darker hair, and her face had been fuller. Time had aged the woman, who was slightly older than me. Dina? Dina Huffman? Dina's smile wasn't warm and inviting, more like the kind you gave your worst enemy. Her gesture was meant to be polite, but she was not happy to see me.
You remember me? I look different now.
I guess you had to make some adjustments after the trial. Dina was accused of killing her husband, Brent Huffman, 5 years ago. I was convinced that she did it. She had the means and access. Have you been here in Myrtle Beach all this time? Her eyes shifted behind me.
I've been to a lot of places, but I do have a beach home nearby.
Must be nice. Sounds like you've moved on pretty well. Her eyes flashed as if she read my mind.
I know what you're thinking. I want to remind you that I was acquitted. I have the right to live my life.
I couldn't wipe the smirk off my face. Of course. I sat in the courtroom every day covering the trial. I'm well aware of how your super slick defense attorney twisted the prosecution case for the jury.
Dina's lips thinned. He did his job. I'm sorry you're still disappointed that our innocent woman wasn't put in jail. I guess it's because you were also the one to break the story about Brent. You had a vested interest in putting him away. Seems like you would have been pleased that no time was wasted in court on him and no taxpayers' money had to be spent on his jail time.
His death was convenient. I'd been following your husband for over a year. Brent was quite the character. If I remember, money laundering was his thing, along with a heroin addiction that everyone knew about. Dina's eyes were cold.
I had nothing to do with his business dealings. I don't miss him. He wasn't a good husband, but I didn't kill him.
Her eyes shifted behind me again, as though she was watching for someone.
I'm sorry he died the way he did.
Heroin, laced with fentanyl overdose. The autopsy had revealed a prick in the neck. Murderer. As I recalled this tidbit of information, I narrowed my eyes. I'd never been convinced of this woman's innocence. She'd clearly hated the man, only staying for the comforts of his wealth. So, are you still claiming to know nothing about his overdose? You lived with him. You had to know his supplier, or if someone was out to get him.
I told you I didn't kill him.
Her eyes flickered on my face.
But I have my suspicions.
That caught me off guard. Did you ever share your suspicions with the police? None of this came out at your trial.
No.
She shook her head and dropped her voice.
I didn't find out until much later, but soon people like you will stop doubting me, and that time in my life will truly be behind me.
I started to ask her about this new information she'd found out when I noticed Dina's face. She openly eyed something or someone behind me. Her nervousness rubbed off on me. In an effort to see who or what had caught her attention, I turned my head. A group of suited men walked into the lobby. 3 young, beautiful women trailed behind them. To my surprise, they were the same women who were sitting at the bar a few minutes ago. Oh no, these girls were the escorts. I watched as the tallest one, a leggy blonde, broke away from the group, heading straight towards one of the men. At first glance, she reminded me of a much younger version of Dina. The man, with silver-tinged hair around the sides, held out his arms as she reached for him. A smile stretched across his face, dazzling me from across the room. I watched as the young woman hooked her arms around his waist and whispered in his ear. She leaned back and stared intently in his face, as if he was the only person in the lobby. This man happened to be the one I was looking for tonight. My skin prickled as thoughts of my last case loomed. A young woman had been murdered. As I studied her life, I'd found some unsavory elements that led me here tonight. I was pretty sure the man that arrived was in the center of my investigation. Dylan Jenkins. I remembered Dina was next to me and glanced at her. Dina had been staring at the couple too, her stance stiff as she clutched her large designer purse in front of her. Before I could ask her anything, Dina spoke, her words rushed. "It was good to see you again, Miss Manchester. I have to go." She took off behind the group of men, Dylan in the lead, all heading towards the lobby elevators. I quickly dialed Amir. "Dylan Jenkins has arrived. I'm going to follow." Amir responded, his stressed tone reminding me of Trey's earnest pleas earlier. "Follow? Rena, stick to the plan." Stick to the plan. What if the plan needed to change? My instincts shouted about running into Dina Huffman. She may have been acquitted of her husband's murder, but Dina was no saint. And it was clear to me that Dylan's arrival had raised her anxiety levels. As I headed towards the elevators, my heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 2. Friday, January 3rd, 10 p.m. Amir's words sliced into me. Stick to the plan. I scanned the faces of the people boarding the elevator. I counted 4 men displaying boyish grins that seemed unnatural on their mature faces. One of them gave off grandfather vibes. His age could have ranged into the 70s. The one who currently had the leggy blonde's arm intertwined with his arm fit the definition of a silver fox. Dylan's chiseled features reminded me of a male model on the cover of GQ. The hotshot real estate broker had drawn my interest, but it wasn't for his looks. The blonde had slipped into her role with ease, but the other 2 young women who'd been chattering near me at the bar appeared subdued, like they were trying hard to play grown-up. I didn't have children, but my maternal instincts rose up as I tried to gauge the ages behind the heavily made-up faces. And what did Dina have to do with this group? She stood front and center of the group, her eyes focused on me as if she dared me to join them on the elevator. Wait, no, that's not right. There was fear in her eyes, like a child about to be reprimanded. "Are you getting on?" A deep voice tinged with irritation boomed from inside the elevator. I turned to see who was speaking. The impatience on Dylan's face didn't mar his looks one bit. So caught up in my observations, I hadn't realized he had been holding the elevator for me. I shook my head and stepped back. I could almost hear Trey in my ear. "Rena, you have to think about your safety." I pointed my thumb to my left. "This one looks pretty full. I'll catch the next elevator." Before the doors closed, I met Dina's eyes again. She had a deer-in-headlights look as the elevator doors shut. Dina had been married to a predator years ago. From what I remember from my coverage of her trial, her husband was considerably older than her. Dina came from a town in Poland, and her journey wasn't voluntary. To this day, I didn't know why her lawyer at the time gave her permission to do an exclusive interview with me. I'd been a fair reporter, sticking to the facts. It was one of the last great interview segments of my former career. Dina claimed to have been duped, that she was going to be an actor in a movie, her childhood dream. Instead of a movie audition, she was taken from her village home and months later transported to the United States. Her early abusive years were a part of her defense. Did she have anything to do with the escorts? Surely she wouldn't put other young women through her same ordeal. The lobby seemed eerily quiet all of a sudden as I lifted my head to observe the numbers above the elevator. I knew where they were going, which is why I didn't board the elevator. There was no way I was getting into the penthouse for the private party. I returned my phone to my ear. "Amir?" Amir answered breathless, like he'd been throwing a fit. "Yeah, Rena. What were you thinking? They're not supposed to see you.
I grimaced. Sorry, I ran into someone from my past and it made me lose my head for a minute. I think she's involved. Look, I'm heading up on the next elevator. I reached over and pressed the up button. I glanced up at the second elevator and noticed it was on the 7th floor. My floor. That shouldn't have been a big deal, but I studied the numbers, waiting to see the elevator move. It wasn't descending. Amir griped.
Good. For a minute there, I thought you were planning to join the party.
I thought about it, but thankfully I came to my senses.
Yeah. See you soon. I'm starting a pot of coffee. This is going to be a long night.
That young man didn't know how grateful I was to hear coffee would be awaiting me. I'd grown really fond of him, and I knew working on this case was his way of dealing with his grief. It was unfortunate we met because of the death of Samantha Livingston, a young social media celebrity. Known as just Sam, she'd been like a little sister to Amir. Both of them grew up in the same foster home. The 20-year-old social media darling still had fans posting on her pages. Someone had taken over the accounts and was posting good memories of Sam. I suspected it was Amir because he'd been able to access her accounts, but I stayed away from those emotional conversations with him. An elevator pinged. To my surprise, it was the same one that had just gone up to the penthouse. I looked over at the other elevator, wondering why that one hadn't moved yet. The elevator I'd refused to enter minutes ago now stood empty. The various mixtures of cologne and perfume that just rode up to the penthouse engulfed me as I entered the elevator. I glanced at a special panel for the penthouse. A code was required. There was no way I could get into the penthouse, but I wasn't worried. Amir had a way for us to access the conversations. I pressed the 7 button. As the elevator doors closed, my breath sped up. I don't know why, but I felt like something was going to happen tonight. I'd never imagined my investigation from a few months ago would lead me down this sordid path. With Samantha's death as a common thread, Amir and I partnered to find her killer. Amir gained network access to one of the suspects in Sam's murder, a local businessman, Edwin Peters. Within Edwin's cloud storage, we stumbled on how Sam, a local beautician, acquired her extra cash flow. She'd been secretly working as an escort, with Edwin taking full advantage. The files Amir retrieved from Edwin's computer answered a lot of questions, but also left a lot of unanswered ones too. We'd sent most of those documents to the Georgetown solicitor's office, but nothing seemed to be happening. When I inquired with one of my contacts at the police department, they'd been told the main priority was prosecuting Sam's killer. Knowing there was more to uncover, Amir and I agreed to take on the investigation ourselves, thus the reason why we were sticking our nose into the regularly scheduled private party. Edwin appeared to be one of the organizers, along with longtime pal Dylan. For whatever reason, Edwin kept loads and loads of photos from those events in his cloud. The now deceased businessman had been arrogant and ruthless in his business. With a crumbling marriage and rumors of illicit affairs, it seemed counterproductive for the man to hold on to the information. My only thoughts, based on my limited dealings with the man, was that he was the kind of person to hold people's sins over their heads. There were some interesting individuals who could lose a lot if the solicitor ever decided to make some arrests. I wanted to see this justice happen soon. Clients weren't tumbling into Manchester private investigations, but I had enough cases to keep the bills paid. My extra time allowed me to take on this mission, which I'm sure exploited more young women. After I exited the elevator, I glanced back at the other one, still curious as to why it was sitting on this floor. Not wanting to dawdle anymore, I headed towards my hotel room. With a quick swipe of my hotel key, the door clicked open. Amir and I had adjoining rooms, so once inside, I saw the open door between our rooms. I called out, "I'm here." He responded, "Good, just in time. The party's getting started." I kicked off my shoes, my nose picking up the bitter aroma of coffee from the next room. I grabbed a cup off my counter. I was feeling my 43 years and kind of dreaded the long night ahead. Amir and I had been at the hotel since this afternoon, setting up for tonight. Well, Amir had done the heavy lifting. I knew enough about computers to do my research, but I really didn't know what he had in store for me. I stepped across the threshold that adjoined our rooms and stopped to stare. I did that more times than I wanted to admit.
I'd noticed most women gawked at this young man, no matter their age. Amir had exotic facial features with a well-maintained body to match. He carried his mixed African-American and Asian heritage with confidence that could be interpreted as arrogance. He definitely oozed bad boy vibes that appealed to some women. A woman like me. Okay, the woman I used to be, before I'd had my come-to-Jesus moment of truth a few years ago. I'd had my share of bad boys and still dealt with the shame of my choices. I also, on occasions, had lapses because Amir's dimples, among other things, could be distracting. I whispered, "Lord help me," under my breath as I forced my feet to move forward. I really couldn't blame Trey, who was a gorgeous man himself, being put off by me being around Amir. There really wasn't anything to worry about. At 26, Amir could have been a son that I birthed at a young age. I leaned towards treating him like a colleague and a younger brother. Tonight, he was sporting one of my favorite looks. He had his nerdy look going on, his brown eyes intense behind thick, black glasses. He wore a large gray hoodie over denim jeans, and his bare feet peeked out from under the round hotel table. I noticed he held his hand over his stomach, near where he'd been shot only over a month ago. A bottle of ibuprofen sat nearby. "How are you feeling? Are you sure you're okay?" He didn't look up at me, but a valiant smile appeared. "I told you I could hang." I didn't comment that up close. He looked as tired as me. Instead, I poured the dark liquid into the cup and took a few sips, feeling the effects of the coffee as it slid down my throat. I'd really been chilled hanging out in the lobby, and the warmth felt good. I walked over to the equipment Amir had set up on the table in the corner of the room. "So, what are we able to hear?" "You mean hear and see?" I cocked an eyebrow at him. "You have video footage?" "I didn't understand how you were going to get us audio, but you have both." "I'm not asking you how you did that." Amir pointed to a heap of clothes behind him on the bed.
"Nothing to hide, boss. I had a friend who owed me a favor, and technically, I didn't break in. I've worked at all kinds of resorts and hotels over the years. Today, I was very helpful assisting patrons getting their bags out of the penthouse. I know the maid assigned to the penthouse, too."
"I bet you charmed her." I looked at the Grand Ocean Resort valet outfit. I shook my head, but felt a bit elated that we would have a view of the penthouse. I pulled out a chair from the table. "I hope you didn't take someone's tip." Amir laughed.
"Don't worry. The tip along with the uniform will be returned to my guy tomorrow."
I sipped more coffee, adjusting my tired eyes to peer at the laptops Amir had set up. "So, where's this camera?" Amir held up 2 fingers, indicating there were 2 cameras, and then guided my attention to the laptop screen.
"I have 1 camera up on the bookshelf in the corner."
I peered at the camera footage. It was a perfect angle to see all the people in the room. The girls were huddled in a sitting area, while the men sat at stools around the bar.
"Then there's another camera in the smoke alarm."
I gulped, almost choking on my coffee. "Are you serious? You can put cameras in those things?"
"Absolutely. Anyone can buy them at Walmart or online from Amazon."
Technology is way more advanced than I could have ever imagined, but I guess that's a good way to hide a camera. I looked at the positioning of the second hidden camera. So that one would catch whoever entered the penthouse.
"Yes, and it also swivels slightly. I've used this kind before, and the camera's pretty silent when it moves."
I frowned. "Okay, I see the men. There are 3 of them and 3 girls. I thought for sure there were more than 3 men who entered the elevator. Maybe they weren't all together like I assumed." I scanned both camera feeds, but didn't see the one person I expected in the room. I remembered meeting her eyes in the elevator before the doors closed. Where's Dina? That sense of dread returned. Chapter 3. Friday, January 3rd, 10:18 p.m. Did something happen to Dina? And why did I assume she was with this group? Amir eyed me.
"Who are you talking about, boss?"
I laughed. "Boss? I take it that nobody can boss you around, thus the reason for your own entrepreneurial ventures, and we're partners in this investigation." His eyes grew wide.
"We are?"
"Yes. Now, back to Dina. Dina Huffman. She's the woman I was talking to in the lobby. She rode up to the penthouse with this crew. Or at least I thought she did. I knew where they were going, so I stopped looking at the numbers on the elevator for a few seconds. It's possible the elevator could have stopped on another floor. Amir shook his head.
It had to. The only women in the penthouse are the 3 chicks. They all remind me of Sam. I wonder if they knew her.
It's possible. We talked about this. Someone is setting up this escort business. Sometimes there's a woman, kind of like a madam. I got the impression Dina knew the men. She seemed a bit scared. Amir cocked an eyebrow.
Scared? Who is this woman again? And what does she look like?
She's older, has white blonde hair, tall and slim. You can search for her online. She was charged with her husband's murder, but was acquitted 5 years ago. Amir grabbed his phone. After a few minutes, he let out a long whistle.
Sweet. Do you miss this? Being able to report stories?
He held up his phone so I could see a video of me. A very different me. Back then, I had worn my hair long and silky, very different from the natural look I sported these days. I learned how to do my own makeup on the fly and be on air with my cameraman in minutes. I also rarely put on makeup now. I kind of miss those days. It pleased me that my work still remained on the internet. Giving up my career as a reporter had been difficult, but my injury 3 years ago made it impossible to work. The private investigator gig had been a godsend after the loss of my 20-year-plus career. After, Amir sat quietly, watching the entire video. He inquired,
So, how did the jury manage to acquit her? The prosecution must not have brought their A-game with the evidence.
I leaned back in the chair and crossed my arms. It wasn't like the prosecution wasn't prepared, but that the defense was better able to divert attention away from the evidence. The crime beat was my thing as a reporter, so I knew a lot of the rock star defense attorneys in North Carolina. Dina's defense attorney came on the scene from out of town. I never saw him before or after the trial. I was convinced, like many others, that Dina had killed her husband. Sources close to the couple all agreed that their relationship had been contentious. Brent was much older, and he ruled over Dina. She really was a typical trophy wife. The couple had a lavish lifestyle, but there were tensions and affairs. The defense derailed the prosecution's case by focusing on the detective in the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. Amir frowned.
Why focus on the detective? Were they trying to say he was the supplier? According to your report, Brent died from an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl. These days, it's all about charging the supplier with murder.
Exactly, I agreed. But that wasn't the case. Believe me, this case turned into a soap opera really quickly. Dina hadn't been the submissive wife. Brent had been having affairs, but Dina had her own too, with this detective. Amir's mouth dropped open.
Shut up. Are you serious?
Yep. The defense expertly refocused the prosecution's case by planting doubt in the jury's mind. It could have been Dina, but it also could have been the detective. They both had motive. Brent had found out about the affair, and the men had words. It didn't help that the detective had an informant who happened to be a heroin addict. Amir slapped his hand to his forehead.
So, this detective could have gotten the drugs and served as an accomplice in the murder?
Or committed the murder. The detective was found on camera hours before Brent's body was discovered. When on the stand, he was questioned by the prosecutor. The detective claimed he'd been there to see Dina and had no idea that Brent was in the house.
Right. I can see how that case got pretty sticky. I guess they never found a syringe used to insert the heroin into Brent.
I shook my head. I still believe until this day that Dina did it. But when we were talking downstairs, she tried to convince me that she found out later who actually did it.
Really? So is that information going to come out?
That's what she claimed. But she looked scared about something to me. What was it? And where is she now? Amir stood from his seat and stretched.
Man, I've been sitting way too long. Hey, you want me to see if I can get camera footage from the lobby and the elevator? You sounded like you were expecting more people in the penthouse. Dina and someone else?
I almost started to respond with a resounding yes, but held my tongue.
The cameras Amir installed in the hotel room were already going into areas that cops could never go. Let's hold off on that for now and concentrate on recording what's going on tonight. I did think there were 4 men in the elevator, but maybe I just assumed they were all together. Sure thing, partner. He winked at me before walking over to pour a cup of coffee. I observed him for a few seconds before turning back to the laptop monitor. I trusted Amir, and I knew he had other clientele and jobs that I suspected were on the shady side. He inferred at times about hacking into systems and even contacts on the dark web. Those were things I was not ashamed to tell him went over my head and were skills that could prove useful. As long as he didn't go outside the limits of my PI license, I tended to let him do his thing. I just didn't want either of us to wind up in trouble. After all, we weren't cops. We had some advantages. The police had to follow a lot of rules that private investigators didn't have to. During my days as a reporter, and in the past year, I was able to provide clues to local detectives, at least enough to lead them to evidence that would be admissible in court for a solicitor. Amir returned to his seat and sighed like a much older man. I didn't say anything as he grabbed the bottle of ibuprofen and shook out 2 pills. I downed the remainder of my coffee, which had grown cold. I was going to need another cup. We both watched the men at the bar. They drank generously from their own tumblers filled with what I assumed was bourbon. Dylan stood behind the counter like he was the bartender. At first, they talked about dull things, like golf, one of my least favorite sports. I'm not sure what we were hoping for from listening to these conversations, but I really hoped no one was harmed tonight. I already felt helpless about the 3 escorts. I observed the young women, and they sat on the couch all taking ladylike sips from their wine glasses. The taller of the girls, the platinum blonde, had her long legs stretched out in front of her. I estimated she was probably almost 6 feet without the stilettos. The blonde kept glancing at Dylan, her eyes admiring and seductive. I gathered she was a regular for Dylan since he exchanged glances with her. The second girl, a redhead, reminded me of a rosy-cheeked cheerleader as she waved her hands around as she talked. Her chattiness seemed to annoy the blonde, who kept shooting daggers at her. The redhead was oblivious or was too nervous to care. Sitting next to the redhead on the couch was a young woman with caramel skin. It was very hard to gauge her age, which could have easily been 13 or 14 based on her small frame. She wore bright red lipstick and a long lace-front silky wig that made her look more like a young girl dressing up. I was really drawn to her face. I wasn't sure why I felt like I'd seen her before. Her eyes darted around the room, as if she was looking for a way to escape. I truly hope she's not underage. No matter their ages, they were all too young for these men and shouldn't have been there. When Amir and I ran across the photos from Edwin's cloud storage, there was hint of some human trafficking. In the photos, most of the escorts were young and appeared stressed, mainly in their eyes. I focused on the only black person and girl in the room. That alone had to be unsettling, and I wondered how she found herself in this predicament. The 2 girls on the couch sat the farthest from the camera, so it was hard to make out their conversation. But I heard Drake, Beyonce, and TikTok, which indicated to me they were discussing pop culture stuff. Reminded me of topics I heard from my nieces. If they were under 18, that alone was enough for us to expose the men in the room. Do we have a way of finding out who these girls are? Amir nodded. I will try. The blonde looks familiar to me, though. I've seen her before, just not sure where. I frowned. Maybe Samantha knew her. He shrugged. They could have known each other. I bet they aren't using their real names. I saw in Sam's things when I cleaned out the apartment that she had a few fake IDs. That's understandable if they want to keep their identities hidden. Amir rubbed his hands across his face, his eyes glazed as his emotions rose to the surface. I found out a lot about Sam. Sometimes I don't know if I really knew her. She could have come to me for anything she needed. I felt bad for him. Whatever Amir did for his other clients, the work afforded him a beautiful home, car, and advanced technology. I attempted to comfort. At her age, I remember how important it was for me to have my independence. I grew up with a family, my mom, half-sister, and stepdad, I imagine getting out of foster care was a big deal for you and Sam. He nodded. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Amir pulled a folder off the table and held it out to me. You know, I matched up 2 of these guys in the room to Edwin's files, but one of these guys, the bald one, is new to me. I flipped open the folder Amir handed me. I'd already seen the file and had committed the profiles of each man in the room to memory. My unease grew as I looked at the faces of the 2 regular participants. Dina's presence had distracted me, but my ultimate goal was to expose these men. Edwin Peters was untouchable and dead, but I could take down these 2 men. I'd done it before. Chapter 4. Friday, January 3rd, 10:41 p.m. I bit my lip as I stared at the screen and then back at the photos in the folder. Dylan had a close relationship with Edwin. Both men were in cahoots with real estate developers, grabbing up land, including land that had long been in the families of African American residents. Dylan had sold properties up and down the southeast coast, from Miami up to the Myrtle Beach area where we all were now. I flipped the page to look at the other man. Virgil Phillips, a local judge, had reigned over most of those cases where families fought to keep their land. The cases were eventually settled with the developers walking away with what they wanted. Both men had money and power in their respective areas, each one daunting in his own way. They were also married. I couldn't imagine what they told their wives. Dylan had the perfect excuse this weekend, with the annual Realtors Conference taking place. I'd seen it before in some of my cases. The cheater used the excuse of being at a conference or weekend get-together with the boys to hide their true intentions for the weekend. Like Amir had stated, the third man was a mystery, and he appeared to be a new addition, possibly taking the now-deceased Edwin's place. He wore a bow tie and appeared more like a professor. I imagined from his wide forehead that he'd started balding early and settled on maintaining the Mr. Clean look. If it wasn't for the pudginess under the navy blue suit, he may have passed for the muscle icon. His eyes flitted around behind his oval-framed glasses, giving him the appearance of an owl. I sighed. This new guy seems really nervous to me. I wonder why they kept this little party going. Wasn't Edwin the one who started it? Amir nodded. Yeah, but based on some of the emails I found on Edwin's hard drive, Dylan seems to have taken it over. He's the one who had the listing of condos, since he's the group's real estate guy. This guy is even slicker than Edwin, way more sophisticated too. I looked at the handsome man among the group and had to agree. He had that charm that most women, regardless of age, wouldn't be able to resist. So far, the men seemed interested in hanging out and talking with pretty women in the room. I shuddered to think what else could go down later. I started to get up from my chair to grab that second cup of coffee when Dylan said something that pricked my ears. So are you sure the solicitor's not planning to build a case? Virgil, the judge, said, Not if he wants the new position. Judge Lewis will be retiring in a few months. Amir eyed me. His face was grim, as I knew mine was too. The unspoken communication between us was confirmation that this conversation had finally taken a turn, but not the one we wanted. If the solicitor had decided not to pursue the information in Edwin's files, our time tonight may be a waste. Dylan shook his head. That was pretty stupid of Edwin to have all that stuff on his computer for the cops to find. That fool could have messed up everything for us. Knowing him, that's probably what he intended. He never stood on his own. Had to take down everyone else around him. Virgil raised his glass. The wrinkles around his eyes made him appear to be a jovial grandfather. I've been telling you all your life, you can't trust folks. He went out of this world the way he deserved. I'd been wondering why Virgil was hanging out with much younger men. His statement about telling you all your life indicated to me that he'd known Dylan a long time, maybe as some type of father figure or mentor. Dylan ran his hand through his gray tresses. His hair fell back in place perfectly, as if it had not been touched. We have some other pressing issues. Finally speaking up and looking considerably more uncomfortable now, the third man frowned.
What other issues? What are you all talking about? A guy just wants to have fun.
The third man looked back at the girls who were doing everything except paying attention to the men. I had a feeling all of them were scared, but listening as intently to the conversation as Amir and I were floors below them. Dylan lowered his voice, but since the men were so close to the camera, we could still hear him.
I heard Dina has been running her mouth to the feds. You know, years ago she was on trial for her husband's murder. Cops started sniffing around her latest operations and she panicked.
Virgil asked,
You know why she was here tonight? She usually doesn't show her face.
Dylan leaned forward, placing his hands on the bar.
Oh, she's always around, keeping an eye on her girls and her money.
The third man stood abruptly.
I don't need to hear this. You guys can talk business if you want. I came up here to unwind. Is this still a good idea?
Dylan waved at him.
It will be fine. I guaranteed you would have some fun. Relax, man.
The man frowned and then walked away towards the sitting area with the girls. Virgil sneered.
Are you sure you should have brought Otis with you?
I noted that Virgil referred to the third man as Otis. Dylan smirked. I was still amazed how the man could make the craziest facial expressions, but still look so good. He should have been a movie star. He leaned in towards Virgil.
Otis will be fine. He's a little uptight because he doesn't get out as much. Anyway, our concern should be if Dina talked to the feds.
Virgil shook the ice around in his glass before draining the remaining liquid.
I wouldn't worry about Dina. She's been skating on thin ice for a long time, ever since her husband was murdered.
Dylan scoffed.
She had the perfect attorney. Always amazes me how defense attorneys can find those technicalities. Anyway, enough of this talk. Sorry I brought it up. It's just that...
Virgil flared his nostrils.
Stop worrying about it, Dylan. It will be taken care of.
Dylan flashed a painful smile.
Of course. Like Otis said, we came here to have some fun.
Amir and I watched the monitor as Dylan proceeded to walk over to the redhead, whose eyes grew wider the closer he got to her. He extended his hand towards her. For a minute, she looked confused, glancing over at the blonde. She beamed up at Dylan and arose from the couch. He steered her towards a room in the back with all eyes on them as they retreated. I felt my mouth fall open. That surprised me. Amir nodded in agreement.
Looks like he surprised the blonde, too. I thought she was his preferred choice.
If looks could kill, the blue-eyed beauty's razor-sharp stare would have Dylan 6 feet under. With her mouth set in a sneer, she watched Dylan and the redhead leave the room. That made me nervous for the third girl. The blonde seemed experienced, but the fear radiating from the black girl's stretched eyes clutched at my maternal heartstrings.
Rena, what should we do? This feels all kinds of wrong.
I glanced over at Amir, whose hands were balled into fists on the table as he stared intently at the monitor. I know how you feel, but we just came to get information to share with the folks who have the power to do something about this. Amir threw his hands up.
There's a judge in the room, Rena. You heard what he said. They're burying what was found on Edwin's computer. If the solicitor isn't going to do anything, is this even worth it?
Yes, we will pull this together and show my contact, Detective Moses. He was able to secure Edwin's computer and get the evidence to the solicitor. If we can give them the judge and Dylan talking, then at the least, we can get them under some scrutiny. No longer able to sit, I stood and walked over to the balcony to look at anything else but the screen. Amir was recording the conversation so I could catch whatever I missed. For now, I had to look away. Lord protect those girls. I always knew it was risky to pursue investigating this escort service. From what Dylan and Virgil just spilled, we could be wasting our time. I couldn't believe that, though, because we'd caught their conversation on camera. Plus, maybe Dina really had made a deal with the feds. Could that have been what she was talking about in the lobby? Was there some connection to what she did now and her past history with her husband? She had been acquitted of murder, but federal prison was an entirely different ballgame. If Dina had crossed lines with how she acquired her escorts and how she encouraged their activities, she would face some serious jail time. I stared at the dark ocean outside the balcony window. I could barely see the waves crashing on the shore, but I could hear the ocean roaring below. Something flashed and flashed again, catching my attention. Lots of flashing lights. Red and blue lights. Amir?
Yeah.
Something is going on down there. There are cops and an ambulance is racing into the hotel parking lot now. I turned around and looked at him. I need to get some air. I'm going to check out what's going on. Amir frowned.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
I'll have my phone with me. Don't worry, I'll be back in less than 30 minutes. In fact, maybe you should take a break from that too. You're recording, right? He nodded.
Yeah, we'll probably be looking at these losers over the next few days.
That's why I need some air. Like I promised, I grabbed my phone along with my jacket. My hotel room door clicked behind me as I headed towards the elevators. I pressed the elevator button. This time, the elevator that wouldn't work before opened. Well, maybe they fixed it, I thought. I stepped on and smashed L for the lobby. As the elevator lurched downward, I suddenly felt lightheaded. I needed more than some fresh air. I needed sleep. I rotated my shoulders upward and then slowly moved my head up and down, then left and right. On the right side of the elevator, something caught my attention. I moved forward and peered at the shiny surface. I could see my reflection, but also something else. Like someone had smeared blood on the elevator wall. They left a very visible fingerprint, too. Chapter 5. Friday, January 3rd, 11:24 p.m. Too stunned to move, I ignored the elevator doors opening to the lobby. They slid back closed as I continued to examine the elevator wall. Not sure what to think, I opened the camera app on my phone and snapped a photo. What happened in this elevator? I stepped to the side and pressed the open door button on the panel. Thankfully, no one was waiting for an elevator. I rushed out, barreling towards the lobby. Cops were outside. They probably needed to know about the elevator. I slowed when I noticed onlookers at the lobby windows. I turned to see the hotel staff standing around, nervous. I walked over to the desk. What's going on? There are cops and an ambulance outside. One of the hotel staff members, a young woman, stepped forward, pushing her glasses up her nose.
It will be fine, ma'am. Are you a guest? Can I get you something?
The woman tried to sound chipper, but her voice quavered. I zipped my jacket up and headed outside. A burst of cold air met me as the glass doors slid open. Valets stood huddled in a half circle, with no one moving any cars. I walked over, hoping one of them would spill the beans. Hey, is everything okay? A young man who looked barely 18 bobbed back and forth on his feet.
No, ma'am. It's not okay.
Tell me, do we have to evacuate or anything?
Oh, no, nothing like that. This only involves one person. Man, I've never seen someone fall.
I stared at him. Fall? I pointed up. Like from a balcony? He nodded.
Yep, I heard her too. She screamed all the way down.
A woman. A shudder went through my body. It didn't have anything to do with the cold. Though it would be a grim scene, I had to see. Ahead, a deputy rolled out yellow crime scene tape, while another barked orders at the crowd of people to stay back. I inched my way through the pack of bodies. Once in front, a few feet away from the deputy giving orders, I craned my neck, then froze at the image up ahead. I told Amir I was going outside to get air. Right now, it felt like the air had been snatched from my lungs. The familiar silvery blonde hair shone under the moonlight. That orange scarf flapped in the wind. A patch of darkness pulled around the body. I didn't have to take a closer look to know it was her blood. I'd just talked to Dina less than 2 hours ago. I didn't care for the woman and would have been fine with never running into her again. But from the conversations I just overheard, Dina ran the escort service. A service Samantha had participated in that had played a role in her death a few months earlier. Right now, there were 3 girls who Dina had to have recruited or convinced being on the arms of a man old enough to be her father or grandfather was a good way to make money. Or did they even have a choice? I looked away and pulled my phone out. Amir answered on the first ring.
What's going on, Rena?
I really don't know, but things have taken an interesting turn. Remember I was looking for Dina?
Yeah.
I found her. Looks like she fell from a balcony. That's why the cops and an ambulance are here. I don't think she's going to need the ambulance, though.
What? Do you have any idea where she fell from? With what we heard tonight, suppose she has some help?
I walked further away from the crowd. She may have had some assistance. Remember I thought there were more men on the elevator? Maybe one of them got off the elevator when she did. Amir, she looked scared. I'm wondering who else was in that elevator.
I can get some footage. Like I said earlier, I have a contact here.
Yeah, I want to see the other man. I haven't seen Dina in years, but was a strong woman. Her life wasn't easy. I can't imagine why she would end it on purpose. There's something else. I'm not sure how this relates, but I think there's blood in the elevator I rode down in, with a fingerprint.
Are you saying Dina was in that elevator?
No, not that one. She rode up in the elevator with the men and the girls. Hey, none of our folks have left the penthouse, right?
Hold on. I walked away for a bit after you left. I figured we could catch up later. I didn't want to see anymore.
I waited for Amir to report back. I wrapped my arms around me, finding that my jacket wasn't helping with the cold wind. Amir let out an expletive. Alarmed, I asked, "What's going on?" Amir answered, his voice angry.
One of the cameras is down. The feed's not showing. Hold on. Let me check the last recording. I have snippets of recordings going to the cloud, so we don't have to go back through this huge file.
Are you saying someone found the camera?
It's possible. Oh, no. Yep. That's exactly what happened. It looks like the girl, the blonde, found it. She and the judge are looking up at it. The judge's face is angry. He's telling her to climb up and get it down. Man, I did my best to make that camera not that obvious. They would have had to be paranoid about devices to even look up and wait.
Wait, what? Amir said the camera couldn't be linked back to us, but now I was worried.
I'm going back through these clips. The camera and the smoke alarm is fine. No one has detected that one.
Okay, that's good, right?
Rena, you were right. There was a fourth guy. He has a mustache and a beard. Is that who you remember from the elevator?
Yes, I remember. Did he show up at the penthouse? He has to be with them. You have to have a code to make the elevator go up to that floor.
Yep, Dylan let him in. Now, unfortunately, I can't get audio from the camera and the smoke alarm. But Dylan and this guy are arguing, and Dylan left. Rena, watch out and see if he's downstairs with the crowd. Don't be obvious.
I looked around at the crowd. So, Dylan and the judge could be aware by now of what happened to Dina. Oh man, she was scared for good reason. I didn't imagine that. Either one or all of those men probably knew she was doomed to die tonight. I turned and did a double take. Wow, Dina must have talked to the feds.
Why you say that?
I'm seeing FBI on the back of 2 jackets that just passed me. Interesting how they would show up at a condo where a woman just fell to her death. Amir commented,
The local cops aren't going to like them showing up. Seems pretty quick unless they had been keeping an eye on Dina. That makes sense about the folks in the penthouse looking for the camera. I really hid that thing well. Maybe they thought the feds had put some devices in the penthouse.
I told you Dina was nervous earlier. She could have been giving someone up from that group. Amir interrupted, his voice tense.
True. They were keen on burying the evidence already sent to the solicitor's office. Sounds like they have plenty to hide.
Well, the real guys in charge tend to send someone to do their dirty work. Speaking of, I should let someone know about the potential crime scene in the elevator.
Are you sure about that, Rena? Once the cops or feds get wind of you, they're not going to leave you alone.
Don't worry. I'm not letting anyone know who I am. I will be upstairs shortly.
Got it. Just watch yourself. This woman showing up tonight has really thrown a curve in our investigation.
Yes, but she may have made it more interesting, too. I placed my phone back in my jacket and walked over to the deputy. The burly man stood almost a foot taller than me. His eyes fierce, he said,
Hey, lady, back up. Stay behind the tape.
I got up close anyway, hoping no one else would hear. I wanted to let someone know there's something strange in one of the lobby elevators. Maybe I'll want to check it out. He started to say something, but I moved quickly back towards the hotel entrance. Amir was right. I didn't need the cops asking me questions. I did my duty by letting them know. I'm pretty sure the elevator had nothing to do with Dina's demise. but stranger things have happened. As I walked past the valets who still stood around talking, I caught a glimpse of Dylan through the hotel lobby windows. His face appeared stricken, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. There were other patrons standing around, peering out the windows as well. But Dylan puzzled me. He seemed sincere in his shock. But I knew he had to be aware that something was going to happen to Dina. Or wait, maybe that was Virgil who made that observation. And who was the bearded man who showed up at the penthouse later? Was he the killer? As the hotel glass door slid open, I heard a deep voice behind me.
Serena Manchester, is that really you?
My body froze in mid-step. That voice stirred memories I'd long forgotten. No, not another person from my past. Chapter 6, Friday, January 3rd, 11:47 p.m. I spun around inside the lobby vestibule to face the voice. I'd been so preoccupied on the phone with Amir that I didn't take note of the person wearing the FBI vest. I sucked in a breath as Special Agent Solomon Washington headed my way. I felt breathless as I spoke. Agent Washington, you're here, at the beach. Shouldn't you be back in Charlotte? The ebony-skinned agent stepped forward, looking as I remembered him. I had to raise my head considerably to look up at the agent who towered over me and most people who stood near him. Now, with salt and pepper hair, he still looked good enough to stir a woman's hormones. I'd had a few run-ins with this man in my past life as a reporter, some professional and some on a rather intimate level. Lord, I can't seem to stay out of trouble, though I really do try. Agent Washington's eyes pierced me as if I'd done something wrong.
Miss Manchester, I heard you left Charlotte. I didn't know where you went. You live around here?
The hotel doors slid closed behind me with a whoosh. Sort of. You mind if we talk in the lobby? I'm about to freeze out here. He smiled.
Lead the way.
As Agent Washington followed me inside, I glanced over to my left to see if Dylan was still standing by the window. He'd moved away and seemed to be eyeing the agent and me. Our eyes locked, but I turned away because the last thing I wanted was to be under Dylan's scrutiny. Amir and I had been working on this investigation without anyone else's knowledge. Agent Washington's immaculate black shoes tapped ominously across the Grand Ocean Resort's marble floor. I walked over to a seating area, quite uncomfortable with this man at my back. I turned, hoping to catch Dylan. I needed to see where he was going or what he would do. I cleared my throat. To answer your question, I do live around here, but you are out of your jurisdiction. He stared at me, making me want to squirm like a child being scolded.
Not really. FBI can be sent anywhere we're required. And I work at the South Carolina branch now. Been there about 2 years.
I don't know why. Maybe it's a habit, but I had to look down at his hand. I raised an eyebrow. Someone finally caught you, Agent Washington. A smile broke the seriousness of his handsome face.
Been married 6 months now.
My other eyebrow shot up. Wow, I thought you would always be a bachelor. I recall you saying it suited your line of work to be single. His eyes twinkled for a second.
Life will change you, as you probably know well. How are you really, Serena? I know you left Charlotte after getting injured.
I felt a bit more comforted by Agent Washington using my first name. We did know each other well, even though it had been at least 5 years since I last saw him. I'm good, almost good as new. So you're surely not here for the possible suicide outside. He eyed me with a smirk.
You haven't lost your investigative reporter tendencies, I see. You know who that is outside?
I'd met Agent Washington right before Brent Huffman was murdered. I tried to interview him about the possible money laundering that had taken place in several states. Agent Washington had been building a case, but had never brought Brent in. Brent's untimely death changed the course of the federal investigation. Dina Huffman. I ran into her earlier. He raised an eyebrow now.
You and Dina at the same hotel? That's not a coincidence.
I shook my head. I know what people say about coincidences, but I honestly was just as surprised to see her as she was to see me. She seemed really nervous, but I assumed it was because she just didn't like me. I'm sure I was the last person she wanted to run into, though she said something strange.
What did she say?
His tone had turned commanding, and my discomfort returned because now this felt like an interrogation. Her deceased husband came up in our very brief conversation. She sounded like she knew who really murdered her husband, which sounded crazy to me, but she claimed she found out after she was acquitted.
Sounds like she confessed to you.
I laughed. I wouldn't call it a confession. I don't know who she was talking about. I narrowed my eyes. But you do. Why else would you be here? Before Agent Washington answered, a young woman entered the lobby. Agent Washington, I have confirmed the victim outside. The young woman shut her mouth when she saw me. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you were talking to someone. Agent Washington was a beast of a man, tall and built like a linebacker. It was no surprise she couldn't see me in front of him. As massive as Washington was, his partner was shorter than me, but I could tell she was fit. I wasn't a fighter, so I wouldn't get into a brawl with her. I sensed behind her large brown eyes extreme intelligence. She stared back at me, probably trying to figure out what I had to do with the situation outside. Washington held out his hand.
This is Special Agent Gabby Chandler. Agent Chandler, this is an old friend, former reporter Serena Manchester.
I nodded. I just go by Rena now. He peered down at me.
Rena, it suits you.
Agent Chandler appeared puzzled, as if she still was trying to follow her partner's conversation. She faced me. Did you know the victim outside? Dina, yes, we met briefly in the lobby. She walked away when a group of men came in. I wondered if the penthouse group was on the Fed's radar. And you're here for a vacation? Agent Chandler asked, her eyes bright and curious. I shrugged. Sort of. I needed to get away after the holidays. That wasn't a lie. I did need to get away. I spent 25 years of my life running away from my family and hometown while I lived in Charlotte. Now that I was back, my old life seemed to have vanished, and most days it felt like I'd never lived those years away from Georgetown. And there was Trey. I kind of needed a break from him, too. I smiled. Unless you need something else from me, I need to get back upstairs. I came down when I saw all the activity outside my window. I wondered if I'd picked the right hotel to stay in. It's a pricey one, Agent Chandler challenged. How observant this young woman was. Yes, it has the best spa this time of year. I looked up to see the deputy I spoke to come through. He saw me.
Hey, you. You said something was in the elevator.
I sighed. So much for not getting on the cops' radar tonight. Just to think, a few hours ago, I'd been avoiding Trey, who'd insisted I not go to the beach. I kind of wish I'd listened to him now. I waved. Yeah, I'll show you. I noticed Agent Washington and Agent Chandler exchange a look before they followed me and the deputy. I pressed the elevator button, and the one I exited earlier opened immediately. I pointed. I could be mistaken, but there appears to be some blood on the wall. The deputy entered, and both agents followed him.
Wow, there's a fingerprint, too,
the deputy announced. Agent Washington barked, making me jump.
We need to secure this elevator. Agent Chandler, get forensics to check this out. Hey, wait a minute.
The deputy stepped out of the elevator.
Why are the feds here? Y'all had some kind of special operation going here? Does the chief know about it?
Agent Washington blew out a breath.
He will know, shortly.
I moved off to the side as the agents and the deputy continued to banter, hoping I could just blend in. I sat in a nearby chair. I'd already managed to get myself too involved tonight. I glanced around to see if Dylan was anywhere in the lobby. He'd disappeared while I talked to Agent Washington. That worried me, because I was fairly sure Dylan was checking to see what happened to Dina and probably knew who caused her tragic fall. 2 men dressed in suits entered, followed by Gabby and a woman in a protective white suit. Forensics, I assumed. I had been around enough crime scenes to know that the 2 men had to be local detectives. Soon, the local detectives faced off with the feds. I caught snatches of conversation and learned a few things. 1, Dina's hotel room was on the 11th floor, only 1 level below the penthouse. 2nd, there was someone missing. A woman that both agents seemed pretty desperate to find. I wondered if this woman, like Dina, had been important to the case the feds had been building. Was it the missing woman's blood in the elevator? Chapter 7. Friday, January 3rd, 12:53 a.m. I practically collapsed when I came through the door. It took more energy than I could muster just to remove my jacket. As I hung the jacket in the closet, I realized the door between the adjoining hotel rooms was still open. I knocked on the ajar door. While I was downstairs, Amir had decided to get comfortable. His hoodie lay sprawled across the bed. A burst of energy, more like panic, jolted me awake as warmth radiated my face. I'd seen Amir shirtless in photos, definitely not in the flesh. Even with a scar on his abdomen, his abs were still a sight to behold. Okay, there was a Bible verse I'd read just recently. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. There was also something before that. Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. I like to think I'd grown past my old ways, but I could certainly be tempted. I kept my feet planted by the door. Maybe he didn't hear me and I could just back my way into my room. But Amir looked up, his eyes glazed from staring at the screen.
What happened down there? You stayed down there longer than I thought you would.
I cleared my throat and looked away, anywhere but at him. I think there's another woman. She's missing. Feds are looking for her. It could be her blood in the elevator. I know it's not Dina's blood.
Yeah, unless she had been bleeding earlier and had been in that elevator. Do you want to see the footage of the fourth man who entered?
I was hesitant to walk over and be quite so near to the shirtless Amir. Do you mind sending me the footage? I'm really beat. Knowing me, I'll lay down and not go to sleep right away, but I need to be lying down right now. He grinned.
No problem, boss. I'm sending you some files to look at via email. Get some rest, okay? You want to stick around in the morning and see what we can catch? I'm pretty sure law enforcement will still be around, plus the media.
Sure. We can keep our ears open in the morning. Are the girls still in the penthouse? Sounds like Dina always stayed nearby. I'm assuming she felt responsible for the girls. I'm a bit concerned they're on their own now. Amir scoffed.
I doubt she was the mothering type, if you ask me. But I will keep my eye out.
Thanks. She probably didn't have a lot of skills, but I'm really surprised she would subject girls to the same treatment she'd gone through.
People tend to stick with what they know.
I nodded in agreement. I hate to ask this, and blame it on me being tired, but are you sure no one can trace that camera to us?
I'm sure, boss. I was careful.
I know you were. Good night, Amir. I closed the door behind me, my emotions zapping my tired body. I trusted Amir, but my anxiety rose. In our mission to find the truth, had we gone too far tonight? There was a dead woman, a missing woman, and the feds were still downstairs. I had a feeling I would see Agent Washington again. It also bothered me that I made eye contact with Dylan. He'd seen me twice tonight, once in the lobby when they all entered the elevator. Had he or anyone else noticed the eye exchange between Dina and me? Then Dylan had to have seen me talking to Agent Washington. My mind was spinning and my body was exhausted. I shouldn't be being paranoid. Cheating spouses cases were so much easier. They were mundane, but safe. And they paid the bills. This case was just taking up time. Time I hoped would be well spent. In the next few minutes, I summoned enough energy to clean up and brush my teeth. With the lights out, I lay in the middle of the king-size bed, feeling utterly small and alone. As expected, sleep didn't come right away. Instead, I thought about Trey. There was a time in my life when I loved Trey from afar, but he only thought of me as a female BFF. After high school, we lived separate lives for over 25 years until I returned home. Ever since I'd been back in our hometown, Trey pursued me in a relentless way that I wished he had done when we were younger. I looked at the clock on the nightstand. The red numbers glowed 1:30 a.m. I couldn't wake him. Trey would be up for Saturday morning choir practice. It would be best to catch him after practice. At least I hoped. Trey tended to be irritated with members of the choir sometimes, especially the ones who insisted on solos. Tonight sprung up a time in my life that I'd buried and moved on from. There were so many stories I'd covered over the years, each with their own heinous crime and wretched criminal. My past included my own transgressions, including my brief rendezvous with the one and only Agent Washington. It still surprised me that he was married now. Good for him. I was happy to see when people found their soulmate. Lord, I want to learn to stop beating myself up about my past. There wasn't anything I could do about my past, and I wasn't the woman I once was. That woman was bitter, impulsive, and often reckless. It was like the self-destruction that had been a part of me for so long kept trying to cling to me. I tried to push my thoughts to the events tonight. I couldn't take being focused on my own issues for too long. The hotel walls were probably thin, and I'd rather not have Amir hear me crying in my pillow. It was something I did when my frustration levels had reached their limit. I flipped over to the other side of the bed and beat the poor pillow until it felt more comfortable. I wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, which felt incredibly unfair because my body felt drained. I did exactly what I told Amir I would do. I opened the email app on my phone. This investigation had taken a new twist, more than my tired body could comprehend at the moment. I pulled up the video and clicked to view the footage of the fourth man. That was him. He stood behind Dina in the elevator, and he'd been talking to her. It's amazing what the mind absorbs in a few seconds. It's like when driving a car and you catch various things going on with your peripheral vision. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had been watching Dina react to whatever this man was saying to her. As I felt sleep finally tug at my eyes, I could picture the orange scarf waving in the wind, like a white flag in surrender. Saturday, January 4th, 8:39 a.m. I'd managed to sleep for a few hours. When I woke up, I listened to the ocean waves crashing around outside. The sounds inside the dark room were soothing until the events from last night smacked me in the face. I prayed for Dina. A few years ago, prayer wouldn't have been even a thought. But I knew her story. I'd covered it for months. The woman had had a hard life, even if she lived in luxury as an adult. She'd been torn away from her family and basically became the property of a man. After his death, I imagined she didn't know what to do with herself. I wish she'd done anything besides fall back into the life of criminal ventures where her husband had lurked for years. I reached around on the bed for my phone and noticed I had 2 text messages, one from Trey, one from Amir. Both of the men in my life. I started with Trey, the man I knew the longest and the one who I essentially ghosted yesterday. The guilt stung my eyes this morning as I read his text.
I don't know what's happening between us, but I can't take much more. I hope you're doing okay and that you will be back home this evening. We need to talk.
Trey wasn't finished and had sent another text bubble.
By the way, I saw the news. I hope you don't know anything about the woman falling off that balcony. It scared me when I saw the headlines of the hotel where you were staying.
I placed my hand to my mouth. I could be so stupid sometimes. Of course, Trey would have seen this on the news. I did have enough sense to let him know where I was staying. I had a feeling that I'd really messed up this time and had no one to blame but myself. Trey deserved better than me. The second text was from Amir. I listened and just noticed that I hadn't heard him stirring. It was after 8 o'clock, but I assumed he was still sleeping. When I looked at the time on the text, he hadn't sent it very long ago. It read, "Message delivered, 7:34 a.m.
Rena, something came up. Be sure to get some breakfast, and if you can, go to the spa. I will be back before it's time to check out."
His message made me a bit upset at first, and mainly because we rode to the beach together, so he was essentially leaving me stranded. But then I worried about what came up. We were partners on this investigation, but like me, Amir had his other clients too. I really could use a massage, but my stomach won the priority match. This hotel offered a fancy continental breakfast, but also had some menu items. I'd grabbed some chicken fingers and fries last night before I started my surveillance. The rest of the night was coffee, so I was past due for some real nourishment. I forgot about the realtors conference going on. The restaurant downstairs was pretty full. I could hear chatter as I passed some attendees. They weren't talking about real estate. Most were focused on the woman who fell from the balcony. I found a table by the window. A waitress arrived within seconds. She wore goddess locks and had a warm smile. Her skin tone reminded me of the young woman I'd seen last night.
What can I get you, ma'am?
I picked up the menu. Let me start with coffee and orange juice.
I will bring it right to you.
When the waitress walked away, my mind went back to the girls. I wondered how they were feeling this morning. They had to know about Dina by now. I glanced up to see a man walking towards me. I froze when I realized who it was. He probably was looking for a seat and not really looking at me. I held my head down to peer down at the menu, hoping Virgil would pass me by. He didn't. There was a table right next to me, and that's where the judge chose to sit. My waitress came back over and placed my coffee and juice on the table.
Did you decide what you wanted?
Conscious of the judge being maybe 6 feet away, I decided quickly on Belgian waffles and bacon.
That sounds good.
It took me a second to realize Virgil was talking to me. Oh, I hope so. Usually can't go wrong with waffles. I forced a smile I didn't feel.
That's true. Are you here for the conference?
Why was he asking me this, and why was he even talking to me? I was officially freaked out and hoping to hold it together. I just needed to get away this weekend. Seemed like a good time to come. Not a lot of tourists, and rates were good. I was babbling like an idiot. Virgil smiled at me. His face almost seemed friendly.
Me too. I love this place. I come here quite often. It's near one of my favorite golf holes.
Okay, now I had to ask. You play golf this time of year?
Virgil laughed. I get that look from a lot of people. Yes, certainly. It's a great time to have the course to yourself.
Well, I'm sure it keeps you in mental shape. It's cold out there. Virgil lifted a long, bony finger.
It's an exhilarating sport, my dear. I'd rather be out there in the cold than sweating bullets in the Carolina heat.
I genuinely laughed at that. The waitress who served me came by to get the judge's order. I was grateful because I wasn't sure how long I could keep my wits about me, sitting by one of the people I knew had to be aware of how Dina fell off the balcony. I turned and looked outside the window. Yellow police tape flickered in the wind, reminding of Dina's orange scarf.
Are you okay?
The judge asked.
You look pensive.
Okay, if this guy wanted to talk, I was going to see how far I could push this conversation. Just looking outside, there's police tape out there. I still can't believe a woman died here just last night. I almost don't want to eat now. The judge's face turned grim.
Yes, it's tragic when someone takes their life.
So Virgil was pushing the idea that Dina committed suicide. Did he really believe that? Or was that the narrative he was planning to push? I didn't have a response because I felt a pair of eyes on me. I turned and saw that Dylan had arrived at the table. Could this get any worse? The waitress arrived with my plate of food. As she set the food in front of me, I whipped the napkin open and placed it on my lap. Eating was definitely a good distraction. I concentrated on slicing the knife through the waffle, which was buttery soft, a great combination with the crunchy bacon. I'd been eating for a few minutes when I still felt like I was being watched. I gulped down some coffee before casually turning to look at the table next to me. Virgil had been served his meal, which appeared to be ham, eggs, and grits. He was buttering his biscuit. A real country boy, I see. His partner at the table only had coffee. To my chagrin, we made eye contact. Again. I couldn't read his eyes. I smiled at him before going back to my waffles. I felt like curling up under the table. The thick waffle seemed to no longer hold the same appeal. My stomach churned with nervous energy, snatching away my appetite. I placed the fork down and removed the napkin from my lap. I was ready to go. I hoped Amir had made it back to the hotel. My waitress came over with the check, and I made sure she waited until I pulled out my card. As soon as she left, Virgil asked,
Dear, do you have plans for the day?
I smiled at him. I'm still deciding. I may hit the spa later.
Virgil winked. Good plan. They give the best massages here.
Dylan stated,
Seriously, do you know this woman? I don't think she's comfortable with you talking about massages.
Virgil gave Dylan a stare as if he was the one with no manners.
Me and this young lady were talking before you showed up. Leave it to you to make something that was innocent be something else. I was recommending the spa. I'm sorry I don't know your name, honey.
And I wasn't going to give it to them. It occurred to me that none of this was by accident. Yeah, the restaurant was crowded, but there were tables not near me. Some were at windows. This felt like a fishing expedition. Thankfully, God always is right on time, just like my aunt used to say. Amir showed up at the door. I waved my hand to him like I'd been expecting him the whole time. He walked towards me, but started to slow when he saw who was sitting next to me. When he arrived at the table, I could see him questioning me with his eyes. I turned to Virgil and Dylan. I'm sure my son has already made plans for us. Virgil looked Amir up and down, then back at me.
My, you don't look old enough to have a son his age.
Thank you. I'm flattered. The waitress stood between us to hand me back my card. I glanced at Amir, who played right along with a smile.
Mom, are you ready?
I am. I left a tip on the table. This was delicious, and it was so good to talk to you, sir.
Virgil smiled. I hope we run into each other again soon.
Amir stood slightly in front of me, giving both men the eye like a good son would when men were looking at his mother. Dylan looked away as if he didn't want any confrontations, but Virgil continued to eye us. It's when I looked into his eyes I knew this was all a ruse. He wanted to know who I was. I pasted a smile that I didn't feel on my face and walked away. The man was a predator and had the nerve to be a judge. He had no business judging anyone. It wasn't until we were a safe distance from the restaurant that I turned to face Amir.
What was that about, Rena?
He questioned. For the first time, I could see uncertainty in Amir's demeanor. He struck me as a confident young man, but right now, he didn't seem very sure about which direction we were heading. I don't know, but I'm ready to go home. Something tells me the judge didn't show up next to my table by chance. Chapter 8, Saturday, January 4th, 12:11 p.m. Unfortunately, I never made it to the spa. After running into Virgil and Dylan, I was ready to pack up and head home. Amir drove us back to Georgetown in his Nissan Pathfinder. We were only an hour away from Georgetown, and I took advantage of my time as a passenger to process the case. I didn't like anything about where the investigation had gone and could feel a headache brewing. I leaned my head against the headrest and settled on watching the boring scenery of the trees and highway. Amir's voice broke through my zoning out.
Are you okay? Still tired?
Yes, I'm tired, and no, I'm not okay. Amir chuckled.
You are the most honest person I have ever met. So, what's on your mind? Maybe I can help you sort it out, Mom?
We both laughed, but the humor fell short. That was pretty impromptu. I'm sorry. Thank you for following along so smoothly. I really wasn't expecting the judge to notice me. Amir smirked.
You're a pretty woman. The judge obviously thought he still had game. Man was flirting hard, but I thought he was into much younger women. I mean, based on the company he likes to keep.
I grinned. I don't think it was by chance, especially when Dylan showed up. He saw me on too many occasions. Amir lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Where should I start? First, they all may have noticed me at the elevator. It's even possible they saw me talking to Dina. Then, Dylan and I had the same idea to check out the crime scene downstairs. I'm sure he was checking for other reasons than me, but I made eye contact with him last night. It didn't help that one of the agents showed up and called out my name. Amir grew quiet.
Wait, the FBI agent knew you?
My face warmed in embarrassment. He was one of the few FBI agents I could coax information from during the investigation of Dina's husband. Looks like they never quite stopped looking in on her despite her being acquitted. Anyhow, while I was talking to the agent, Dylan disappeared from my view, but he could have witnessed my conversation. Him showing up at the judge's table for breakfast, well, that was awkward. I could feel that man looking at me like he wanted to see through me. You saved me because I really need an excuse to get out of there.
Not a problem.
Amir's face had turned stony.
Did the agent ask you questions about why you were there?
Yes, but I'm more worried about his partner. She seemed very young and enthusiastic. They both seemed really worried about the missing woman. I wonder if she was an escort too. Amir remained quiet. Amir, I didn't mention our investigation, if that's worrying you. He glanced at me.
Manchester Private Investigations. They can Google you or look you up in the phone book, if people still do that.
Are you worried?
No, but let's just say I've run into some feds one time.
Amir had a bit of a reputation, one that my local GPD contact didn't mind letting me know. I'm not one to pry, but if this gets to be a problem for you, let me know. I need your help, but I don't want you getting in trouble. He flashed me a mischievous grin.
Don't worry about me. I've been taking care of myself for a long time. And you know how much I want to get these folks. I feel like Sam would still be alive today if she hadn't gotten involved with this escort business. There's a lot more going on. Also, you know the blonde from last night? I isolated her conversation, and she has an accent. Like, maybe somewhere in Europe? Suppose this escort service could have some human trafficking elements tied to it?
That's how Dina's husband found her. She's originally from a village in Poland. The prosecutor used her life, her supposed hatred of her husband, as her motive for killing him. It had me convinced she did it. The man kind of deserved it. Amir stretched his eyes.
Why would she marry him?
There may not have been a choice. Brent was an older man, good-looking and filthy rich, not clean money. Before responding, Amir passed an 18-wheeler and then shifted back into the right lane.
I wouldn't worry about Virgil and Dylan. There was a conference going on, and you could have just been there enjoying the hotel like any tourist. When you stay in a hotel, you kind of end up seeing the same people who are also there at the same time.
I hope you're right. I have a feeling that we may cross paths with those men again. It's all too much. Dina's death, a woman missing, and the blonde escort, and the judge finding the camera. Were you able to see what happened to the girls this morning? You never told me why you left out so early. Amir studied me and then turned back to the road. What? You seem really hesitant to answer that question.
The redhead and the black girl must have just heard what happened to Dina. Both of them were pretty upset and crying. The blonde seemed to be taking it fine. She didn't show any emotions.
Okay. Who told them? Dylan?
No, it was the bearded guy. He actually made them all get their things and they left the penthouse before 8 o'clock.
What? I sat up in the car seat as far as the seatbelt would let me. Where did they go?
That's why I left and texted you. I followed them out to the parking lot. I have a license plate number. They drove off in a black Suburban. I tried to catch up and follow them, but you know traffic coming from the beach. Even though it's not tourist season, it was still a bit crazy this morning.
I see. I sat back, feeling more deflated. That's good that you have a license plate number. Do you think you can find them?
I'll try. I know we were both concerned about the black girl. She seemed even younger this morning. All the makeup was gone and she had her hair pulled back.
Might have been good if I didn't see that. I might have torn that guy up.
Believe me, I wanted to do the same. I moved as fast as I could to try to get out of there.
I know you can find them. How about the third guy? They called him Otis.
Yeah, I'm going to track him down, but he seemed pretty clueless. But this guy with the beard, he seems like the type of guy who you use to rough people up. I got a good look at him. He's a big dude.
I shivered.
Cold?
No, just worried. I wonder if Dina kept some files on her operation, clients, and about her girls.
I'm sure she couldn't keep all those details in her head. But we know who probably has anything, if she did keep copies anywhere.
I sighed. The feds probably have it all. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a wire on her last night. The way they showed up so fast. Maybe they heard something and know her killer.
That sounds probable.
Amir commented as he pulled his Pathfinder into my driveway where I lived the past 2 years. Every time I took the time to really look at the house I'd inherited from my aunt, a sense of nostalgia overwhelmed me. That feeling didn't come this time because something caught my eye. I squinted at the figure in my aunt's rocking chair. Amir cut the engine off.
Looks like you have company.
Sure enough, someone was waiting for me. Someone I wasn't expecting. Chapter 9. Georgetown, South Carolina, Saturday, January 4th, 3:02 p.m. To be honest, I expected to see Trey. Disappointment slammed me immediately, even though I went ghost on our communication yesterday. But my sister, sitting on my porch, had me alarmed. I hopped out of the car, thinking of everything that could have gone wrong while I'd been away. Bev, what's happened? My younger sister stood from the rocking chair, her arms crossed. I dashed up the steps, my heart in my throat. How long have you been sitting here? What's going on? She looked at me, then her eyes glanced behind me. As she narrowed them, I knew there couldn't be anything seriously wrong. I knew that look. It was at that moment my sister reminded me of her father, my stepdad. Those were his eyes, full of judgment about something he knew nothing about. I glanced back to watch Amir climb from the SUV. He lifted the hatch to retrieve my bags for me. Why are you with him? My sister asked. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. If there's nothing wrong, you can go. I've had a long night and day. All I want to do is sleep. As soon as I opened my door, my roommate scrambled across in front of my feet. I stopped just in time to make sure I didn't collide with my resident calico cat, Callie. I inherited the feline along with the house. I'd left her plenty of food in an expensive food dispenser that timed how much food was dispensed, which I'm sure she didn't like. Despite being chubby, Callie always seemed to be hungry or just loved food. Bev stomped in behind me. Where have you been? We've all been worried about you. I spun around and looked at her like she had grown a second head. I told all of you I had a job to do at the beach. Do you not listen to me? And I'm a grown woman who, up until a few years ago, when I moved back from Charlotte, you were lucky if you heard from me a few times a year. Why the interest in what I'm doing now? Trey was worried. Trey knew where I was. Bev rolled her eyes like I was the one who couldn't comprehend. Yes, but he still was worried about you. Did he call you? No, I just... Bev stopped talking when Amir walked through the door with my bags. I frowned at her. Her body had grown stiff again, and she stared at Amir like he gave her a bad taste in her mouth. I couldn't get how any woman could look at Amir and not have her knees melt, but that was me. Still, I was surprised at my good Christian sister, and disappointed. You met Amir at my Christmas Eve gathering, remember? I wasn't a cook, but I knew how to throw a decent party, so I invited my family, Trey and his son, to my house for Christmas. With him just leaving the hospital and knowing he didn't have family, I invited Amir too. It was a bit awkward at first, but Trey's son, Joseph, and my godson, Chris, both took to Amir pretty well. Even though he was a decade older than them, Amir blended in pretty well with the two 16-year-olds. Amir put my bags in the living room and turned to look at my sister. Hey, Miss Bev. Miss Bev. Amir could be charming, but him going all Southern gentleman was a new thing. He didn't strike me as the one to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, either. I got the sense that he thought of Bev as old school. She might have been my younger sister, but she projected being a much older woman, even though she really wasn't much older than Amir. Bev remembered her manners. Hello, Amir. Good to see you again. He nodded. I think this is everything. I'll see what I can find out and we'll be in touch. Thanks, Amir. Be sure to get some rest this weekend, too. Sure thing, boss. I cringed, but then smiled as I walked him to the door. At least he tried to establish our relationship status for my sister. Not that it helped any, because as soon as I closed the door, I could feel my sister's stare. I ignored her and went to the kitchen to grab a can of cat food. Callie and my sister were both on my heels. I reached for a can from the stack of food I kept on a shelf. How long have you been waiting? Not long. I drove here after I left church. I nodded. Trey had choir practice this morning. Yes. I scraped the chicken pâté from the Fancy Feast can into the cat bowl in the corner. Callie rubbed up against me like I was her angel. The only time the cat ever showed me any affection was when I fed her. I rinsed the can before disposing it in the trash. So Trey asked about me? No, he didn't. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and offered one to my sister. Then why are you here? It's Saturday. Surely you have things to do with Clay and the girls. And what was that attitude towards Amir? What has he ever done to you? I didn't have an attitude. Please, you practically ran him off with your frostiness. You don't know him. But you do, apparently. You were at the beach together. All night. Are you serious? It's not like we slept together in the same hotel room. We were working on an investigation together. That's it. Don't get me wrong. Amir is a very handsome young man, but he's also very intelligent and has some technology skills I need for this case. You just what, Bev? You know who you remind me of right now? Who? Your dad, Reverend Thomas Lawson, would give me that same look when I supposedly did something he didn't like. I don't really appreciate that look from my younger sister. Bev frowned, the deep wrinkles in her eyebrows making her look even more like her dad. I'm not judging you. I'm just worried about you. My health has never been better. A few years ago, a fall kept me in the hospital for months. I thought I would never fully recover from the head injury, and some days my long-term memory still gave me issues. Bev sighed. I'm afraid you're going to push Trey completely away, Rena. It's not like I've been encouraging him. If anything, I constantly tell him that we're better as friends. That window of us being a couple has long since passed. You're worried about what I'm up to with a young man. Believe me, my past adventures were so much worse. Trey is a minister. He may not have aspirations now, but he could have his own church one day. Do I really appear to be first lady material to you? Bev opened her mouth and then closed it. There you go. Even you know it's not going to work for the two of us. Besides, Trey still has issues with my work. He tries to understand, but he still thinks I'm doing dangerous stuff. Aren't you? Bev asked. In the last case, Amir got shot and you could have been killed too. Yes, but God looked out for me, and he has more for me to do. I went to the beach last night to gather information on the people who were exploiting young women, possibly girls. You are the mother of 2 daughters who are growing up really fast, and I know you are aware there are predators out there. If I can do something to stop them, I will. I'm proud of what you do and what you have done, but isn't some of this for the cops to do? Of course, but there's only so much they can do. As a PI, there are some things I can do better. I can't arrest anyone or try them in a court of law, but I can lead them to the people who can. Bev shook her head. I don't like it either. I can see why Trey is upset about it. I frowned at her. Are you sure Trey didn't put you up to this? You just came over to my house and waited to see when I would show up to lecture me on the same things Trey does? I told you, I'm worried. Trey is what? What are you beating around the bush about, Bev? This morning at church, I heard 2 people talking about you. They were saying you ran to the beach to be with a younger man. One of them said, she's just like her father. My mouth fell open. How would they know I went down to the beach? Only you, Mom, and Trey knew. I know Mom wouldn't say anything. She only talks to us. My mom had been mentally ill for some time. Really, probably since my dad left her. My stepdad kept her going, but then when he died, she completely fell apart. In the past year, I watched her blossom, but she was still never going to be a social butterfly. She went to church on occasion, and that was when we were around to shield her fragility. Bev sputtered. I didn't say anything. I think Trey must have talked to someone about you. I don't think he meant to do it. If Trey heard what I heard this morning, he would never do it again. Who would he have been talking to about me? That doesn't sound like Trey. I know some men like to gossip, but he's not like that. Bev threw up her hands. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You are going to lose Trey. Maybe even what friendship you have with him. I didn't see it, but I see it now. Lose my friendship? Trey and I can't be a couple, but we will always be friends. My sister snapped.
Not if he gets attached to another woman. Another woman won't let you be friends with him.
I stepped backwards like my sister had slapped me. I wasn't aware that he was interested in another woman. Bev shook her head at me.
That's what I'm afraid of. You can't keep pushing Trey away, thinking he will always come back and want to try again. What happens when he really doesn't come back, Rena? Are you going to regret messing up your one chance? Are you going to let your past keep dictating your future? Yes, I know you work with Amir, but do you have to shove him in Trey's face? What? It was obvious to everyone that Trey wasn't happy on Christmas Eve. I know you thought you were doing the right thing. This young man got shot, lost a dear friend, and had no family. But Christmas Eve is special.
Amir spent most of his time with Joseph and Chris. It wasn't like he was in anyone's way.
Trey may not have let you know it bothered him, but he's talking to someone.
Who?
Queen Bradley.
I narrowed my eyes. You invited Queen over for Thanksgiving. She's your friend.
And you're my sister. I know Queen. She's always been the kind of person to go after what she wants.
I sat quiet, letting my sister's words soak in. The first time I met Queen, she'd been fawning over Trey at church. He didn't seem to notice, or he was used to it. I'd seen women like Queen all my life. She wanted Trey and made it her business to always be where he was going to be involved. I also knew how I stacked up against Queen. She was probably better suited for Trey, with her form-fitting suits and large-brimmed hats. The perfect first lady. Me? Last night, I saw a woman who'd fallen to her death, and 3 young girls being escorts for men way too old for them. For the past 25 years, I'd seen what evil people could rain down on other people. In fact, in the other room I had a SIG in my bag and learned how to shoot pretty good over the years. There was no doubt in my mind I wasn't the right woman for Trey. But I wasn't about to have anyone spread any rumors about me either. I had enough of that growing up in this town thanks to my dad, Dallas Robinson, the town drunk and womanizer. Chapter 10, Saturday, January 4th, 5:22 p.m. I needed to rest, but after my sister left, I found myself driving over to Trey's house. I didn't even know if he would be home. If this was the weekend his son was around, then Trey would be at the house. I knew this weekend Joseph was with his mother, so Trey had the weekend to himself. Another reason why he wasn't too pleased about me going to the beach. The argument that started it all came rushing into my head.
I can go with you. We can make it a weekend. Surely you're not working the entire weekend.
Amir will be coming with me.
Why? Samantha Livingston's murderer has been found. I can understand you worked together, but why now?
He has skills that I need for this investigation.
What kind of skills?
You don't need to know. I thought Trey and I had come to an understanding about my work. Sometimes I was going to run into some bad people. He had to know it was a good idea for me to have backup. Trey was a quarterback in high school, and though now in his early 40s, he still maintained a fit physique, still, he wasn't the kind of backup I needed. The man was the minister of music. He went through great effort to keep his voice and his hands in shape for playing the organ each Sunday. The sun had gone down by the time I arrived at Trey's house. His car was in the driveway. I sighed so deep I felt every part of my body sag with the effort. I should have stayed home and gone to bed. Instead, I got out of the car with a grunt and marched up to the front door. But before I could ring the doorbell, the door opened. Trey stood there, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. We stared at each other through the screen door. Are you going to let me in or what? I believe you owe me an explanation. He opened the door.
Why would I owe you an explanation?
I brushed way too close past him, his aftershave sharpening my senses. I sank down on his couch and eyed him as he approached. He was trying to grow his beard back, even though I told him he didn't need it. It was sprinkled with a lot of gray that gave him a distinguished gentleman appearance. Whether he was sporting a beard or not, I always saw the boy I crushed so hard on as a young teenager. He sat down in the chair across from me. A mixture of anger and something else brewed in the air. It's that something else that made life so complicated between us. That attraction for each other that really shouldn't exist now. I needed to quench the longing in me and get to the point. You starting rumors about me at the church now? Is that really necessary? Trey's eyes widened in surprise.
What are you talking about?
My sister showed up at my house, upset about hearing my name from some church members. Funny, I don't know why they would know my business. I only go to church on Sundays, something you and Bev have been on me about. You know those conversations about how I should get more involved in church? So how did someone know I was at the beach with a young man this weekend? Seriously, Trey? Recognition flashed in his eyes. I talked to Queen Bradley? Of all people you had to vent to, you confided in her? If you had to discuss me with someone, you could have gone to my sister. You both would have agreed how idiotic you think I am, and I wouldn't have rumors floating around about me. I was hot now. I tore my jacket off and slammed it on the couch. Do you remember why I went running from this town after high school? Trey held up his hands.
Rena, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down. I dealt with my stepdad talking about me and treating me like the dirt on his shoe. All the church members following up with him and making me feel like I was nobody because I was Dallas Robinson's daughter. They had me looking like I was going to be just like him before I ever even kissed a boy, Trey. Oh, wait, I did kiss a boy one time. You remember that time when my stepdad caught us?
Trey blew out a breath. I've never forgotten that. And how he yelled at you.
Yeah, you were and still are my best friend. You know how I struggled growing up under my stepdad's thumb. I'm a grown woman now. I've come such a long way from where I was in my life. Believe me, there are plenty of ugly things in my past that I don't need thrown in my face.
I'm sorry, Rena. I wasn't thinking. Queen asked me how you were doing. I said you were at the beach on assignment. She asked me why I didn't go with you.
I nodded. I get it. That was a sore point for you. Probably didn't help that I didn't return your phone calls. Anger returned to his eyes.
That didn't help. I saw the news. I knew where you were. You were at the Grand Ocean Resort where the woman fell. Do you know anything about that?
What? You think I pushed her or something?
He glared. Stop. You know what I'm asking you.
I sat back down, my anger replaced by my exhaustion. I knew her, and her death has made my investigation even more interesting.
Rena, what have you gotten yourself into now?
I shook my head. I'd given this some thought last night, and while Amir drove us back home. This was the first time I'd said it out loud. It's what I may know, or what I used to know. That woman had been on trial for her husband's murder. I investigated her husband and covered her trial. She eventually was acquitted. I rubbed my hands across my jeans, my palms feeling sweaty all of a sudden. Maybe they had been the whole time. You know, I didn't recognize her at first, but she remembered me. We talked briefly. I could tell something was wrong. I had no idea the woman was going to die last night. Trey leaned forward.
Are you in trouble, Rena?
I glanced at him. Why would I be in trouble?
You just said you knew her. You had investigated her before, and you talked to her last night, too. Suppose someone saw you?
I wasn't going to let Trey know he might have been right. I absolutely thought certain people saw me with Dina, and that would be a problem. I waved my hand. We didn't say much. She wasn't happy to see me. The image of the orange scarf waving in the cold flashed in my mind. I clasped my hands together. She was involved in some shady stuff and could have fallen accidentally, jumped on purpose, or... Trey interrupted.
You think someone pushed her. I can see the wheels turning in your head. This is what I'm afraid of. And you being there with Amir.
What does Amir have to do with this?
Moses told me about him.
Detective Malcolm Moses was sometimes my friend and sometimes my nemesis. Usually we got along fine, unless I started nosing into his official homicide investigations. Why are you listening to Moses?
He says Amir has a reputation and that he has some shady people around him.
He was young when he got into trouble. You did stuff when you were younger too.
You're saying he's still not doing stuff? You told me you're working with him because he has skills. What kind of skills?
I grabbed my jacket and paced the floor like I was performing some oral argument in front of a courtroom. I wasn't sure why I seemed to always be defending a young man who'd I'd only met a few months ago. He is very tech-savvy. I am not. I also have a PI license that I earned. I can do things the cops can't do, but I still have rules to follow. Amir knows that, and we have an understanding. We both are on a mission to take down some very bad folks. The tendons in Trey's neck bulged. You're not law enforcement. You can't take down anyone. What happens if this gets too serious? We're being careful. Amir's a very thorough guy, and I trust he knows what he's doing. If I find something out that's best for the Detective Moses to handle, believe me, he will know what I know. I obviously can't arrest anyone. I let out a huff and held my head, which now felt like it wanted to explode. Why are we always arguing about me? This is starting to get really old. Trey walked over to me. He placed his hand on my shoulder and rubbed it. Okay, I'm just concerned. I peered up at him. About my job or Amir? Both. I grimaced. At least you're honest. Amir's been through a lot in his life. I would love for him to come to church one day. It's been good for me being back home, or it was good for me until this morning. The church is supposed to be a safe place. The way you get all uptight and Bev acting the same way, I can't invite Amir to church if he's going to be judged, now can I, Minister Evans? Trey took his hand from my shoulder and hung his head. I'm human, Rena. I can have my concerns. You're right. You can be concerned. But I didn't come over to talk to you about Amir. This conversation was about you. I understand you and Queen have been friends a long time. She's in the choir. You guys spend a lot of time together. She still doesn't need to know my business. And I don't need my sister upset with me. I tell you more things about what I do than I tell Bev. I tell you because I felt like you can handle it. I poked him in the chest before turning around to walk away. Right now, I'm not telling you anything else because you can't handle it, and I don't need to give any more fuel to Queen's gossip mill. Rena. Trey trotted behind me as I marched towards the door. Rena, I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have run my mouth to Queen. Like I said, I wasn't thinking. I was upset because I hadn't heard from you. You can't leave me hanging like that either. Worried about you. It was my turn to hang my head. You're right. I'm sorry. Things went sideways and it was really, really late when I made it to bed. Trey took a step back and clasped his hands in front of him. Rena. I frowned. What? I could sense a shift in the room. Our anger had dissipated, but it had been replaced by something else, like a door beginning to close. Rena, maybe we should take a break. I realize I'm stressing you out, and I don't need this stress either. I stared back at him. Was he actually doing this? Bev was right. I sputtered, You want to take a break? Don't you think we should? You have your life, and I have mine. It's pretty clear you don't want anything more out of this relationship. We're always going to be friends. I'm always going to worry about you, but it may be better that I not know so much about what you're doing. Give you your space. I can certainly pray for you. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I'd been telling Trey since I'd been back in town that all we could be was friends, especially when I found out he was a minister. People had always loved him since he was the high school champion athlete. He always had the girls' attention, and I just stood in the background. I really didn't know how to handle the kind of attention he'd been giving me since we'd been back in each other's lives. Trey held his hands up as if he was about to cup the sides of my face, but he stopped. Are you okay, Rena? I plastered a smile on my face, though I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. I was too tired for this right now. Yeah, I'm cool, and this is for the best. Like you said, nothing will break up our friendship. I gotta go. It was a very long night, and I need some sleep. I moved with more energy than I knew I had towards the door. I felt Trey behind me before his hand touched my shoulder. His hand felt hot and heavy. Can you promise me you're not going to do anything crazy to put yourself in danger? Don't tempt trouble to show up on your doorstep. Go to the cops with whatever you have. Let them handle it. It was probably too late for that. I didn't turn around. Of course, I will. I'll see you at church tomorrow. Yep. I threw up a hand as I scampered to the car. Once inside, I blew out a breath. I looked up to see Trey staring at me from the door. I waved again and pasted that stupid grin on my face. My fake smile didn't pass the message down to my hands, which trembled as I started the car. I waited until I was down the road to start wiping my face as I drove. Why was I crying like some teenager? Maybe I was just tired, or my hormones were out of whack, or my heart just broke for the 10 millionth time. Bev had just warned me that I could lose Trey. I should call my sister and let her know her prophecy came true less than an hour after she shared it with me. But who was I fooling? This is what I did. I pushed people away. I pushed Trey away, even though I longed to be with him. But I couldn't. No matter that my life had changed for the better, my past was riddled with ugly things I've done, and the choices I've made. I straightened up in the car, wiping my eyes so I could see where I was driving. This was for the best. Now I could concentrate on this investigation and not keep hurting Trey. I didn't believe meeting Dina Huffman last night was a coincidence. What was that she told me?
Soon people like you will stop doubting me, and that time in my life will truly be behind me.
That woman was going to be free, but I didn't think for 1 minute her freedom would come from falling off that balcony. She was going to expose someone, and I wanted to know who. That was my mission. Anything to keep my mind off my own life. Chapter 11, Saturday, January 4th, 8:23 p.m. From pure exhaustion, or it could have been depression, I had curled up in the bed and let sleep take me. When I woke up, I found a heavy weight on my chest. I stared into the green eyes of my furry roommate, who stared at me like I was in her bed. There were cat beds in almost every room of the house. I had to admit, the cat's purring, warm body felt good, especially with a chill lingering in the air. I'd read somewhere that a cat's purr could be therapeutic. The cat glared at me, and I stared back. Tired of our staring match, Callie arched her back and stretched her paws, showing off sharp claws. I know, I forgot to give you some wet food, but there's no reason to threaten me. With a loud meow, Callie jumped off the bed and headed towards the door. Her insistent yowling demanded I get up to feed her. At least me and the cat had a very clear understanding of our relationship. I slowly lifted my body and grumbled as I watched the cat's bushy tail swish out the door. You're getting an appointment with the vet to get those claws trimmed. As if protesting, my feline roommate let out another loud meow. I peered at my phone where it lay on my bed. It was almost 8:30, and at that moment, my own stomach growled. I tried to recall the last thing I ate. Oh yeah, that would have been breakfast at the hotel restaurant this morning. The one that I'd consumed hurriedly because Virgil decided to strike up a conversation with me, and then Dylan showed up, making me completely lose my appetite. While Callie greedily munched Fancy Feast liver and chicken, I opened the fridge. As usual, due to my lack of grocery shopping, my refrigerator offered nothing of interest. I went to the freezer where I knew I had something from my sister's kitchen. Bev loved her slow cooker and kept a freezer full of food. You would think she had a family of 10 instead of a husband and 2 girls. She cooked most Sundays, and I always left with a bag of food. I opened the sliding doors on the other side of the kitchen and hit the light switch on the wall. The room could have been big enough to be a bedroom. In fact, it was at one time. It's where my father used to stay when he was around. About a year after my father died, my aunt converted the bedroom, which was off from the kitchen, into a large pantry and laundry area. With the supplies in here, I could feed a few families, which is what my aunt did. When I first moved in, I followed her tradition and emptied my shelves to give to the church food drive. I'm not much for canned food, so most of the shelves had remained bare. Over in the corner sat a freezer, which I used more than anything else. With some effort, I lifted the lid. Frigid air rose up to meet me. Stacks of soups and chilies sat on one side, and on the other side were labeled containers of lasagna, pasta, beef stew, or whatever concoction my sister cooked that week. My mouth watered for something spicy, so I grabbed the chili. As I waited for the chili to thaw out in the microwave, I returned to the bedroom to grab my phone. That's when I noticed Amir had texted me.
I got something for you. Call me after you look at this.
Well, one of us had been working. I clicked on the link he provided with the text. It took me to an Instagram profile. I plopped down in one of the kitchen chairs, my mind blown. How does he do this? Amir had found one of the girls from last night, the blonde. I switched over to the phone icon and pressed Amir's name under my favorites. He picked up on the second ring. Before he said anything, I sputtered, "This is the blonde. How in the world did you find her?" "Hello to you, boss." "Amir, stop calling me that."
Okay. Hey, I told you last night she looked familiar, so I started with Sam's Instagram account.
They were friends?
I don't know about that, but they partied together. Scroll down on her account. There's a photo of her and Sam. I saw a similar one on Sam's IG account. That's where I first saw her.
I studied the profile photo first. Zofia Nowak. She had over 100,000 followers. Her bio simply said, model. Most of her account showed selfies and videos of herself, often dressed in clothes and accessories that looked high class, almost couture. Then I saw the photo Amir had mentioned. There was Sam, her sandy, curly hair piled up high on her head. My heart broke seeing this young woman so vibrant in this photo, knowing she was gone from this earth. Home with the Lord, I hoped. Despite what Samantha had gotten herself into, she loved God. Is Sophia really a model? I read somewhere that people could just make up personas and get lots of people following them.
I don't know. She's pretty enough and has the figure. You know, Sam attracted her following just by being herself and her makeup tips.
I still don't get social media sometimes. If I weren't chasing after some information, I probably would rarely be on it. Were you able to find the other two girls? I'm really concerned about the black girl. She looks so out of place, and I wonder about her age. I felt like I've seen her before myself.
I've been looking for her, but haven't run across her yet. I did find the redhead. She's in the other link I sent.
I went back to the text and saw that Amir had sent another link while I was on the phone with him. This was also an IG account. Her name was Marissa Haley. How did you find her?
Sophia's account. They took a selfie last night. Sophia tagged Marissa, but she didn't tag the third girl.
I switched back over to Sophia's account, not realizing I skipped the photo. All three girls were in the photo. Sophia and Marissa were smiling. The third girl appeared even smaller up against the tall Sophia and curvy Marissa. Amir said,
I will keep looking for the third girl. I have a feeling she's as young as she looks.
Good thing. Hey, have you gotten any rest? He sighed.
No, but I'm about ready to crash.
You should do that. I need you in tip-top shape.
Tomorrow's Sunday. Leave me. I will catch up on my rest. I guess you'll be at church.
Yes, Sunday is about family time since I've been back in town. Plus, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I like going to church now.
Really?
Yeah, I hardly ever went while I was in Charlotte.
So what changed?
Probably getting pushed down some stairs, cracking my head, and spending time in a coma. I'm really lucky to be alive.
No wonder Trey worries about you. You have a hard head for real.
I laughed. Yeah, no one needs to worry about me. Besides, I did get some rest. I'm too old not to listen to my body. You're still in that I'm invincible stage.
I don't know about that. I did get shot over a month ago. I guess I'm pretty lucky too.
Yes, you are. God was looking out for you. So, take a bit of advice from me. Take it easy. Next week, I want us to focus on finding out more about that third man. Otis somebody. He may not be of much help, but I felt like he was uncomfortable last night. Maybe he knows something that can help us get to Dylan. They seemed like they were friends.
Sounds like a plan. Talk to you later, boss.
I grimaced. Will you stop calling me boss? All I heard was the dial tone. I sighed and looked over at the microwave, which had been intermittently beeping while I was on the phone. Callie's bowl had been cleaned of any liver and chicken. She lay in the corner, licking her paws and washing her face. Well, at least you got to eat your food. I reheated the chili and grabbed some shredded cheese from the fridge. I was really good at keeping my condiments stocked. Once I settled at the kitchen table with the bowl of steamy chili, I studied the two girls' profiles. I followed both of them. My main concern was about the girl who had yet been identified. The more I looked at her, the more I felt like I'd seen her before. Maybe what I saw in her was the younger me. There was some defiance in her face that I hadn't seen when she was in the penthouse. When I was younger, after a while, I stayed defiant and ready to battle with anyone with strong opinions about me. The more my stepdad pushed me, the more rebellious I became. I'd gone down a path of self-destruction, especially with men, ever since. I peered back at the young girl. Who are you? And where are you now? Chapter 12, Sunday, January 5th, 10:54 a.m. Sundays at Zion Baptist Church usually lifted my spirits. I loved that my mom came. She didn't visit the church as much as she did when Bev and I were younger. Her anxieties had become worse than I could have imagined. When I moved back to Georgetown 2 years ago, I was celebrating my own pity party. I'd not been a good daughter, sister, or aunt. The first time I stepped into my mother's home, I realized how unwarranted my anger against her had been. She and I were one and the same, 2 women suffering emotional pain brought on by the men in our lives. My mom hid behind mounds of stuff. She had become a certified hoarder, and I had no idea. While her house had not returned to the same state of upheaval, I still spied signs of hoarding and gently discouraged it. Getting her out of the house was key. My mom sat next to me on the pew behind Bev and her husband, Clay. Bev had struck gold with my brother-in-law, and I marveled at how solid their relationship was at this time in the world. My nieces were getting older, and they needed to continue to see their parents together. So many children didn't see healthy relationships. Bev kept turning around. I tapped her on the shoulder the 3rd time I caught her scanning the back. Where are the girls? My sister pursed her lips. They're in the back with some friends. I don't like it. Always the laid-back parent, Clay placed his arm around Bev as if to comfort her. The girls are fine, Beverly. Pay attention to service. I was grateful for Clay's intervention because my sister was making me nervous. I glanced over at my mom, who smiled back at me. My family were not the only ones working my anxiety levels this morning. I'd searched for Trey before service started, something I usually did. When I found him, he was by the choir room, laughing, his face full of joy instead of the anger and despair I witnessed yesterday. Of course, the person making him laugh was Queen. I should have been happy for him. He looked so relaxed with her. Queen stared up at him, her eyes adoring, with her hand on his arm, clearly unashamed to touch him in church like he belonged to her. Trey must have sensed my presence because he turned his head. I spun around and headed inside the sanctuary, feeling really foolish. I was 43 years old and suddenly acting like my 13-year-old self. Back in the pew, I busied myself with my phone so I didn't have to see anyone or anything. I used the Bible app on it during service, but sometimes I peeked at my text messages or email. I know, that wasn't proper church etiquette. I found myself drawn to the young woman again. I hoped Amir could track her down. I didn't know why I'd become obsessed with her, but something about her face really reminded me of someone. Maybe she lived around here or I knew someone in her family. The choir started marching down the aisle, so I put my phone away. My eyes focused on Trey as he played the organ. His body moved like he and the instrument were one. I loved watching him get caught up in worship. He always had a good voice, even when we were in the choir as youngsters. I began clapping my hands to the rhythm of the song. Soon, all my cares were pushed aside as I focused on worship myself. When service ended, I expected to speak to Trey, but that didn't happen. He was nowhere to be seen. Was he purposely avoiding me at church? I bit back my disappointment and drove my mom over to Bev's house for Sunday dinner. When we arrived, I cut the car off with a sigh. I wanted to be around my family, and then again, I kind of wanted to go hide in my bed. You okay, Serena? Startled, I glanced over at my mom. Yes, why? You seemed distracted in church today. I didn't see you talking to Trey. Are you two getting along? My mom might have her own mental issues, but she hadn't stopped being my mother. She always knew when something was wrong, although there wasn't anything she could or would do when I was younger. Reverend Lawson ruled the house back then. I cleared my throat, not realizing a lump seemed to be sitting there. Yesterday, he and I thought it best we take a break. You know, our relationship isn't going anywhere. My mom frowned. But why? Rena, you deserve to be happy too. Trey is perfect for you. No, he's not, I snapped. I've never been, nor will I be, what Trey wants. Even when we were in school, he liked a particular kind of girl. He hasn't changed. Or maybe I've changed. I did a lot of things when I was away from here. Things Reverend Lawson probably got right about me. Oh, Rena, I'm so sorry you and Thomas didn't get along. He did love you in his own way. It was your dad that Thomas had a hard time getting over. I didn't help matters because I couldn't turn off my love for Dallas. Dallas Robinson, my deadbeat dad, sure didn't deserve my mother's devotion. Even after the way he treated you. A ghost of a smile spread across my mother's face. My mother didn't smile too often these days, so it was a breathtaking moment to witness. We don't choose the people we love, Rena, and Dallas was my first love. My voice felt strained as I tried to respond. No, we don't. Trey was my first love, maybe my only real love. There was nothing left to say after that, other than to get inside Bev's house out of the cold. With the engine no longer running, the cold had snuck inside, making us able to see our breath. My oldest niece, Brittany, opened the door. At age 13, she'd grown up overnight. As I passed her to come inside the house, her face caught me off guard. Too stunned to speak at first, I inquired, "Are you wearing lipstick? How did Bev let you get away with that?" Brittany's eyes opened wide before she furiously started wiping her mouth.
Don't tell her you saw it.
I frowned. Didn't you ride home with your parents? Brittany rolled her eyes.
No, I went to church with my friend. I would have stayed over there, but Dad said Mom wanted me back home. I gotta go.
Oh, okay. As Brittany sprinted away from us, I exchanged a look with my mother. Mom sighed. She's officially a teenager now. I told Bev she's going to have her hands full. She better enjoy Tiffany while she can. Speaking of, my youngest niece, Tiffany, bounced around the corner.
Rena and Grandma!
She hugged us both. At only 11, she still had a little girl look about her, which probably wouldn't last long, since she liked to do what her older sister did. Now I felt bad for Bev. No wonder she had been looking around for the girls at church. I didn't know if I could handle a teenager if I'd had children. The aromas from the kitchen beckoned us as we walked through the adjoining dining room. Being at Clay and Bev's home always reminded me of the good times I had when Aunt C was alive. My aunt had been the center of my world when times had become tough for me at home under Reverend Lawson. I don't understand how I managed not to obtain any cooking skills from her or my mom. Bev soaked in all the domestic skills and thrived. Sporting an apron over her church clothes, my sister stood at a pot stirring what appeared to be collard greens.
Hey, Mama. Glad you could make it.
She kissed our mom on the cheek before turning back to her pot. You got it going on in here. Mom smiled ear to ear. Her face beamed as she examined the spread her youngest daughter cooked. I used to be bothered by the different relationship my mom and my sister had. But since being back home, I related to Mom about things that Bev wouldn't understand. I didn't realize Bev had been talking to me. What did you say?
I said you guys need to come over on Friday.
Who?
You and Trey. I invited Moses and Alicia too. The girls are going to be at the church for the annual youth night lock-in.
Really? I'm surprised you're not trying to chaperone, I teased.
Bev pouted. I was going to, but the girls begged me not to. Clay said I should give them more freedom. I just don't want them to grow up too fast.
Mom and I exchanged looks again as she left the kitchen. I guess that meant our lips were sealed about the lipstick we just saw on Brittany. I said, this world will encourage them to grow up fast. Don't they both have phones now?
Yes, but I monitor them. Since Brittany just turned 13, she keeps begging me about Instagram and TikTok. I don't care if she's at the minimum age. I'm not ready. I just can't deal with all that worldly stuff. And they both like boys already, even Tiffany. I don't remember liking boys at 11 or 13.
I chuckled. You were somewhat of a late bloomer. I, on the other hand, well, let's just say your dad and I didn't see eye to eye on my activities.
Ah, Rena, I wish you and my dad had gotten along.
You and me both. Sometimes it was best to leave things unsaid. Bev loved her dad, and I wasn't about to squash her memories because mine weren't good. Bev asked,
Did you talk to Trey?
About talking to Queen? Yeah, we talked.
Good. Then things should work out.
Communication is the key to any relationship. I started to tell her Trey had communicated he was ready for a break, but my mom came in the room. Bev, you better check on the girls. Brittany is yelling at Tiffany about something she did. I can check on them. Bev is still working on dinner. Besides, I needed to get out of the kitchen. It had grown warm in there since Bev brought up Trey. I could hear the girls screaming at each other as I bounded up the stairs. Hey, what's wrong with you two? What are you yelling at each other about? Brittany's face appeared freshly washed, and it felt good to see her natural face without the makeup. She was a pretty girl and didn't need that stuff. The women in our family were blessed in the looks department. Brittany stood with her hands on her hips.
She has my phone. I told her to give it back.
Tiffany looked at me.
She has TikTok on it. Mom said we couldn't have the app yet. I'm 13 and old enough. It's none of your business.
Okay. Tiffany, give me the phone and go downstairs to keep Grandma company.
But Rena,
Tiffany whined. Let me talk to your sister, please, ma'am. Tiffany rolled her eyes at her sister and left the room. I turned to look at Brittany. You know, if your mom or dad tells you to do something, they're asking you to do it for your own good.
But I'm 13.
Brittany pouted. And you're still young, and there are bad people online who will take advantage of you. They may pretend to be your age, but they're not. Listen to your parents. Besides, it sounds like your dad is trying to make sure you get some freedom. You don't have to sit with your parents at church. I couldn't even do that when I was your age. Brittany frowned.
You and Mom sat with Grandpa and Grandma?
Until I graduated from high school.
Ew, that's horrible.
Yeah, I know. Now, show me this account.
Rena.
You want me to tell your mom about it now? Let me see what you got going on there. Maybe I can help you with your case. I leaned over as Brittany showed me her list of friends.
It's just my friends. Everyone is doing the dances. I wanted to try some, but I'm not ready to be on camera yet.
I observed the list of people. You know all these people?
Most of them.
I took out my phone. I'd signed up for TikTok a few months ago, thanks to Trey's son, Joseph, showing me some funny videos. On occasion, I would scroll through for laughs. I'm sending you a friend request. I'm at @PI_Rena. Brittany laughed. That's silly. What? I'm a private investigator. Makes sense to me. What are you calling yourself, young lady?
At Lil Brittany.
Lil? What are you, some rapper or something?
No, it's what people call me.
I suspected Brittany was only referring to my godson, Chris, who I knew Brittany had a massive crush on for years. He's the only person I knew who called her Lil Brittany. I wasn't about to point out he called her sister Lil Tiffany. Okay, I sent you a friend request.
Done. Are you going to tell my mom?
She's going to have to find out one day. If you made the big girl decision to sign up, you're going to have to be a big girl and tell her what you did. Make sure you're doing the right thing on here, because I'm watching you. Bev knocked on the door.
Hey, you two. I've been calling you both. Dinner is ready. Is everything okay?
Brittany looked at me and nodded.
Yeah, I was just talking to Rena about some stuff.
My sister looked at me, her eyes wary.
Okay, no phones at the dinner table. We talk to each other.
Brittany put her phone away while I slipped mine into my jacket pocket. I didn't feel good about not telling Bev about Brittany signing up for TikTok. I intended to look up some information on it and prayed Brittany would have the courage to confess her bold move. I'm pretty sure Bev would make her take the app off. While at the table, both sisters eyed each other. I had a feeling Tiffany would spill the beans if Brittany didn't. Growing up with Bev being my younger sister, I often got snitched on. Snitching. The voices around me faded as my mind did that thing where it drifted. Snitching in certain situations was a sure way to get yourself killed. What did Dina snitch to the feds? In our last conversation, was she trying to tell me who the real killer was in the case of her husband's death? Chapter 13, Sunday, January 5th, 5:21 p.m. After we ate the main meal, Mom was ready to go home, and I was right there with her. Bev loaded us both down with greens, cornbread, and fried chicken. After dropping Mom off, I went home and put my food in the fridge. Instead of napping, I lay down on the couch and stared at the ceiling. After I'd had my accident, no, wait, more like attempted murder. During my last real investigation as a reporter, I'd gotten way too close to the real murderer. I tried to escape from him in a stairwell, only to wind up being pushed down the same flight of stairs. When I woke up, my world had flipped upside down with a memory shot to pieces. I couldn't even remember what happened to me. The people involved and my colleagues had to piece it together for me. I still didn't remember the event that took place almost 3 years ago now. What I knew to be true for my own situation, it's insane trying to trap a dangerous person in a corner. They retaliate, usually violently. God blessed me with life. Nothing has been the same ever again. I could have stayed in the depressed state I was in when I left Charlotte for good 2 years ago. There were bright spots to moving back home into my aunt's house. I missed her something awful, though. When I was living in Charlotte, she was the only one in the family I felt comfortable remaining in touch with on a regular basis. Aunt C was my dad's sister, and she loved Dallas more than anybody. When I wanted to be mad at him, she'd talk me down. I didn't hate him because of her. But that love I longed for from him has affected me every day of my life. My mom said I deserved to be happy. I would have loved to have the life Bev had with her husband, Clay. I would have loved to have a son or daughter. But I had my godson and my nieces. I had grown really close to Joseph, too. I wondered what Trey told his son about us taking a break. It bothered me more than it should have that we didn't even speak today at church. That business about we could still be friends may not work, especially if he did start to cave under Queen's advances. Tired of moping, I watched some foreign TV series on Netflix. Despite having to read the subtitles, I binged through at least 3 episodes before sleep overtook me. I woke to a black TV screen. When I reached for the remote, the screen displayed the message, "Are you still watching?" I chuckled. No, apparently not. Once I switched the television off, darkness enveloped me, other than the light from the front porch streaming through my window. I reached for my phone and couldn't find it on the couch. Finally, after I felt around for it on the floor, the screen lit up when I touched it. The screen read 10:53 p.m. I saw I had a message. My first hope was maybe Trey had sent me a message and I missed it. He had to have felt guilty about not speaking to me today. But it wasn't from him. Amir had sent a message at 10:41 p.m. "Got something else you should see. I'll be by your office in the morning." I should have gone back to bed, but my mind had a jolt of adrenaline. I'd slept too much already anyway. Pouring myself into my work had been my coping mechanism for over 20 years. When I could no longer work as a reporter, I almost lost myself. My head injury didn't help, especially since, on occasion, it still affected my memory. I trudged down the hall towards the room that used to be mine when I spent time at Aunt C's house. Since I inherited the house, I made the master bedroom my room. I could hear feet scurrying behind me. Normally I would have been alarmed, but I knew Callie had nocturnal habits. Plus, she slept all day. The life of a cat seemed so enticing. Whenever I opened this bedroom, she couldn't wait to get inside. It was one of the few places in the house she wasn't allowed to roam. When I moved back home, I had my boxes from work shipped to me. They were filled with 20 years' worth of stories. The box I sought was easy to find, like it had been waiting for me to return. I flipped open the lid and pulled out a notebook and some folders. I first met Dina when I started investigating her husband, Brent. He was a successful businessman and city councilman with many influential contacts, both in the local and state government. His main business had been commercial real estate. There was a bit of a pattern here I'd just run across a few months ago in my previous case. Edwin Peters owned Waterway Commercial Real Estate. Amir had installed Edwin's computer network, so he had access to the company data. It was clear Edwin had been scamming landowners, buying their land for way less than what it was really worth. From the tawdry photos in Edwin's cloud, we knew he and some friends used the escort service, but they didn't seem to be behind it. I read my notes, which I preferred to write by hand. Brent's real estate deals consisted of him buying and selling commercial properties on the East Coast in major cities like New York, Wilmington, Charleston, and Miami. They were all port cities, which made me wonder if Brent's business dealings involved water transportation. He also owned private airplanes. As I continued reading my notes, I was reminded of my theory, which soon became apparent after much digging and talking to people who really didn't want to talk. Drug distribution and human trafficking had been hidden within Brent's more legitimate business. He'd been doing it a long time, even propositioned one of his victims, then Dina Romanova, into marriage. She'd been an escort and was brought into this country illegally from Poland. I flipped more pages in the notebook. My focus for the story became twofold, one angle concentrating on Brent and the other on educating viewers about human trafficking. I'd even been able to get a few girls to talk on camera with their faces and voices distorted. What made Brent grow sloppy prior to his death was his addiction to his drug of choice. His heroin overdose was made to appear like a suicide, but later the autopsy suggested he'd been helped because of a suspicious needle mark in his skin. That's where the blame turned to Dina. She'd been in the house with him and knew more than anyone about his habit. The poor girl who'd been taken from her family in hopes of an acting career ended up married to a man who really saw her as property. In her new life, she lived well and supposedly had no reason to resent her husband. I remembered many of my colleagues agreed she had to be guilty, that she'd finally snapped. What did I miss? Why did I believe she committed murder back then? The fact that Dina felt the need to tell me on Friday night that she knew her husband's killer still baffled me. That meant there had to be someone from 5 years ago who still was a player now. Someone who Dina finally wanted to reveal, thus giving her the courage to talk to the feds. I closed the notebook and rubbed my temples. This angle of looking at the past could be a dead end. There were people more directly involved. There were Dylan Jenkins and Virgil Phillips, and the man with the beard. He was the most interesting candidate because he had made Dina nervous in that elevator, and he'd been the one person missing. And why were Dylan and Virgil so keen on suppressing the evidence found on Edwin's computer? What else did they have to hide? Who was the missing woman? These were all questions I intended to find answers to. Chapter 14, Monday, January 6, 7:46 a.m. I'm not usually an early riser, but I was up before the cat woke me up on Monday. If I was the kind of person who worked out, 6 o'clock would have been an ideal time to go exercising. But my hips could testify to the fact that any workout regimen I once had no longer existed. Last night, a headache brewed as I went through my old notes. I had matched up some similarities between Dina's and her husband's death. Someone staged both to look like suicide. There was someone we weren't aware of, but Dylan and Virgil knew this person. Maybe they even knew Dina would die on Friday night. Too tired to think, and armed with an ibuprofen, I headed to bed. By 7 o'clock, I swung by my usual morning spot at Huddle House. Often, I met Trey here for breakfast. He wasn't anywhere in sight. Not that I expected him to be. I ordered a coffee to go, ready to get to the office. I was growing frustrated with how my mind kept wandering towards Trey. I needed to be focused on my investigation. I arrived at Clayton Matthews' law firm before Clay or Agnes, the office secretary, arrived. That had to be a first for me. My brother-in-law lent me my office space since he threw most of his investigative needs my way. He'd mentioned to me yesterday there was a case waiting for me on my desk. As I sipped my black coffee, I flipped open the file. It was a standard shoot, photos of a spouse cheating. Not the most exciting work, but it paid my bills. I was scrolling through Sophia's Instagram profile when I heard noises outside my door. I peeked out to see Agnes had arrived and was busying herself starting a pot of coffee. Agnes was not a fan of mine, but she made the best coffee. She saw me and smiled, though her smile, as usual, never reached her eyes.
You're here early, Rena.
Good morning, Agnes. Yeah, I was ready to get started for the week. Is Clay in yet?
He will be in this afternoon. He's in court today. I left a folder for you on your desk.
Yes, I'm checking over the information now.
Good. The coffee will be ready in a few minutes.
Agnes returned to her desk and swiveled her chair around, so all I saw was her back. I couldn't figure out if she wasn't a morning person like me or she'd just dismissed me. Probably a bit of both. I sighed and closed my door, no longer feeling the urge for the coffee. Agnes was another one of my dad's casualties in the woman department. I didn't think about it too much, but sometimes when I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. A much more feminine version, but I had his eyes. I guess I couldn't blame her for her bitterness. I sat back behind my desk, empty coffee cup forgotten until I heard someone knock on my door. Amir stood in my doorway, wearing a bright yellow hoodie and jeans. The big black frames he wore didn't hide the eyes that could stop a woman in their tracks. "Look at you, looking like sunshine," I grinned. His smile widened as he stepped inside. "You can close the door. Are you wearing those glasses for fashion now, or do you really have bad eyesight?" He laughed.
"I've always had bad eyesight. I've been wearing glasses since I was like 10. It didn't do much for me on the playground, but I learned to toughen up. When I had the funds, I switched over to contacts. Glasses help on the days my eyes are irritated."
I looked at him closer as he stood in front of my desk. His eyes were red. "Did you get some rest?"
"Yes, Mom."
I grimaced. "Okay, what have I started? What happened to just calling me Rena?"
"Sorry. I used to have pet names for people in my life, which aren't too many at the moment."
"Well, you and me have that in common. I've never been one to be the life of anyone's party. What you got for me this morning?"
"I'm worried about our third girl."
My smile slipped. "You can't find her?"
"No, and I don't like it. All these youngsters are on social media. The other two were fairly easy to track down. I don't know how to find her. She must be really new to all of this, including social media."
Would a young person stay away from social media? My niece decided it was a good idea to start a TikTok account because she's 13 now.
Uh-oh. What did her parents say?
I shrugged. I'm hoping she confessed what she did to them. I'm her only aunt, so I kinda didn't want to tattle on her, but I have friended her.
That's wild. I didn't know you have an account.
I'm sure there's a lot you don't know about me, just like I don't know about you. TikTok is all videos though, so I don't know if it would be any help. The more I look at the one photo we have, I feel like I know this girl from somewhere.
You think she lives around here?
Maybe.
Do you have access to yearbooks? That might be a way to see if she's gone to school around here. It would be a lot of work, but all we have is that photo.
That's actually a good idea. Yes, it would be a lot of work, but my Aunt C kept yearbooks. She liked to keep up with her former students. I will see what I can find. In the meantime, what about our mystery third guy?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I did some searching. Since Dylan and Virgil are from Georgetown, it seemed logical that this guy is too. And they called the guy Otis. Luckily, Otis isn't the most popular name these days.
I only know of Otis Redding. Amir grinned.
Hey, I even know about him.
He proceeded to sing a bit of The Dock of the Bay. I clapped. Look at you singing. Nice voice.
Thanks. That was a favorite of my grandpa. I was with my grandparents for a while before foster home.
It's nice to have those memories.
Yeah, there are a few. Anyhow, you should have heard of this guy. Maybe you don't remember him. He may have graduated a few years before you.
I frowned. An Otis from when I was in school? Amir held up his phone.
He's the principal of GHS now, Otis Roberts.
I peered at the photo. Yes, that's him. He's a principal. What in the world was he doing with Dylan and Virgil? He seems like such an odd fit.
I have no idea. I can pull up more on him, but I wanted you to know I found him. He may or may not know anything since he seems fairly new.
I want to still reach out to him. If anything, maybe he can tell us more about this girl or even how he found out about this escort business.
How do you intend to do that?
I don't know. Could we reach out to him and say she's missing? Amir rubbed his hand across his head.
What if she's not really missing? We will have to tread lightly here. We don't know where she is, and we also don't want to put her in danger.
You're right. I don't know why I keep barking up this tree. I mean, Samantha participated in the escort business for the money, but she moved around freely, working at the hair salon, she had her own apartment. What are we really after here, Amir?
You mean who?
We did find out in a really tragic way that Dina Huffman was involved.
I nodded. Yes, that came out of the blue. She seemed to be protective of the girls.
What happens now that Dina is out of the picture? Who was her boss? The escort business just doesn't disappear overnight. Remember the man with the beard whisked those girls away on Saturday?
You're right. I doubt someone is going to give up their money source. You think the bearded man is working for a bigger boss? Maybe Dina was giving up the one at the top. Amir nodded.
Yeah, if the feds get involved, they want to take down the biggest fish.
Were you able to get anything on the license plate from the Suburban?
I'm working on it. I have a friend at the DMV who owes me a favor.
A knock at the door made me jump. Agnes stuck her head in. Everything okay, Agnes? She appeared worried.
I don't know. You have visitors.
I frowned. Who is it? I don't have any appointments for today.
They said they're FBI.
I looked over at Amir, whose body stilled. My heart felt like it was beating through my shirt. Poor Agnes didn't have a chance before Agent Washington pushed his way into the office. He was followed by Agent Chandler. When Washington spotted Amir and me, he crossed his arms.
This is going to be interesting.
I groaned inside, and not because of the agents in my office. Outside the office, Agnes stared with her mouth gaped. I had a feeling she'd been on the phone venting to someone. She was a bit of a gossip, which made me often wonder why Clay kept her as a secretary. I turned my attention to Agent Washington and his partner. I couldn't imagine why they would show up at my office, but usually, with law enforcement, it had to do with me sticking my nose where it didn't belong. Chapter 15. Monday, January 6, 11:12 a.m. When the agents entered my office, I heard Amir mumble an expletive under his breath. I looked at him and saw his eyes widen at the sight of the two agents. I had no idea why the agents were here. I could only assume this had to do with my chance meeting with Dina. I grinned, though my jaws felt tight with tension. Hello, Agent Washington, and if I remember correctly, your partner is Agent Chandler.
Your memory isn't that bad, Serena.
Agent Washington walked past me and stopped in front of Amir.
And what a surprise to see you with this young man. Amir, it's been a while. I have a feeling that you two being together means trouble.
I gaped at Amir, who hung his head like he was a little boy being reprimanded. I said, You know Amir? Washington smiled.
Amir did some work for us. And now I'm even more curious about your getaway at the beach, Private Investigator Manchester. You didn't mention your new business venture.
I raised my eyebrow at Agent Washington's sudden shift to being formal. Amir looked at me.
Was this the guy you were talking about?
Yeah, I said. Small world, I guess. I should have mentioned his name. Agent Washington grinned.
Small world indeed. So now you can tell us why you were really at the beach. I assume Amir was there with you. Who were you two investigating?
I started to protest, but Agent Washington shook his head.
Don't deny it. You were a shrewd reporter. When I heard you'd left, I couldn't imagine a world without Serena Manchester poking her nose in it. Private investigating suits you.
Agent Washington turned.
And this guy. I know he stays busy. He has some very unique clients. In fact, I would say you both have a knack for digging up dirt on pretty shady people.
I blew out a breath. Is this about Dina Huffman? Agent Chandler spoke up. You were on camera talking to her in the lobby about 2 hours before she fell to her death. I frowned at the younger agent. I think I told your partner that I ran into Dina. I had no idea she would be at the hotel. Agent Chandler quipped. So you were just there for the spa? Did you ever make it to the spa? I wasn't even about to answer that. Okay, you two can stop the fishing expedition. What exactly do you think we can help you with? Agent Washington sat down in a chair, which I was thankful for, because the man's height could be intimidating.
There was a lot going on at the hotel. Dina had been helping us with something. I just find it not so coincidental that you were there. You were the one to bring her husband down years ago, and you diligently covered Dina while she was on trial for his murder. I believe you were one of the rare reporters to get an interview with her.
I nodded. Still, I wasn't aware that she was there in the hotel or that she was in the area. I knew after she was released, she left the Charlotte area, but I hadn't thought about the woman in years. And even if I was doing some investigating this past weekend, I'm not obligated to tell you. Agent Chandler frowned.
You're protecting a client?
Amir and I were doing this investigation on our own, but they didn't need to know that tidbit of information. And what if I was? Confidentiality is important in my business. I protect my clients just like I protect my sources. How else will I be able to pay my bills? Agent Washington stared at me.
What kind of client work do you mainly get?
I shrugged. The usual, cheating spouses. My brother-in-law, the lawyer whose name is on the building, sends me most of my clients. Agent Chandler commented,
So he pays you so you can stay at some fancy hotel like the Grand Resort Hotel? That has to be a pretty good client. I hope you got what you needed.
Okay, the young agent was working my nerves worse than her partner.
I think Serena tried to nicely ask you to tell us what you want.
Amir snapped. He'd been quiet, but I could tell there had been nervous energy building. Now, he looked ready to explode. So, I wasn't the only one annoyed. Agent Washington rose to his feet.
Calm down, Amir. I'm here because I know Ms. Manchester. While she's changed professions, she still knows how to get into trouble. Seeing that she's hooked up, okay, maybe not the correct word to use these days. The fact that you two are working together, I get a sense that both of you may have stepped into something neither one of you want. If anything, I'm here to warn you to back off.
I raised an eyebrow. Back off. You don't even know what we were doing.
I know you both were involved in exposing some sensitive information found on the late Edwin Peters' computer. The Grand Ocean Resort Hotel came up frequently in that information. There's a woman who's dead who liked to use that condo as well as a few others for an interesting business venture.
Agent Washington paused and looked at Agent Chandler, who seemed to be visibly trying to hold it together. That's when I realized what they really wanted to ask us. The blood and the fingerprint in the elevator. I heard Agent Chandler mention someone was missing. Does that person have anything to do with Dina? Both agents exchanged a glance without saying a word. Is it a woman? I inquired. Agent Chandler snapped.
What do you know?
I'm just guessing. There was a group of young women with men considerably older than them. The last I saw Dina alive, she was riding up in the elevator with them. It couldn't have been Dina's blood or fingerprint in that elevator. She didn't, I grimaced, come back down that way. Silence settled in my office until Agent Chandler reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. She swiped a few times and then held up the screen.
You were sitting downstairs in the bar for a while, like you were waiting on someone. Did you see this woman?
I raised an eyebrow. So the feds had my surveillance time logged as being suspicious. I looked at the photo. My mind recalled the 3 women we'd seen last Friday. This woman was blonde, but she wasn't the one we'd seen in the penthouse. She was short, more petite. I shook my head. She wasn't one of the girls I saw. Those girls came in the bar and were talking to each other for a while. Amir also looked at the photo. He stared a long time. If I wasn't mistaken, I believe he recognized the woman. Agent Washington rose from the chair.
Have you seen her before?
Amir shook his head.
I don't know. She looks a lot like these girls who are on social media. I'm pretty sure I didn't see her at the hotel, but she has that kind of face, I guess.
Everyone looked at Amir. The agent saw the change in his eyes, too. What was Amir hiding?
Agent Chandler huffed. Are you sure you didn't see her?
Amir folded his arms.
I'm sure.
Where were you?
Agent Chandler asked. Amir scoffed.
In the hotel room. Do I need to tell you what I was doing?
Agent Washington glanced between both of us.
You sure you don't want to share while you were both there?
I had grown tired of the feds in my office. Look, if we could help you find this missing woman, we would. But neither one of us have seen her. Do you think she's in some kind of danger or hurt somewhere? Shouldn't you be alerting the local law enforcement to help you?
We will, Serena. It's just that I saw you on camera talking to Dina. I'm worried that you have stepped into something you shouldn't. Dina hadn't learned her lesson. You know her history. Even after her husband was killed and she was on trial for his murder, you would think the woman would walk away from the life of crime.
Let me guess. She went back to doing what she knew best.
Yeah. But she had someone pulling her strings, someone you don't want to deal with. And if I was you two, I would stay away.
Agent Washington turned to Amir.
By the way, this person is even worse than your dad.
I felt my mouth fly open. I peered over at Amir, who appeared to lose the color in his face. I'd been candid with Amir about my family history, especially about my biological dad being the town drunk and a womanizer. He knew my war stories about my stepdad. What I knew about Amir was he grew up in a foster home. That's how he met Samantha. But I never knew how he ended up in the foster home. A lot of kids end up in a foster home because things went wrong with their biological parents. Some things from the past didn't need to be addressed, and Agent Washington had hit Amir in a spot that had to be painful. When Amir managed to speak, his voice had grown hoarse as if he'd run out of breath.
My pops is dead. There's no reason for you to bring him up.
I'd never seen Agent Washington look ashamed about anything, but he did now.
You're right. That was uncalled for. It's just that we know Dina ran in the same circles as your dad before he died. We understood that even he was afraid of someone.
Amir rolled his eyes.
You're saying he was afraid of this person because he wouldn't snitch? That's rule number 1. Never snitch.
I felt bad for Amir, so I broke into the tense conversation. That's right. And apparently Dina forgot that since she was talking to you. That got her killed. Agent Chandler frowned.
How would you know?
Are you trying to say she committed suicide? In our very brief conversation, for some reason, she wanted to make sure I knew she didn't kill her husband. She knew who could have been responsible. Did she tell you all? Sounded to me like she loved her life, and maybe she thought you were her way out, finally. That was a mistake, wasn't it? I sure knew how to make a room silent. The two agents didn't respond right away. I glanced over at Amir, who gave me a head nod in agreement with my assessment. Finally, Agent Washington tilted his head, pulling himself out of deep thought.
You're right. Dina talked. She was trying to save her skin. We had someone close by, but we're dealing with some tricky characters. They watch everything. That should give you both an idea of who we're dealing with here. I will advise you again to tread carefully with your investigation. I hate to say this, but Serena, your brief encounter with Dina has probably placed you under their radar. Think long and hard about this supposed client who's wanting information. There are plenty other ways to get your bills paid.
With that, the two agents left. I closed the door behind them. I asked Amir, "Are you okay?" Amir peered up at me.
Agent Washington was only trying to scare us to get information.
I know. I'm familiar with his tactics. I get the sense that they really want to find this missing woman, too. Maybe she's an informant. I knew Amir knew more than he said. He rubbed his head.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I could tell this was a sensitive topic, but I had to know. All right, partner. Now, tell me, who is your dad, and why did you lie to the agents? You know the missing woman. Chapter 16, Monday, January 6, 12:17 p.m. It took Amir almost a full minute before he responded. I didn't want to push him, as I observed emotions war across his face. With Amir ending up in foster care and his father known by the FBI, I knew my struggles over my father paled in comparison. Still, if Amir's dad had a connection to Dina and the escort business, then I needed to know more. We both had committed to this investigation. I started moving papers around on my desk. You know about my relationship with my dad. I'm a grown woman, and to this day, I'm still dealing with my father's ghost. I'm not about to judge you about your relationship with your dad. Obviously, him being in your life had to be traumatic. He doesn't sound like he was a good guy at all. Amir laughed harshly.
You know, I remember two versions of my pops. When I was younger, he was my world. I loved to hang out with him. He was a big man, and I knew people respected him. Then there was this other side, the side where I saw the fear in my mom's eyes. At night, when I heard his angry voice and the slaps. That was the side that made me afraid of him. It was a side that was far worse than I could have ever imagined as a boy.
We don't have to dig up your pain, Amir. We're partners on this investigation, and I just want us to choose the best path forward. Agent Washington was pretty clear about us staying clear of this guy. He took me and you by surprise. Amir stood and paced.
Yeah, that's his style. As soon as Agent Washington walked through that door, I kind of expected it. His partner is a piece of work herself.
I smiled. I sense that she's young and maybe a rookie, but she's definitely worried about the missing woman, so I understand her anxiousness to get information. You know who she is, don't you?
I wasn't sure because of the makeup, but I've met her before. She's not an informant, but an FBI agent.
I crossed my arms, feeling cold. She was dressed really nice in that photo. Was she undercover?
Probably there to look out for Dina.
Tell me more about your pops, just to clear the air between us. You look like you want to talk.
Might as well get it all out in the open. It's probably why your detective buddy doesn't like me so much.
Detective Moses?
I'm sure my reputation is out there for all to see. Antonio Rice, boy.
Amir scoffed.
I haven't thought about my pops in a long time. It's easier not to. But I can picture the last time I saw him. He was in the courtroom and the judge had sentenced him. Agent Washington was there too. I sat behind my dad like I was there to support him. But I really was grateful he was going away.
I frowned. Did Agent Washington involve you in capturing your dad? Is that how you know this female FBI agent? Amir nodded.
Yeah. Agent Washington was my handler, but I remember her being around. She might have been his partner at the time. I think her name was Agent Sanchez. Her first name might have been Maria or Marie.
I sighed. That explains them both being upset. That blood in the elevator must be hers. So they're desperate to find one of their own. I imagine the agent was supposed to be with Dina, and she got stopped in her tracks, unable to protect Dina.
Sounds about right,
Amir agreed. So Agent Washington used you. That seems kinda cruel, even for him. And I've seen some sides of him that make me question his agent status.
Agent Washington didn't have to do too much convincing. He knew just how to tap into my rage, and he had me in a corner. I learned a lot about hacking from some friends of mine. Well, supposed friends. I met Agent Washington when a particular mission went wrong and I got caught red-handed. I had a choice. I could serve time, or I could help him get a bigger fish. My pops.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
I have no regrets. My mom committed suicide, but in my mind, he killed her. He broke her down to the point where she felt like she had no other way out, and I ended up in foster care. Antonio Wright deserved to be behind bars. He did some bad stuff. A girl like Samantha or the girls we saw Friday, they wouldn't have been safe around him.
I questioned. He was killed in prison?
Yep, someone got to him.
Now that Amir had mentioned his dad's name, I remembered the story. I was concerned. Still wasn't a cool thing to do, putting you in that position. Are you safe? Amir shrugged.
Pops is dead, and no one bothers me. Plus, I can do stuff.
The cyber stuff. I imagine you can control a lot that way.
I could,
he smiled.
But I try to stay on the side of being a good guy, so I'm fine. No worries, boss.
I wasn't so sure. Amir was young, and while he'd seen a lot, his male ego wasn't making me feel very confident. I'd also been to Amir's house. He had an unreal home security setup, and he didn't really socialize, kept to himself most of the time. He struck me as a person who looked over his shoulder, and his physique implied he was prepared to do battle if he had to do it. He hadn't been in the military, but he carried himself like a soldier. going to war sometimes. I wanted to switch subjects. So, you stayed with your grandparents for a while before foster care? His eyes grew sad, the way they did when he thought about his foster sister, Samantha.
After my mom died, Pops disappeared, left me with my mom's parents. Then Grandpa died, and eventually my grandma died. People were dropping like flies around me. 12 years old without my family. I had some bad foster homes, but then there were some good ones. My grandma used to say, God will make a way.
He did. You're still here, I said quietly.
I guess.
Nothing is ever easy, not in this world.
Yeah, you're right about that.
It may be good that your dad didn't come for you.
I've thought about that. If I was raised by him, my life would have gone a very different way. He claimed he looked for me, but I was in a foster care system. I didn't believe he looked that hard. But when he found me, and what I could do with computers and technology, I was like golden to him.
That had to be hard.
It wasn't at first. I just needed to get Agent Washington what they wanted. Information to put him away, but
Amir sighed.
At some point, I started to doubt what I was doing. That guy I remembered when I was younger showed up sometime. Pops had a crazy sense of humor, very charming. People were crazy loyal to him. There was a time when the man I admired, I wanted to be the son he would be proud of, even though what he was doing was illegal. I could have slipped and gone all the way to the bad side.
But you didn't.
No, I had Agent Washington on my back. He was determined if I couldn't bring in my pops, I would go down for my stuff.
Well, I know about Agent Washington. I met him when I covered the case with Dina. And let's just say that the old Serena did what she needed to do to get her information. So I know about agents breathing down your neck, possibly in a different way. Amir grimaced.
Wait, what? Not you and Agent Washington.
I shrugged. Hey, I haven't always been where I am now. I have a past. We all do. But the question is, what do we do with the future? Based on what you knew about your dad's dealings, do you have any idea who Agent Washington was talking about? Had you come across anyone? I mean, just so we stay out of their way, of course.
Of course,
he echoed.
I'm trying to think. He wasn't afraid of anyone, really. At least, not that I remember. But you know us guys, we're not going to let you know we're afraid. You can't in that world.
True. Amir raised an eyebrow.
So it sounds like we're going to keep going with this investigation?
Yeah, look, we know it's very possible somebody helped Dina off that balcony. And based on the photo the agent showed us, the missing woman is FBI. She could be dead too, with the blood I saw in that elevator. And we have the young girl who was with the group. I can't get her off my mind for some reason.
So, what do you propose we do?
Stay on course. I want to have a conversation with Otis Roberts. He strikes me as the kind, if you make him nervous, he will inadvertently lead you somewhere.
And about the unknown boogeyman? I could dig back into my pop stuff.
Only if you think it helps.
All right, I'll be in touch.
After Amir left, I had a very uncomfortable idea for him. I needed to dig into Amir's dad a bit, something I didn't want to do. I trusted Amir, but I was good at my own digging. My phone rang. I looked down at the screen and saw my sister's face. Hey, sis, what's up?
Did you tell Brittany it was okay to have TikTok?
Okay, this I don't need right now. I told her she needed to be a big girl. She needed to tell you and Clay what she did. So, did she tell you? Bev wailed,
Rena, I can't find her. This morning while I was dropping them off at school, Tiffany told me what her sister had on her phone. I yelled at Brittany in the car to give me her phone. She threw it at me and jumped out of the car with an attitude. If I hadn't needed to drop Tiffany off, I would have gone after her. Anyway, I got a call from school just now that Brittany didn't arrive to first or third period. I dropped her off myself. Where could she have gone? I can't get Clay on the phone because he's in court. I don't know what to do.
I jumped up from my desk. Bev, calm down, please. Where are you?
I'm back at the house. I don't know where she could have gone. I hoped she'd come home.
Just hold on tight. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I knew yesterday when I saw Brittany with the makeup on her face that something was up. I should have let Bev confront her about the makeup and phone app yesterday. Some aunt I've been. I was so busy trying to track down girls in an escort service and solve a murder that I was doing that thing I always did, not paying attention to the people in my life. I wasn't used to this. When I was away, I'd been pretty selfish. Now, I was starting to see I couldn't be that way anymore. Lord, please watch over that girl, and I have to do better about listening to you. Chapter 17. Monday, January 6, 1:21 p.m. As I drove to Bev's house, I couldn't believe Brittany would skip school, but I should have figured something like this would happen. Her being bold enough to defy her parents' wishes by signing up for TikTok spoke volumes. For all I knew, she probably signed up for Instagram too, me being the clueless aunt. When Bev needed me to watch the girls, I gladly obliged. I didn't have children of my own, but I poured all the maternal instincts I had into my 2 nieces, as well as my godson Chris and Trey's son Joseph. The one thing I did well that their parents didn't do, I listened. In fact, the last time Brittany was over at my house, I went from being slightly amused to horrified as I listened to her talk about boys. She wanted to know things a girl her age probably shouldn't know yet, but heard from her peers. And I know my sister. She wouldn't have wanted her daughter to know. She tried hard to shelter her daughter from the world. My stepdad was really hard on me when I turned 13. Those memories were vivid in my 43-year-old brain. I felt like he was harder on me than he was on Bev, his own daughter. We laughed about it on Sunday, but Bev had always been a late bloomer. I suspected some of it was because she saw how her dad reacted to my crazy antics. Bev had never gotten into any trouble and stayed on the A honor roll in school. I always thought Brittany and Tiffany would remain good girls like their mom. I arrived at Bev's house, screeching my Honda's tires as I turned into the driveway. My sister met me at the front door, her eyes red from crying. As soon as she opened the door, she reached for me, and I hugged her. I shouldn't have taken her phone, Rena. I can't get in touch with her. I walked my sister into the house and closed the door behind her. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Let me see your phone. Are you able to get into it? Bev nodded. Yes, I set up the passcode. I watched as she typed in 6 numbers. Then I took the phone from my sister and went straight to the text messages. The fact that Brittany wanted to spend more time with her friends than with her own family was a red flag to me. Somebody had to be influencing some of this behavior. I figured there were texts on Brittany's phone from this person. First thing I noticed was the crazy names. Some of these aren't real names. They're like nicknames or usernames. What? Bev looked. Where did all these come from? The last time I looked at the phone, I didn't see these. She may be deleting them. Bev threw her hands up. She's never done anything like this. Being sneaky is not my Brittany. Let's try to figure out where she would have gone. Who are these friends she hangs out with at church? Has she been to their house? You may know one of the moms. I think she was in your graduating class. Really? Who? Jeanette Burns. She has 2 daughters. Her youngest daughter is Brittany's age. Her name is Layla. The other one I think is much older. I can't think of her name at the moment. I haven't really met her either, but Layla and Brittany hit it off. They have classes together and they sit with each other at church. This may have been because it's been a long time or my memory issues from my head injury, but Jeanette's face wasn't coming up for me. I don't remember Jeanette. Are you sure she was in my class? I thought so. Well, maybe she was in a few classes ahead of you. She sounded like she knew you. But she did say she lived in Charlotte a few years. Maybe she just remembered you from when you were a reporter. I shook my head. It's not important. Do you have a number for Jeanette? Can we find out if Layla's in school? If she's not, maybe she and Brittany are together. Oh, okay. I think I have Jeanette's cell phone number. All right. I'm going to look for Layla in these text messages. I sat down on the couch in the living room. In the background, I could hear Bev on the phone, but I tried zoning her out so I could make sense of the messages. I found a chain of messages between Brittany and Layla. The last string of messages caught my attention. Layla,
Sup? You coming tonight?
Brittany, my mom is bugging.
Layla, come over. My mom works.
Brittany,
You're lucky.
Layla,
Tell her you're coming to study.
Brittany, IDK. Layla,
Try, girl. My sis can hook us up. LMK.
Brittany, okay, LAR. I wasn't trying to be old school, but these kids needed to write English. From what I could interpret, Layla was trying to get Brittany to go somewhere, maybe her house. If her mom worked, that meant no supervision. Knowing how Bev locked down the girls, Brittany wasn't going anywhere on a school night. Bev walked back into the room.
I'm trying to get Jeanette, but she's not answering.
Where does she work?
At some convenience store, but I don't know which one.
So she works at night?
I honestly don't know, Rena.
We haven't talked that much. Okay. Has Brittany been over to their house? Bev shook her head.
She's been asking about sleeping over, but I'm not ready for that type of sleepovers.
I raised an eyebrow. But you're okay with the girls sleeping over at the church lock-in?
Well, of course, it's church, and the girls are used to having activities there, and they have lots of friends. But I have to tell you, when we find Brittany, she may not be going anywhere for a long time.
Okay. Well, from what I can interpret from these, it's possible the girls are together, but we need some way of finding Jeanette's house.
I shouldn't have taken Brittany's phone. We would have been able to track her.
You have a tracker on her phone? Bev sighed.
I'm not spying on her. The app is called Find My Kid, and it lets me know her location. I feel silly now, but I didn't think my child was going to leave the school.
So where would she go on her own that you would want to track?
I do let her out of the house sometimes, Rena. The library's down the street. She goes there, but she has to take Tiffany with her.
And that shows up on the app. Does she know about this?
I don't think so. Both Clay and I have the Find My Kid app on our phones. We agreed it was a good idea.
I'm not judging. You haven't noticed if she's been anywhere else?
No, but I can check the app.
Let's do that to see if we can see if she's been going anywhere else. While Bev checked, I went through Brittany's phone, and sure enough, she did sign up for Instagram. She didn't tell me that. Her profile was @LilBrittany2009. Great. Telling your age and your username, Brittany. Lord, please protect this child from her naivete. I scanned her profile, which had at least 20 photos, meaning she had this account for a while. I suspected even before the TikTok account. I rolled my eyes when I saw a photo of her wearing bright red lipstick. I didn't know when this picture was taken, but even her hairstyle was different. Her hair was pulled up, and I have to say, my niece was a pretty girl. But the look she was giving the camera made her look way older than 13. We had good-looking genes in our family, so I'm pretty sure Brittany was getting a lot more attention, especially now that her figure had blossomed. My stomach started to grow queasy because I'd reported on what happened to young girls caught by a predator. I wasn't sure if I should show this to Bev or not. Maybe later, after we found Brittany. My sister was already scared. I clicked on followers to see what Brittany's friends looked like. I prayed the girl hadn't friended anyone she didn't actually know in real life. It was so easy for people to hide behind fake profiles. As I scrolled, I came across a profile, @LettieLove. Panic gripped my stomach as I stared at the profile photo. No, you've got to be kidding me. I clicked the profile. Was this the same girl I've been looking for the past few days? I'd been wondering why she was so familiar, but this couldn't be Brittany's friend, though. What did Bev say? There was an older sister. I scrolled down the profile and found a selfie photo with @LettieLove, Brittany, and a girl I assumed was Layla. Layla looked a lot like her older sister, but she had darker skin. The girls appeared to be outside somewhere. I really needed to find Brittany, her friend, and this girl. I whipped out my phone and hit a contact in my favorites. Amir answered pretty quickly.
What's up, Rena?
I found the girl, and I need your help. Chapter 18, Monday, January 6, 2:45 p.m. I explained to Amir about Brittany being missing and the profile I'd stumbled over. I know the sister's name is Layla Burns, and the mother is Jeanette Burns. Can we find out anything about the sister, and even more importantly, where these girls are? Amir asked,
Can you tell where the girls are from the background in the photo?
"They're outside. It's not my sister's house. I'm going to send you a screenshot."
All right, that will work. You said Bev has an app.
I looked up to see Bev staring at me.
Who's that?
Bev asked. "I just called Amir. This is his area of expertise. He can help us locate Brittany. Did you find anything on the app? Amir, I'm going to put you on speakerphone."
Hey, Miss Bev. We will find Brittany. Don't worry.
Bev frowned at first, but then nodded, even though Amir couldn't see her.
Okay, I appreciate any help you can give, Amir. I do have 2 places I'm not familiar with showing on the app. She's been coming to and leaving church with a friend, Layla, so this could be her house.
That's good. Does the app show a map with pins?
Yes, that's right,
Bev confirmed. Amir asked,
Good. We can use the GPS in my car to locate those places on the map.
Bev swallowed.
You're going to look for them?
Amir said, Of course. Hey, Serena, why don't you swing by here and we can go to these addresses? Miss Bev, it may be better for you to stay at home, just in case Brittany comes home.
Good idea, Amir. Of course, he knew I wanted to track down and talk to the older girl, too. Bev seemed unsure about the plan.
Okay, I guess I better call Clay. He should be out of court by now.
Good. Tell him that we will keep you both updated and I will bring Brittany home. I left the house before Bev changed her mind and wanted to hop in the car with me. My sister was usually a calm person, but when it came to her kids, she went all mama bear. I arrived in Amir's house in about 10 minutes. He was already outside. I jumped out and headed towards him. So, do you have an idea where we're going?
Yep, hop in. I know the neighborhood. I have a friend over that way.
I watched as Amir punched the address into his GPS. The familiar female voice started her instructions. "Thanks for doing this, by the way." Amir grinned.
Not a problem. Brittany's skipping school. It can't be all that bad at home.
I shook my head. No, more like she's at the age when your mom or dad are telling you what you can't do, but all your friends are doing it. It feels like a tragedy at that age. As Amir turned into a cul-de-sac, I realized I recognized this neighborhood. Hey, my dad had a place over here when I was in junior high. I'd been back in Georgetown going on 2 years now, but there still were places I'd never visited. Amir pulled up to a house which could use a fresh coat of paint.
According to the location on the Find My Kid app, this is the address.
There weren't any cars in the driveway. It doesn't appear like anyone is home. But according to Layla's text, her mother could have headed off to work. She works at a convenience center and it sounds like she works in the evening sometimes. I looked at my phone. It's just a little after 3 o'clock. When would a night shift start? Amir cut the engine.
Could start as early as 4 p.m. She could be getting ready or sleeping.
Okay, let's go. It was pretty quiet in the neighborhood, probably because of the time of day and it was freezing cold out. January usually brought some of the colder weather to the south. There wasn't a doorbell visible, so I knocked on the door. The wreath that hung on the door had berries arranged within the greenery. A glittery gold sign in the middle of the wreath read, "Season's Greetings." Someone hasn't taken all the Christmas decorations down. Soon, I could hear a shuffling behind the door. It was opened by a woman who appeared to be close to my age. Her eyes were blurry as if she'd been asleep.
Yes, can I help you?
Jeanette? Jeanette Burns? She narrowed her eyes and stared at me.
I know you. Well, I know of you. Serena Manchester. Why are you here in Georgetown?
I flashed her a smile. I live here. This is my hometown. I glanced back. This is Amir Wright, my associate. May we come in? Jeanette did a double take, as if she'd just really noticed Amir. He still wore the bright yellow hoodie, but had switched the glasses for his contacts instead. Jeanette began smoothing her hair down. Hello. Y'all come on in, out of the cold. The Burns home was a little messy, with clothes thrown across the living room furniture. Jeanette picked up clothes off the couch. Sorry for the mess. I started to wash and just got too tired to finish. I have to go into work tonight at 6 o'clock and thought I'd better catch some sleep. What can I do for you? Are you still a reporter? Not anymore. You go to Zion Baptist Church? I'm Beverly Matthews' sister. Her daughter Brittany is friends with your daughter, Layla. Jeanette nodded. Yes, Brittany was around here yesterday after church. Those girls are definitely BFFs. Layla should be home soon. She rides the bus. Okay. You mind if we wait to talk to her? Brittany appears to be missing. Jeanette stretched her eyes in surprise. Missing? Her mom dropped her off at school, but Brittany didn't make it to her first period class. What? Not Brittany. That sounds like something my oldest girl would do. She eventually stopped going to school altogether. She dropped out? I inquired. Yes, Letitia's smart, too. I don't know what to do with her. Now you got me wondering about Layla. Let me call that girl. We waited as Jeanette made her call. I looked over at a bookshelf. There were various photos of Jeanette's girls at different ages. I recognized the girl whose name I now learned was Letitia Burns. She couldn't be more than 18 years old. I wondered how she got into the escort service. Her mother said she dropped out of school. That might explain the appeal. She was a young woman with limited opportunities. That girl isn't answering her phone, Jeanette exclaimed. Amir spoke up. Is there some place the girls would go? You said your oldest daughter was Letitia. Would she know? Jeanette held her hands to her face, her despair apparent. I don't know. I haven't seen her. I know you think I'm a bad mom, but I work nights during the week. Letitia's usually here. And then she works down at the beach on the weekend. She makes good money, way more than me. The only place I know she used to hang out at would be... Jeanette's voice trailed off as if a thought hit her. I nudged her. You were saying that Letitia used to hang out where? Jeanette sighed. Her first job she ever had was at that arcade. Really? The arcade I remembered had been around since the 1980s when I was a kid. We all just called it the Wave. Can you maybe call Letitia to see if her sister and Brittany are with her? Yes, I will do that. And you best believe I'm going to take care of Miss Layla when I get my hands on her. We waited as Jeanette called. I tried hard to hear the conversation on the other end, but all I heard was music blasting. I stood in front of Jeanette and held up my hands in a time-out gesture. Are the girls there? I want to get Brittany home before dark. Jeanette nodded. Letitia, Brittany's aunt is coming down. You get your sister back to the house. She hung up the phone and hung her head. I can't believe this. I had enough trouble with Letitia. I really didn't need her sister to follow in her footsteps, too. We were once teenagers ourselves. Yeah, but they seemed to get into a lot more stuff than we did. I think I was ahead of you in school. We needed to go, but something occurred to me. Yeah, you must have been. I guess your daughter was at the high school for a while. Yeah, she dropped out her junior year. She's 19 now. I wish my boy Otis had been the principal a few years ago. I heard him talking on the news the other night about this new program for keeping kids at school. Otis Roberts. Oh yeah, he was before your time at GHS too. He was a linebacker. We had quite the dream team back then. Won the state championship that year. I've heard. Look, I need to go. We'll get the girls back home safe. Back in the car with Amir, my mind was running 60 miles an hour. As soon as I get Brittany back to her parents, I need to check on a few things. Amir started the engine. Let me guess. Otis Roberts. Kind of weird about Letitia's mom bringing him up out of the blue. As he backed out of the Burns driveway, I started my new theory. I don't think she knew about Letitia's job at the beach. No mother would approve. But I'm starting to get a different perspective about Friday night. Remember Letitia was nervous? But so was Roberts. I think it's because they knew each other. Amir guided us out of the cul-de-sac before he responded. That makes sense. These escort services are about hooking up with a stranger, or at least someone very separate from your daily life. I need to get my hands on my aunt's yearbooks, now that I have a year to focus my search on. I wonder if Edwin Peters and Otis Roberts were on the football team together. Amir shot me a look. Why is that important? Most of that group, with the exception of the judge, know each other very well. and I think they all went to high school together. Otis may know more than we think he does, and he's probably more scared that Letitia can tell others about his extracurricular activities. The feds came to visit us earlier today to warn us away from some invisible boogeyman. I felt like there was more to this group of men right here in my own hometown. Chapter 19, Monday, January 6, 3:25 p.m. The arcade hadn't changed much, other than a recent fresh coat of paint and a mural painted on the side. I admired the artistry on the side wall, which showed boats lined up along the harbor and the Atlantic Ocean in the background. As soon as the door opened, the noise level from inside greeted us. Something else that hadn't changed was the number of kids hanging around. During my time at the arcade, Pac-Man and the Donkey King were my favorites. At the entrance was a large sign pointed towards the main attraction. The current iteration of the arcade boasted a virtual reality room. I tugged on Amir's sleeve. Let's start back there in the VR room. Looking like a kid in the candy store, Amir whipped his head around, checking out the games. Wow, my kind of place. The closer we approached the VR room, the more I heard screams and squeals of laughter. I recognized my niece's unique giggle. She better enjoy her time out today, because her good times were about to be over. Who knew when Clay or Bev would let that girl go anywhere? Just as I imagined, Brittany was wearing VR goggles. From the screen, it appeared she was walking on the roof of a building. I turned to the side and saw Amir approaching the Burns sisters. Both Letitia and Layla were egging Brittany on. I decided it was time for the fun and games to end, so I could get a conversation in with Letitia. I called Bev and told her where to meet us. Clay had arrived home, so both parents would arrive to escort their daughter home. At that moment, I looked up to find Brittany walking towards me. Of course, she couldn't see me, since her vision was focused inside the virtual reality setting. Brittany, watch where you're going. The grin on the teen's face froze, and she stopped mid-step. Aunt Rena? Yes, your parents will be here shortly. Take off the goggles. Brittany slowly slipped the goggles off her face. Big crocodile tears welled up in her eyes. I couldn't even feel sorry for her. Even I knew, at my age, skipping school was one of the worst things you could do. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking. Mom and Tiffany made me so mad this morning. So, how was skipping school supposed to solve your problems? You'd already disobeyed your parents. Yeah, now you sound like Mom, always quoting the Bible. Honor your mother and father so you can have a long life. Brittany, your parents are so good to you. Your mom and dad don't deserve to be freaked out. There are girls who get kidnapped every day and never make it home, ever again. I didn't mean to pour all that out, but Brittany's actions from the past few days had finally made me lose it. Bev needed to stop sheltering this girl before she did something really crazy. Brittany wasn't expecting a scolding from me. I'm the favorite aunt she could have fun with and could confide in. I took a deep breath and grabbed the girl in for a hug. I whispered to her, "Don't you ever do this again. You're going to be lucky if you get to go anywhere until you graduate." Brittany cried harder. I looked over at Amir, who had a sympathetic look on his face. Behind me, I heard someone shouting Brittany's name. If Brittany thought I was hard on her, I was pretty sure her mom was about to totally embarrass her. Bev appeared at the door of the VR room. "Brittany Matthews!" I'm sorry, Brittany sputtered out. I held out my hand towards my sister as she barreled towards Brittany. Bev, wait to go hard on her at home.
I agree. Brittany, let's go.
My brother-in-law had quietly stepped in behind Bev. The disappointment on his face made me cringe and brought forth a fresh set of tears from Brittany. After they left, I walked over to the Burns sisters. Letitia Burns? The girl who I'd seen via the video feed last Friday looked very different. For one, she looked her age, face void of makeup and her hair swept back into a long ponytail. I turned to the younger sister who wore her hair in box braids. "And you must be Layla." Amir smiled. "I've been talking to the sisters. I told them they needed to get a little older and smarter before they try to stun again." I gave Amir a look. Neither one of them better try this ever again. You're lucky Amir and I could find you. If this got out of hand, Brittany's mom was ready to call the cops.
I told them they were being stupid,
Letitia said.
They've been here with me most of the afternoon. Don't worry, they didn't get into anything else.
That's good to know. Amir, you mind keeping an eye on Layla?
Sure thing, boss.
The girl stared up at Amir and then back to her sister. Letitia shrugged like she didn't care. Layla bounced off behind Amir. I turned my attention to Letitia. I've been looking for you for a few days. She frowned at me.
Why? And who are you?
I didn't do this often, but I wanted to look official. When I flipped open the black case, it was really just my business card with my photo. I held up the badge. Detective Serena Manchester. Letitia's eyes stretched wide.
I didn't do anything.
The volume in the arcade was high when we arrived, but it seemed even louder now. I pointed towards the back. I didn't say you did. Can we talk where it's more private? Letitia looked behind her.
The manager isn't in his office right now.
Good. I have some questions. I followed Letitia into a small office in the back. I closed the door behind us, and the noise in the arcade was instantly muffled. How long have you worked here? Letitia licked her lips.
Since I was in school. I was 16 years old when I started, and I'm 19 now.
You like games? She smiled a little.
Yeah. Mom couldn't afford to get us games, so I played them in other people's houses, and the first time I came here, I was 13 or 14. I wanted to work then, but the owner said I was too young.
The owner? That's still Frankie Brody? He has to be really old. Letitia laughed.
He retired a while ago, but he still comes around. His son, Frankie, manages the arcade now.
So I imagine this is still minimum wage, which is why you have a job at the beach? Letitia stared at me, her body stiff as if she was thinking of running.
I did. I used to work cleaning rooms, but I haven't done that since the summer.
Really? Because your mother thinks you still have a good paying job at the beach, and I have it on good authority that you were at the beach last Friday. Letitia clutched her stomach as if she was about to be sick.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I tilted my head. What if I talked to Otis Roberts? Would he have seen you at the beach, specifically at Grand Ocean Resort Hotel? Letitia held her hands up to her mouth and started shaking her head. I realized too late that I should have eased into the conversation. It's okay, Letitia. Mr. Roberts doesn't know I'm talking to you.
Are you sure? I told him I wasn't going to tell anyone that he was at the beach. Besides, I don't want anything to do with any of them anymore. Not after what they did to Dina.
My hair stood up on my arms. Who's they? Before Letitia could answer, a knock came at the door, making her and me jump in unison. Chapter 20. Monday, January 6, 3:53 p.m. I assumed the man with the stringy brown hair was Frank Brody Jr., a.k.a. Frankie. He reminded me of his old man, except he was skinny, where his father had a huge belly like Santa Claus. Frankie appeared more menacing, and as if he really shouldn't be the owner of an arcade. Despite the cold temperature outside, he was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, both arms a colorful array of tattoos, with some creeping up his neck. His eyes narrowed in his rat-like face as he stepped inside the room.
Are you okay, Letitia? Who's this?
The man's approach made it seem like the walls of the office were closing in. I drew some comfort from the arcade's noise level. I could see young men jostling around a pinball machine nearby. Not wanting trouble, I held my hands up as if I needed to fend Frankie off. I'm leaving. Sorry we used your office. I faced the young woman. Letitia, you've been here for a while. I assume your shift will be over soon. We can talk more later. Letitia, who visibly shook, glanced back and forth from me to Frankie as if she wasn't sure what to do. I certainly wasn't here to cause Letitia any harm, but I was beginning to be doubtful that this girl knew how to stay out of trouble. Frankie stared at her as if he was trying to read her mind.
Letitia actually didn't have to work today.
She can go when she wants to go. I always appreciate her help, though.
There were so many things about the man's statement that puzzled me. So, was Letitia purposely hiding out here? Letitia gave Frankie a forced smile. You know me, I'm attached to this place. It's like a second home to me.
Frankie grinned. I know the feeling, kid. I hung out here all the time as a kid. Still feel like a big kid, even though I run the place now. You should get some rest. I told you, you look tired.
The smile that spread across Frankie's face eased some of my tension. He should smile more often, because it made his face more pleasant. I still wouldn't want to be alone with him. He had that creepy vibe that suggested there was more to him under the surface. I do need to get my sister home. My mom will be going to work soon. Letitia glanced at me before walking over to a metal closet in the corner of the office. She retrieved a small, black backpack. With the bag placed across her back, she exited the arcade office, and I followed her out. The arcade was more crowded now that school had long been out. I imagined homework wasn't on any of the teens' minds who assembled around various areas, their eyes glued to crashes and gunshots. The sun had gone down since our arrival. Despite the chill in the air, I welcomed the quiet once the doors to the arcade closed. A few teens stood around outside, some with lit cigarettes. Just as I was getting my bearings, my discomfort grew. I witnessed a murder with a set of young men when I first arrived back in Georgetown. I couldn't recall that kind of violence in my seaside hometown when I was younger, but an evil element existed. Amir glanced up as we approached. Letitia's younger sister leaned against the car next to him, her face admiring him. Yep, no woman, no matter her age, could resist eyeballing that man. Amir flashed a smile at Letitia, whose face brightened in return.
You and your sister need a ride home?
Layla bounced up. I would love a ride home. Letitia grabbed her sister's arm. I have a car. Though it's not as nice as yours, it will get us home. Aw, come on, Letty. Don't come on me. You got your friend in trouble, and now you need to go home. Mom's not going to do anything. Letitia rolled her eyes. Don't be so sure. You're her baby. And remember, I already messed things up for you. You should have stayed in school instead of trying to do what I do. I raised my eyebrow at the exchange between the sisters. Letitia obviously hadn't set a good example for her younger sister and seemed to be trying to set her sister on the straight path. I looked over at a burgundy four-door car Letitia had opened. It appeared to be a Honda Civic. Do you mind if we come by? I still have some questions for you. Letitia stared at me. I'm not sure what else I can help you with, but sure, I don't have anything else to do. The route back to the Burns home seemed quicker than when we left. The stress was behind me, well, except my worry for poor Brittany. I knew my sister and brother-in-law were laying down the law. Neither of them were a fan of the spare the rod approach. Instead, they would do what Reverend Thomas used to do. Lecture the child until guilt or fear probably consumed their mind. Jeanette was gone when we arrived. I felt a little upset that Layla wouldn't get reprimanded for what she'd done. Now I wasn't surprised that Letitia had dropped out of school. I knew parents had to do what they needed to do, and Jeanette was a single mom with a night job. Her oldest was an adult and her youngest was of age to take care of herself. It still felt funny being in the house with the Burns girls without their mom. When we stepped back inside the living room that we'd visited only a few hours ago, Layla ran down the hallway and slammed the door to what I assumed was her room. Letitia looked down the hall at her sister's closed door for a minute before addressing us. She's going to be mad for a while, but she really shouldn't have skipped school. I told her she doesn't want to be like me, ending up going to the alternative school. I couldn't take it and just stopped altogether. Now I wish I'd stayed in school instead of fighting with my mom. I smiled. It's not too late to return to school. I know. Y'all want something to drink? Amir and I answered no. Letitia walked into a small kitchen and pulled out a Coke can. She leaned against the counter facing us. I pulled a chair out from the dining room table and sat down. Amir turned a chair around so that he could lean his arm across the back of it. What do you want from me? I'm not going to get Mr. Roberts in trouble. Letitia turned around and looked down the hall. Her sister's bedroom door was still closed. She looked back at us. My mom and my sister don't know about my new job. Mom wouldn't understand. I nodded. I'm sure she wouldn't have liked Mr. Roberts being there either. I told him I wouldn't say anything. He's doing the same. I couldn't believe it when I saw him. Anyway, we just talked. He's an old, lonely dude. I think he was still upset about his last girlfriend. They were going to get married, and she broke off the engagement. Poor guy was still in love with her. I may be much younger than him, but I know about heartbreak. No judgment here. So I was right. The fear we saw emanating from both Otis and Letitia stemmed from the fact that they knew each other. But recognizing each other was the least of their problems. Letitia personally knew Dina and seemed to be aware that the woman had help falling off the balcony. Amir tapped his fingers on the table. How did you find out about this escort business? Most of those guys were old enough to be your pops or a grandpa. You're really okay with that? Letitia slugged down some of the coke and then looked down at her hands. Like I said, it's only to be a companion to some lonely guy. Most of them are okay. They don't bother me. That's the rule. Companionship only. If I had to be with a guy, to have sex with him, I wouldn't have done this. I don't need money that bad. I felt some relief break through in my chest. That's reassuring to hear. How did you hear about it? Letitia drained the Coke can before tossing it into the garbage can behind the counter. She stepped out and looked down the hall again, checking to see that her sister was still in her room. She leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. I was telling the truth. I did work at the beach, cleaning rooms. It's how I met one of the escorts. I raised an eyebrow. How did you know she was an escort? I didn't know that's what she was at the time. I found that out later. I knocked on a hotel door like usual to check to see if a guest was in the room. A young blonde woman answered the door and told me I could come in and clean. It was early afternoon and she was dressed like some supermodel. Then she started asking me questions while I cleaned. I couldn't believe my ears. I asked, what did she ask you? Letitia began pacing, walking into the living room and then back into the dining room area. Did I like having fun or dressing up? That there were things better for me to do than cleaning toilets. She said I had the face and the figure to make a lot more money. Then she showed me some of her dresses and shoes. That girl has suitcases full of clothes I could never buy. She told me to follow her on Instagram, so I did. It took me a few weeks, but I sent her a direct message. I inquired, would this woman be Zofia Novak? She stopped mid-pace and her eyes widened. How do you know so much? We're detectives. Why do you want to know all of this? What will you do? Instead of answering her, Amir interrupted her. Did you know Samantha Livingston? She looked at him as if in shock. The young woman pulled out a chair and sat down. Letitia gripped her hands together, twisting them. Sam, she was my friend, and she tried to warn me. I probably should have listened to her. Chapter 21, Monday, January 6, 5:53 p.m. Amir leaned toward her. She was my friend too. Actually, she was like a sister to me. We were in the same foster home. Letitia blinked. Wait, I know I've seen your face before. Sam had a picture of you and her. It was in her living room. You know each other well. Amir's voice had grown hoarse, as it often did when he spoke of Sam. Her recent death was still a raw spot for him. When did you meet Sam? Letitia wiped at her eyes. The first time I was an escort, Sam showed me how to fix my hair and do my makeup. She also helped me redo my Instagram account, which wasn't getting any followers. I started taking better selfies and my followers grew. I miss her. Sam was the best. We were all silent for a moment. Only the refrigerator hummed in the background. Zofia didn't like her. Amir glanced at me. That's how Amir found Zofia, a photo on Sam's Instagram profile. From my recollection, the two young women seemed to be having fun, but photos can be deceiving. I commented, I thought they were friends.
They were, until this guy Sophia likes started showing Sam more attention. I think Sophia was jealous. I remember one day hearing Dina yelling at her to stop being so stupid, that she shouldn't be getting attached to any of the men. She had a job to do.
I didn't need to ask Letitia who the man was because I remembered Sophia's reaction to Dylan Jenkins. I decided to move the conversation more to about last Friday night. How did Dina treat you?
She was like a coach or a mentor. If you had trouble with someone, you went to Dina and she straightened it out.
Amir asked,
What kind of trouble?
You know, if a guy was touching you or being too pushy.
I nodded, like a mother hen of sorts. So you've been doing this since last summer? What kind of things did you have to do?
Mainly go to events, parties, dinners. It's been a different guy every time for me. Sophia is the only one who seems to stick with either of the Jenkins guys.
There was more than one. I looked over at Amir, who seemed surprised.
Jenkins, are these brothers?
Letitia crossed her arms.
Dylan is the more handsome one, and the youngest. I see him all the time. Zach looks okay for his age. If he got rid of the face hair, he would look younger. Sometimes he's with a girl, but most of the time, he's just standing around like he's watching over things.
This conversation was so eye-opening. Watching over things. Like a bouncer at a club? Was he there last Friday?
Yes. He and Dina were talking about something. He seemed kind of angry with her.
I looked over at Amir. So, did he get off the elevator with Dina? Letitia thought for a moment, her face blank as if she didn't want to give anything away. Finally, she nodded.
Yes, he did.
I thought back to the elevator. Describe him.
Zach. He's big, a muscular guy. He was wearing a black suit, but the jacket seemed too small for his arms. Oh, and he's been wearing a mustache and beard lately. He used to keep his face clean-shaven like Dylan.
Letitia looked at me.
You think Zach did something to her?
I tilted my head. Why do you say that?
Her voice quavered. Because I didn't think Dina would do that. You know, jump off a balcony. Sophia said she'd been depressed. She knows her best and the longest, but it didn't feel right.
I placed my hands on the table as I tried to process Letitia's experience from last Friday and with the now deceased Dina. How would you describe her?
She was my boss, but she wasn't stuffy. I liked how even though she was older, she always looked good. When guys acted up, she made them behave. I saw it. Plus, she had a nice house and car. I know that's naive for me to think about material things, but she seemed okay. Plus, she was going to take us on a trip.
A trip? Where?
I told her I'd never really been outside of the Carolinas. The farthest I've gone is Charlotte, North Carolina, but I've always been here in South Carolina, mostly here in Georgetown or down to Myrtle Beach. When I worked at the hotel, I would see guests from all over the world and even hear languages I'd never heard. I dreamed about going on vacation somewhere, one day like the Bahamas. I told this to Dina and she told me she would book us on a cruise when spring came. I knew she would because she was always on the water. She even had her own yacht.
Amir said,
You know, people with money can be really unhappy.
Letitia looked at her nails.
I guess. I can only think from my side. If I had money like her, I would be a lot happier than I am now.
I smiled at Letitia. She was still young and naive about the world, but she was the closest thing we had to figuring out what went on at the Grand Resort Hotel. You said Zach sounded angry. Did you hear anything they were talking about?
Letitia squirmed in her seat. They were whispering, but I could tell Zach was upset because his face was red. The only thing I heard, he told her, You made a big mistake. She can't help you.
A mistake? You wouldn't happen to know what they meant.
Letitia swallowed. I drive down to the beach really early each week. I usually crash over at Dina's beach house for the weekend. Sophia lives with her. They have extra bedrooms. Sometimes it's me or some other girls. Anyway, I heard Dina talk to someone outside. I thought it was weird that the woman didn't come into the house.
Amir peered more closely at her.
You said it was a woman? What does she look like?
I knew where Amir was going with his question.
She had blonde hair, and she was dressed in a pantsuit. The woman kind of reminded me of a cop. Do you think that had anything to do with her death?
Amir looked at me. Without knowing for sure, I assumed it was the missing FBI agent we were asked about earlier by the agent who'd stopped by my office. So much had happened since seeing the agents. Between their visit and now, Letitia, it was a sure sign that someone wasn't happy about Dina spilling her guts to the feds. Was that someone Zach Jenkins? Dylan and Virgil knew about it too? Maybe they all were involved. Tears streamed down Letitia's face.
I think I made a mistake too.
What do you mean? I asked. You said earlier that Sam warned you about something.
Letitia nodded. Sam warned me that everyone is friendly at first, but then they change. She told me to get out when I can. She was planning on doing. She was tired of being an escort.
Amir sucked in a breath. I felt my heart drop. The first and last time I saw Samantha Livingston, she was practically fighting for her life with a man who should have been protecting her, Edwin Peters. Now I wondered if she'd been trying to get him to help her out of the services, and he took advantage of it. Sam eventually paid with her life.
Letitia continued. In the last few weeks, actually, since Sam died, people have been acting funny. This was all fun at first, but now it feels more and more like I'm doing something that I shouldn't. Some of the guys talk like gangsters you see on a movie. I don't think they're playing either. I think some of them are really bad. Even Mr. Roberts told me he didn't want to see me doing this again. I'm taking his warning seriously.
That made me raise an eyebrow. Otis Roberts knew more than I initially thought.
Letitia continued. I haven't had to do anything really bad. It's good, easy money, but nothing is worth being around bad people. My dad had been around some bad guys. He's in prison now. My mom has to work all the time, but the extra money I earned helped out. I'm going to miss the money, but I need to find something else.
Letitia turned her head as if she heard a noise. At that moment, Layla decided to exit her room. She walked towards the kitchen, but stopped when she saw all of us. Layla asked her sister,
What's going on? Why are they still here?
We're just talking to your sister, but it's time for us to go. Both Amir and I rose from our seats. Letitia, if you need anything, please call me. I passed my card to her. I looked at Layla. I hope you and my niece don't plan on scaring the adults like this anymore.
Layla nodded. I'll be lucky if Brittany ever talks to me again. Her mom looked at me like I was some criminal, but Brittany wanted to do this just as much as me.
I didn't doubt that my sister gave Layla the evil eye for corrupting her good daughter. I will let Brittany know I talked to you. Maybe you two can redeem yourselves at church. They have some great volunteer programs. We left the Burns home. Both Amir and I were silent as he left the cul-de-sac for the second time that day. He finally remarked,
That was eye-opening.
I agree, especially about Zach Jenkins possibly being the last one to see Dina. Letitia has a right to be scared, and it's good that she's laying low for a bit. Amir pulled into his driveway, alerting the motion detectors. Light flooded the porch and the grass. I didn't realize there were so many lights on the property. Now that I knew about Amir's dad, I saw why he kept security around his place. It was hard to believe I just learned this morning. What a day. I sat in his car for a minute while the engine idled. How easy is it for a girl like Letitia to walk away?
With Dina gone, she probably has a chance. It wasn't like she was held hostage or anything. All the escorts seemed to be able to come and go as they please. It might be just a matter of her not showing up. But she was taken out of the hotel by Zach.
True. And she was scared and hiding from someone. I don't like her option being the arcade. Frankie may be harmless, but he feels suspicious to me. Amir turned around and smiled at me.
You really do care.
I raised my eyebrow at his comment.
Of course I do. I love that about you. You tried to help Sam, and you defend and put up with me. Now you have Letitia.
I hadn't thought about that. Well, you're supposed to look out for other people, you know, love God and love your neighbor as yourself. I really did believe that. So many times in life, people treated me without love. It made it harder to accept God's love.
Well, don't worry. Good night, neighbor.
I chuckled before climbing out of the car. Amir waited until I started my car before he headed into the house. As the lights on Amir's house faded in my rearview mirror, my mind whirred with possibilities. I felt a distinct need in my spirit to protect Letitia and get her away from these messy people. I had a sinking feeling the stakes in this investigation had been raised, and there was no turning back. A verse came to mind that I'd committed to memory, one of a few. When I realized I would need to let go of my life in Charlotte and move back home, the fear and despair had been so overwhelming. I whispered to myself as I drove my car down the dark street. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. Chapter 22. Wednesday, January 9th, 9:53 p.m. My second cup of coffee had grown cold, and my eyes blurred while I stared at the board I'd worked on most of the week. I arose from the desk chair, feeling the tension in my back muscles and knees. Despite my standing to stretch, I yawned, defeating my feeble effort at getting my body to cooperate with me a little while longer. Talking to Letitia and meeting her mom, Jeanette, helped me narrow down the stack of yearbooks in my Aunt C's boxes fairly quickly. I'd gone through my aunt's yearbook for the class of 1990, scanning the pictures with my phone and then printing them. Each photo was labeled, identifying the men who I come to learn about from their fresh-faced photos as teenagers. My eyes scanned over each photo. Edwin Peters, Dylan Jenkins, Otis Roberts. All members of the GHS football team. The teammates had won the state championship, something the school hadn't done since. I turned to a page I had earmarked to a photo of Dylan and Otis along with the rest of the football team. Another photo of a football team entered my mind, this one being from my class. Trey was the star quarterback then. I could almost replace the picture I was looking at, except in this photo, Dylan was the quarterback. I picked up my moleskin pad I kept with me. When on a case, I made note of the target's regular places. What they say is true. People are creatures of habit, visiting the same places, the same restaurants and grocery store on certain days and times of the week. Being a lifelong bachelor, Otis was one of those people. I had every intention of touching base with this member of the group first. He seemed the most harmless and had more to lose, being a high school principal. I looked back at the board to examine two other photos. Zach Jenkins. I had to dig a little bit further back for Zach, who was 2 years older than his brother Dylan. There was nothing special about Zach's time at GHS. He'd been in a few photos, with a full head of hair back then. He didn't smile or have the charm his younger brother had. In fact, his face reminded me of a bully. One of those kids you wouldn't want to cross on the playground. The next photo showed a person who wasn't at the beach, but I came across him in my search. It didn't surprise me to see a younger photo of Frankie. He was a 1990 graduate, too. I sent a text to Amir earlier to see if he could find out anything about Frankie. The fact that the arcade owner had a connection to Letitia gave me some concerns, and it had to do with more than his creepy looks. Did he know about Letitia's escort job? And how did all of these men wind up on these ventures together? Edwin, Dylan, and Zach were immersed in real estate development deals. I imagined they had clients who would have an interest in young women. The brotherhood must have been extremely strong for Otis to risk hanging out with his friends. Coming face to face with a former student and one of his friend's daughters surely must have been a wake-up call for him. From Letitia's conversation, he definitely didn't want to be identified, which made him a weak link and a possible future witness for a solicitor against his friend, Dylan. And then there was the judge. I had to print a photo of him off the South Carolina Judicial Branch website. With a long career, Virgil was one of circuit judges in the state serving the 15th Judicial District. It looked like circuit court judges were elected by the General Assembly to staggered terms of 6 years. Out of the entire group, Virgil had the most at stake. So why was Virgil, being so much older, with this group? I hoped Amir could piece together the connection. I couldn't forget the conversation we recorded between Dylan and the judge, and that creepy breakfast conversation. I was still convinced both men were checking up on me to see how involved I was with Dina. If Dylan heard Agent Washington say my name, it would be pretty simple to search for information on me, thus leading to my private investigation agency. All of the men had to be aware that something was going to happen to Dina that night. That, and the judge convincing the solicitor to bury the evidence found on Edwin's computer, meant they all were protecting their skin. And right now, maybe they were all scared about Dina's death. We couldn't hear the argument between the two brothers on the video recording, but Dylan seemed angry with Zach. My skin crawled every time I thought about Letitia's recollection, and I thought back to what I'd seen, Zach standing behind Dina in a threatening manner. I sure hoped Agent Washington found evidence to get Dina's killer soon. In the meantime, I wanted to help Letitia extract herself from this mess and show her more options. I certainly didn't want her feeling like she had to hide in the arcade for the rest of her life, alongside Frankie. My phone rang, startling me out of my thoughts. I looked at the clock on the desk. The digital readout said 10:12 p.m. I suspected the only people who would call me this late would be Trey or Amir. To my dismay, Trey and I hadn't talked all week. Amir usually texted. With some trepidation, I picked up before the third ring. Hello? Serena Manchester? Yes, this is she. This is Jeanette Burns. We met earlier this week. I froze before responding. There was a slight level of hysteria in Jeanette's voice. It reminded me of my sister's frantic phone call on Monday when she was alerted of Brittany's absence from school. Jeanette, is everything all right? No, I can't get Letitia on the phone. At first, I thought maybe she'd gone down to her job at the beach earlier, but her car is still in the driveway. We argued yesterday morning after Layla got on the bus, and she stomped out of the house. But that was Tuesday. It's Wednesday night now. She's never not slept in her room during the week, only when she goes to the beach. A sharp jolt went through me. She's been gone for almost 2 days? Have you called the police? I filed a report, but she's 19. The deputy kept harping on the fact that she's an adult and may be at the beach. If Letitia had gone to the beach for her job, she would have called me. Layla's 13, but I don't feel comfortable leaving her in the house by herself. Letitia knows this. My mother died a year ago, before Letitia was able to go as she pleased because my mom was here. But all that changed. It's been working out fine since I don't work on the weekends, so I'm here with Layla. I rose from my seat and began to pace. You said her car is at the house? Does she usually drive? Yes, but I've seen a friend pick her up before. I have been calling her phone and she's not answering. That's not like her. She's had problems, but she's a good girl. She helps me out by paying bills. Letitia could be very responsible and grown up. I wish she'd told me about her sister skipping school, but she does look out for her. Letitia always looks out for her sister, and she's not even answering Layla's calls. Jeanette grew quiet as if she was trying to catch her breath. Dread crawled up my spine. All I could think about was all that Letitia told us Monday night. She'd not witnessed a crime, but she knew a lot. Plus, it was clear she'd been hiding out in the arcade all day because she was scared. The one thing she didn't mention in our conversation was what happened after Zach took them from the hotel. Did he just let them go? Maybe not. If Letitia had her own transportation, she probably scrambled out of there first chance she got. I glanced over at the board I'd been working on, looking at the photos of the men. Was one of them responsible for Letitia being missing? Jeanette's loud voice crashed into my eardrums. What did you say to her? I pulled the phone away quickly and then slowly brought it back to my ear. What? Layla told me when she came out of her bedroom the other night that you and that young man were here. She said Letitia was crying and she'd never seen a sister scared before. What did you say?" I sucked in a breath. This wasn't a good time to tell Jeanette about her daughter's activities. The woman was already worried. Letitia was upset about something that happened at the beach. At her job? You think that's where she went? If someone picked her up, she would have called me to let me know she arrived. Maybe she's working and her phone lost its charge. I will come over to the house first thing in the morning, okay? Call me if you hear from her. Okay, I'll see you in the morning. And Jeanette, I will pray for Letitia. You're right, she's a good girl, and I know how much she loves you and her sister. I could hear Jeanette softly crying in the background. I shouldn't have been so hard on her. I just want what's best for her. Both my girls. Of course. The dial tone that met my ears broke my heart. I barely knew this girl, but I felt compelled to find her. Only a few months ago, my concern for another young woman, Samantha, resulted in me looking for her killer. I didn't want to make the same mistake this time. Chapter 23, Thursday, January 10th, 8 a.m. For the third time this week, I arrived at the Burns house. I called Amir last night to see what he could do, but thought it best that I visit with Jeanette by myself this morning. The first thing I noticed when I arrived was Letitia's car still in the driveway. Where would she have gone without her car? That meant either someone picked her up or she walked somewhere nearby. Or they just took her. I glanced around the Burns front yard for any signs of a struggle. Surely no one would snatch a person during the day hours. They could, if they had something to motivate a person to go with them, like a knife or a gun. Jeanette answered the door right away. She wore a fuzzy purple bathrobe, and her hair stood straight up, making her appear to be a bit crazed. I imagined her oldest daughter had Jeanette wanting to pull her hair out a lot. Both girls would make the mother bald at some point. I followed her toward the living room. I see Letitia's car is here, so is there a friend's house nearby that she would have walked to? No, Letitia doesn't have that many friends around here. I see. Can I take a look at her room? Okay. Jeanette led me down the hallway, past the bedroom that I knew belonged to Layla. I spied a messy room with purple walls and posters splattered across the wall. Across from that room was a closed door. Jeanette opened it. I stepped inside Letitia's bedroom and found it surprisingly neat for a 19-year-old. The bed had been made and looked neater than any bed I'd attempted to make. I see she's using her skills from the hotel work here at home. Jeanette smiled wanly. Yes, she helps me keep the house clean. I don't even have to ask her. Are any of her clothes missing? A bag that maybe she uses to go to the beach? Jeanette opened a closet door. It looks like some of her clothes are gone, but I can't tell. I'm not in her room that much to be able to tell the difference. I know she probably keeps clothes at a friend's house. I just know her bed hasn't been slept in since Monday night. It looks like she left on Tuesday after Layla got on the bus. I recalled Letitia telling us she stayed at Dina's beach house. I wondered if that was still an option with the woman now in a morgue. I really hoped this was the case. I couldn't tell if anything had been disturbed or if Letitia had been in a hurry. Everything appeared normal. But where was Letitia? I followed Jeanette towards the kitchen. Did she say anything about going to work? I thought she mainly worked on the weekends. No, she didn't say anything about going to the job, unless her schedule changed. When she came back on Sunday, she said she might have to let the job go. Do you know why? Jeanette shrugged. No, but she did seem sad. I'm sorry I yelled at you last night. You said something happened to a friend. Letitia probably should have told her mother what was going on, but I could understand her not wanting to worry her mother. The problem was, I was walking a thin line. Do you know which hotel she worked at? I think the Grand Ocean Resort is something like that. Do you watch the news? Sometimes. I really just try to sleep when I get home. Working the night shift, I miss a lot of things. There was a woman who fell to her death. Jeanette held her hand to her mouth. Oh no, Did Letitia know her? Yes, she did. That's who we were talking about on Monday night. She may just be upset. You know young people, death can seem like a foreign thing to them until it happens. Well, I can help her. Letitia took it hard when her grandmother died. They were very close. Please help me find her. My shoulder suddenly felt very heavy. I knew Letitia and Otis had made an agreement that she would keep his secret as long as he kept hers. But I'd been worried since our conversation with the girl on Monday. She didn't really know anything about Dina's death, but she could identify certain individuals, like the last person to probably see Dina alive. Was she running scared? Maybe I know where she is. I looked at Jeanette. I found Letitia and the girls at the Wave on Monday. I can start there. Jeanette's face hardened and she clenched her fist. I told Letitia she should stop going there. I frowned. It's the main local hangout for teens around here. She knows how I feel about Frankie Bodie. Jeanette spat the words out. I looked at her. Frankie seemed genuinely concerned about Letitia, almost protective. Jeanette cringed. Oh, he would be. Frankie was fixated on her, and Letitia thought he was the best thing ever. Wait, what? He's way too old for her. Letitia's just 19, right? Right, you see my point. When she started working at the arcade, she was only 16, still going to school. The man has an apartment over the arcade. Letitia was hanging out in his apartment. I wanted to call the cops on him, but Letitia defended him. She claimed he never touched her. You didn't believe her? Jeanette jumped from the couch. I believe she didn't want to get him in trouble, have the other kids upset with her. I don't care if she's of age or not, he's a perv. Let me get my hands on him. I held up my hands to stop her. Whoa, hold on. Let me do this. You going over there can make this worse, since we don't know if Letitia's there. Jeanette sat back down with a huff. Before I left, I needed to know. You said Letitia had a place to crash at the beach. Do you have the address or the phone number for the friends at the beach? Have you ever seen these friends? Jeanette crossed her arms. I don't have any of that information. I know I should. I think one of her friends was a white girl. She was really tall with blonde hair. I only saw her outside. She came to pick Letitia up when her car was in the shop. The woman was driving a really fancy white sports car. I nodded. My immediate thoughts were that woman had to be Sophia. Okay, I think I might know this girl. I'm going to go to the arcade to check in with Frankie first. Then I will see if I can track down her friend. I looked at Jeanette. I want you to stay calm and be here for Layla. She did go to school today, right? I had already checked with Bev earlier today, so I knew Brittany went to school. My niece would be lucky if my sister didn't decide to sit in the back of her classes for a few days. Jeanette nodded. Yes, I dropped her off myself. Believe me, I gave a good talking to Layla. She is not to follow in her sister's footsteps. I thought, no, you shouldn't let the youngest follow her oldest sister's path. Jeanette had no idea what kind of trouble Letitia had stumbled into last Friday. As I left the Burns house, I prayed, Lord, keep Letitia safe from herself and others. Chapter 24. Thursday, January 10th, 10:05 a.m. When I entered the Wave, I was surprised that it was even open in the morning. A few customers lingered around, mostly men, both young and old. I wondered about their employment status as I searched for Frankie. I eyed him standing around the pinball machines, talking to a man whose back was turned to me. Frankie glanced around the man, noticing me. His eyes widened, and he stepped around the man to walk towards me. I wonder if he knows about Letitia. He reached me in no time with his long legs. Hey, you were in here the other day talking to Letitia. What do you want? Ignoring his rudeness, I began, I'm looking for Letitia. Her mother is pretty worried about her. She hasn't seen her since yesterday morning. Frankie's eyebrows lifted. What are you saying? Letitia's missing? Have you seen her since Monday? Frankie's eyes darted around and he glanced back at the man he'd been talking to. The man's back was still turned. Based on Jeanette's reaction earlier, I was curious about what I interrupted. Frankie turned his attention back to me and shook his head.
Nah, Letitia hasn't been back in here since she left with you on Monday.
Has she reached out to you? You seem like you're a good friend of hers. You were pretty protective of her the other night. He swallowed.
She's a special girl. No, I haven't talked to her. If she was in trouble, she would reach out to me.
Really? I found that odd. You would be able to help her if she was in trouble? He stared at me, his breathing shallow.
Do you think she's in trouble?
I think she could be. That's why I talked to her in private the other day. She's been around some people that weren't really good for her. I think she was a bit scared and trying to get away. I was being vague because I wanted to see if Letitia had confided in Frankie in any way. Her mother didn't want her to be around this man, but Letitia considered the arcade a second home. She certainly felt comfortable being around Frankie more than the people she was hanging out with at the Grand Ocean Resort. I decided to be more direct. Did you know Letitia had a job at the beach? Frankie licked his lips. I noticed he glanced behind him again. I frowned because I didn't think he was checking out the patrons, but seemed to be fixated on the man he'd just been talking to. Is this a bad time? I came to you because you seemed like you cared about Letitia. Frankie nodded.
I do. Look, why don't you come back to my office?
I wasn't sure I liked that because I remembered the size of his office. Being in a tight place with this guy felt risky. But if he could give me information on how to find Letitia, then I guess that's what I better do. As I followed him back, I felt eyes on my back. I turned around to glimpse the man who was turned away from me. He looked directly at me. It was Zach Jenkins, in the flesh. But before I could process, Frankie said,
Are you coming?
What was he doing here? Was he looking for Letitia? I quickly followed Frankie into the office. An odd sensation poured over me. By the time I reached Frankie's office, I hesitated to bring my foot over the threshold. I looked back instead, fully expecting Zach to be behind me, but he disappeared. I felt my breath pick up pace, but I stepped inside the office anyway, hoping it wasn't a trap. There were patrons outside, so surely nothing would go down. Still, when Frankie started to close the door, I said, No, you don't need to close that. He looked at me, but left the door ajar.
I just want to keep the noise out so we can hear each other.
I'm good. Tell me about Letitia's job at the beach. Frankie started. She was cleaning. I cut him off. No, not that job. The one where she was working as an escort. Frankie's eyes widened. You knew about that job, didn't you? He sighed.
She said it brought her good money.
As her friend, you didn't try to discourage her? That could be really dangerous work for a young girl. He shrugged.
She had to do what she had to do. She wasn't going to make money like that around here. Plus, she helped her mom out. Her mom works at the Circle K, near the KFC, for barely minimum wage. There was one time Jeanette worked 2 jobs and still wasn't bringing in money like Letitia was able to.
I see. It's admirable of Letitia to help at home, but there are safer ways to make a living. So, do you know some of the men? I believe some of them are local.
Why would you think I know them?
You went to school with them. Edwin Peters? He scoffed.
Eddie boy. Yeah, I knew him in school.
Dylan Jenkins? Zach Jenkins. Frankie glanced briefly at the door.
Yeah, I know them.
Why was Zach here? Are you good friends with him? Frankie pressed his lips together, showing them off as a thin line.
Me and Zach have been friends a long time. I don't know where you're going with this, lady. What does this have to do with Letitia being missing?
Letitia seems to know those guys well, too. It seems they like young girls. Maybe you do, too? Redness crept up Frankie's neck, flushing his cheeks. His eyes flashed anger, his voice rising.
What are you accusing me of?
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm trying to find Letitia, remember? Jeanette seems to think you like young girls, too. He spat.
Jeanette's full of it. She knows there was nothing ever between me and her daughter. She's just making stuff up because she doesn't like me.
Really? And why doesn't she like you?
I don't know. She thinks I got Letitia's dad in trouble. I didn't. That man did that to himself. Got put away for drug distribution. I never touched Letitia. If anything, I looked after her for her dad. She came here to work. The girl's a really good gamer.
and she may not have stayed in school, but she's good with computers. She could do more with herself. I've even told her she can get her GED and go to a 2-year college, but she felt like she couldn't do well in school. I think she just has some learning issues, and no one found them because she's so smart that she's able to hide them.
I see you seem to know her pretty well.
So she didn't confide in you about anyone bothering her? Anyone threatening her? Frankie leaned over the desk. If there was anyone bothering her, believe me, I would do something about it. For some reason, I believed him. I wasn't so sure he was the kind of person I would want on my side, though. I pulled a card from my pocket. If you see her, tell her to call her mother. Get her to call me. When I talked to her, it sounded like she might be in some trouble. I placed my card on his desk. He read it and peered at me. You're a private investigator?
Yes.
And Letitia is a part of your investigation? I smiled without answering. Have a good day. I tried not to run out of the stifling office, but I moved as fast as I could without looking obvious. On my way out, I looked around for Zach, still puzzled why he was here. Inside my car, I watched the arcade entrance, expecting Frankie or Zach to come out. I had a feeling Frankie hadn't been telling me the truth. His discomfort over my questions about his classmates was telling to me, like he knew something. And he'd been aware of Letitia working as an escort. The fact that he knew made Jeanette's fears about him more real. Why did Letitia trust him so much? Letitia seemed like a smart girl. This was the second time hearing about her dad being in prison. That meant she'd grown up seeing what the criminal side of life brought a person. I prayed she kept her wits about her. Chapter 25, Friday, January 11th, 3:40 p.m. I'd spent the morning finishing up a report for Clay. It was a typical case where I followed a wife. The stay-at-home mom of 3 visited a yoga studio 3 times a week after dropping her kids off at their respective schools. I noticed immediately that her sessions lasted long after the class had ended. Upon further snooping, I captured photos of her wrapped in the arms of the very tall and limber yoga instructor. Her husband would not be pleased. I was more than happy to get back to finding Letitia. That meant I had to talk to the man who knew Letitia's family and about her secret job. Principal Otis Roberts. The man had his own reserved spot in the GHS parking lot, where I'd been waiting outside for an hour. Teens with their own rides tore out of the back parking lot, while others were picked up or rode the bus. Many, like myself back then, started off on the journey home by foot. Memories flooded back, almost making me forget why I'd come. I hadn't been back to this place since I'd been home. There were some modern touches to the brick building and also a new addition in the back to handle the influx of students over the years. My alma mater greeted me with memories, some fond and others better left forgotten. I was still perturbed that I hadn't spoken to Trey all week. The drama of the week left me little room to fret, but now all I could think of was those days we strode home together. I'd been hurt by men over and over in my life. I really wished Trey had noticed me before I became damaged goods. It still stung that he finally decided to move on. My sister was right, but her warning came too late. Looking back at last week, when Trey and I argued about my trip to the beach, the writing was on the wall. I was the one to ignore his calls. Work had to come first. That would break any man. It was for the best. I can do my job now. I blew out a breath, focusing on Otis's navy blue BMW. This man had a lot to lose if his personal life became public. Letitia wasn't underage, but she was still only 19, young enough to be his daughter. During my drive-by surveillance the past few days, it looked like Otis had the car recently washed and waxed. I tried not to let my paranoia overtake my thoughts with Letitia still missing. I tended to go the worst route sometimes, and I didn't want to do that now. I continued to pray for the girl's safety. Amir was looking into locating the beach house, which would be the next place to visit. Digging more into Otis's life, he managed to reach the ripe age of 49 and had never married. I found photos of him when he was a youth leader at the Presbyterian Church. He'd taught science at GHS and had even won Teacher of the Year. That was all 10 years ago, Since then, he'd left the classroom and began his career as a principal at 2 other high schools in South Carolina before returning to his alma mater. During my perusal of my aunt's yearbooks, she would sometimes mark pages of her former students that she followed throughout their school journey. I didn't know of any teachers who did that, but my childless aunt had always been a special kind of person, part teacher, part social worker. One of the reasons she'd taken me under her wings. My aunt was proud of Otis. She penned next to his photo, class of 1990's brightest star. My Aunt C doled out compliments only to those she deemed worthy. I could imagine if she was still alive, Otis's actions would have sorely disappointed her. But peer pressure was just as real for adults. Otis had been good friends with these men for over 30 years. I walked inside the school and went up to the secretary perched in the front of the principal's office. She appeared familiar, as most people did to me in this town. It was a small enough town to know each other. The woman had grayish hair cut into a stylish bob.
Do you have an appointment?
No, but I need to speak to Mr. Roberts about something. I showed her my card. She looked at me for a second.
Hold 1 minute. I will see if he's busy.
I told her, it's really important. It's about a former student who has gone missing. Her mom has requested my help. Mr. Roberts knows the mother well. She's a friend. The woman's face paled.
Oh my.
She jumped up and went into Otis's office. I stood to the side, peeking in the open door where I could see Otis sitting behind his large desk. He seemed to be talking on the phone. The secretary came back out.
He will be with you in a few minutes. Do the police know about the missing girl? Will we see her on the news?
Yes, the mother has reached out to the police, but the girl is 19. You know how that goes when they're over 18. The woman's face fell.
Poor thing. I'm a mother, and even though my children are all over 21, it still would be horrifying if any of them went missing. They're always going to be our babies.
Otis appeared in his doorway.
Miss Manchester.
The man looked like a principal, dressed in a gray suit with a red bow tie. His bald head shone like Mr. Clean. Thank you for seeing me.
Yes, I want to do what I can. I understand former student is missing. How do you think I can help?
I spoke with her mother, and you're good friends with her. Jeanette Burns? Robert's smile slipped.
Jeanette? Yes, are you saying one of her daughters is missing? The youngest one is still at the junior high school.
I said former student. Actually, Letitia dropped out her junior year. Roberts looked unsteady on his feet.
When did she go missing?
I last saw and talked to her on Monday. I'm a private investigator. She had some information that I needed, and I'm a little concerned about her going missing.
I'm so sorry to hear this. I know Jeanette must be distraught. She loves her girls, and it's been hard for her. Her husband is in prison, and her mom died last year, so there isn't much support. I don't know how I can help. Do you want me to place flyers up for the students to see if they know something, and have the police been notified?
Jeanette reached out to the police, but she wanted me to check around since Letitia is considered an adult. I think Letitia has a job at the beach that she worked on the weekends. That would be my next stop. I'd already checked the arcade.
The arcade?
Yes, that's where I found her on Monday. Frankie Brody, do you know him? Jeanette seemed rather concerned about him. Roberts nodded.
Oh, yes. Jeanette should be concerned about him. I know Frankie well, and I'm not sure why he's still allowed to run that place.
It was crazy to me how Otis latched on to Frankie. That's because he didn't know what I knew about this past weekend. Has he been in trouble?
I don't know, but rumors are afloat in these hallways. Students go to the arcade for more than the entertainment.
I frowned. He's a drug dealer? Roberts held his hands up.
I didn't say that, but word is the students can get anything they want from him.
I see. What do you know about Letitia? Have you met her before?
When she was much younger. I understand from Jeanette that her daughter is very bright. I mentioned to Jeanette about making sure the girl was challenged. I would have put her in college preparatory classes.
Are you sure she doesn't hang around at the school?
No, not being a student. She wouldn't be allowed on campus.
I thought it was time to change up the conversation. My aunt spoke highly of you.
Your aunt?
Claudia Robinson. For the first time in a few minutes, color returned to Robert's face, and he smiled.
Oh, Miss C. I remember her. She was one of my favorite teachers. She passed on a few years ago, didn't she?
Yes, it's been about 2 years. She loved collecting yearbooks, and you were class of 1990. That was a good year for the football team. You helped bring the school a state championship. Who else was on that team? Edwin? Robert's smile started to falter again.
Yes, Edwin Peters. He died a few months ago.
That's right. Was he a good friend? Do you still keep up with your classmates? I haven't been back here since I graduated.
Oh? What class were you?
Class of 1995. I was behind you a bit.
Oh, yes. I remember that year. I've always tried to catch the games. That's what Jeanette and I do, and how I knew her girls. The quarterback in your class was really good.
Trey Evans.
Yes, he's back in town too. Everyone comes home after a while, don't they?
Yes, we do. I hope Letitia comes home soon. Otis looked away as if ashamed. When I talked to Letitia, she seemed really upset. I think someone she knew died this past weekend. They're not sure if it's suicide or not. I looked away, admiring Otis's office, but I could hear his breathing change. I peered at his face and our eyes connected. Jeanette's really worried about her. You should check on your friend. I held out my hand, which held a business card. Thanks for talking to me. Please do let me know if you hear from Letitia. She may reach out to someone she knows and trusts. Sounds like you were kind to her. Roberts hesitated and then took the card. I hadn't mentioned anything about him being at the beach, but I think from what little he said, he knew what I knew. I walked out of the office. His secretary had left. As my feet hit the floor outside the office, I felt the need to speed it up towards the entrance. The hallway behind me was dark with not a single student or faculty member in sight. Once outside, I breathed easy. I don't know what my visit to Roberts accomplished. He didn't appear to know that Letitia was missing, which may or may not be a good thing. He also could be a really good liar. I crossed the parking lot to where my car was parked. Not a single other car in sight, just mine and Otis's BMW. Before I reached my car, I heard the sound of an engine. No, that was a motorcycle, revving up. I turned around in time to see a figure with a helmet riding towards me. Chapter 26, Friday, January 11th, 4:47 p.m. The rider lifted his helmet and gave me a wink. I sighed with relief, and then anger flashed on my face. Really? You do know I'm an old woman. Amir laughed.
You're not old, and you need to pay better attention to your surroundings. I could have been somebody intent on snatching you off the streets.
Yeah, right. I glanced back at the school. Why are you here? I told him what I was going to do, but I didn't know he was going to check up on me.
Meet me at the Seaport Cafe, and I'll let you know what I've been up to.
Okay. Amir waited until I climbed inside my car before he roared off on the bike. As I followed, I watched him weave in and out of traffic ahead of me. By the time I arrived, Amir had already ordered and was heading to a booth at the back. There weren't many people in the coffee shop. Most folks were probably stuck in traffic or already home for dinner. It had been a long day for me, and I had no leads to tell Jeanette about her oldest daughter's whereabouts. I slid into the booth. What did you order?
I figured you wanted your usual coffee with 2 creams and 2 sugars.
Thank you. I'm going to need it. I hope you had better luck than me.
Actually, I thought you might need a little help. I take it neither Frankie nor Otis were much help.
I shook my head. Nope. Frankie seems like he's protective of Letitia. Jeanette didn't like it when I brought him up. She seems to think Frankie has an unhealthy interest in Letitia. But Letitia seems comfortable in the arcade. Did you get any vibes that anything else was going on there? He took a swig from his coffee before responding.
You mean like something criminal?
I eyed him. You heard rumors about drugs too?
Frankie seems like an overgrown surfer boy to me. But yeah, I've heard about his operation.
You used? He shook his head.
Nah, I have 99 issues, but that ain't one.
I shook my head. Suppose that's why Zach was there at the arcade? Amir crossed his arms.
I see Zach as a boss.
Frankie was nervous about him being there. Man, this investigation turned into something bigger.
It might get even more interesting.
Amir looked at his phone.
He's on the move.
I gulped down some coffee. Who's on the move? Amir turned his phone around.
Your favorite principal.
I looked around the coffee shop. Though we were practically the only patrons, I whispered, "You're tracking him? How?"
His car.
Words escaped me. Amir tilted his head.
You do want to find Letitia, right?
Of course. You think he kidnapped her and has her squared away at his house? And what if he finds this thingy on his car? Amir shrugged.
He won't. It's way under his car and pretty inconspicuous. Besides, this will help us track his movements without having to tail him in a car.
Suppose he just goes home and stays there all night. You want to go snooping over there? His face fell.
I would, but I have other plans for the weekend.
I raised an eyebrow. A date?
I know you think I don't have a social life, but I do go out on occasion. It's healthy for me.
I grinned. Of course. It's good to take a breather from all of this. Plus, last weekend was kind of horrible. You should enjoy yourself. We can touch base about all of this on Monday. He looked at me for a bit.
Are you really going to take a break with Letitia missing?
Probably not. But I've always been a bit of a workaholic. Having fun hasn't been in my routine as much as it should. I am learning to rest, though. Naps are good. Wow, I really sound old. Amir laughed.
I want you to take care of yourself, Mom.
I grinned. You're not going to let that go, are you?
I haven't said that word in a long, long time.
I reached over and took his hands. Well, I'm pretty sure your mom would have been proud of you.
Thank you for saying that. You'd make a great mom. When I was over at Christmas, Joseph and Chris had a lot to say about you. They thought you were probably the coolest adult they knew.
Now I was blushing. I have a soft heart for kids, probably because I've never been a mom.
It could still happen with the right person. Speaking of, you haven't mentioned Trey all week. Not since the beach. Everything okay?
The last thing I wanted to do was to spill my personal business with Amir. I really did better when Trey didn't come to mind.
Uh-oh,
Amir commented.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's just easy to talk to you sometimes.
It's fine. We were never really a couple, just friends. Amir leaned back and raised an eyebrow.
Are you sure about that? That man looks at you like you're the only one for him. He shoots daggers at me like I better not even think about messing with you. Not that I would. Age doesn't mean anything to me, but I value our relationship.
I'm sure Trey knows that. He's just being a male, I guess. I tilted my head. But deep down, he knows it would never have worked.
Why? Because he's a minister?
Not just that. I'm just not cut out to be...
A minister's girlfriend? Why? Because of what you do?
I grimaced. It's pretty clear he doesn't like what I do.
But you're helping people. You spent your day not getting paid, by the way, trying to find a missing girl who could be in trouble. That seems pretty dang special to me.
My face was tight with how hard I was grinning. I appreciate you. You really know how to lift a woman's spirits. My phone rang. Bev's face appeared. And there would be my sister. I groaned. I sure hope this isn't about Brittany again. That child better be at home. I picked up my phone. Hey, Bev. Bev screeched. Where are you? Are you coming? Alicia and Moses are here, but you and Trey aren't. I gripped the phone. What are you talking about? It's couples night, remember? The girls are at the church lock-in? I smacked my hand against my head. That's tonight. Yes, get over here. I just called Trey, and he's on his way. I don't know why you two didn't coordinate the time. My sister hung up, and I stared at the phone.
Everything okay?
Amir stared at me with concern. No, I need to go. I gritted my teeth. It's couples night at my sister's house. Amir scowled.
Couples night? I thought you just said...
I know what I just said. My sister hasn't gotten the memo yet. Amir threw his head back and laughed from his belly.
Ouch, that hurt.
You're still recovering from a gunshot wound. It wasn't that funny. Still sniggling, but holding his stomach, he said,
Yes, it was. You were in for a really awkward night.
Tell me about it. I hope you have fun on your date, and let me know if you find out anything with that tracker thingy. Amir winked.
Will do, boss.
As I walked toward the coffee shop exit, I could still hear Amir laughing behind me. I wished some of his infectious laughter would settle on me because dread had crept into my stomach. How in the world was I going to face Trey tonight in front of the others? I think I'd rather chase bad guys. Chapter 27. Friday, January 11th, 6:35 p.m. I made it over to Bev's house late, but I was here. I parked behind Trey's truck. It still took me another 5 minutes to convince myself to go inside. My sister met me at the door, a frown on her face. What took you so long? I was working. It's Friday. Don't you ever take a break, Rena? I sighed. I guess I am tonight. She grinned. Good. Trey's waiting for you in the living room. I doubted seriously if he was waiting. The last real conversation we had was almost a week ago. When I entered the living room, I saw Alicia Robinson and Detective Moses together on the couch. They looked cute. Alicia was my other best buddy growing up. We'd slowly been reconnecting, especially after I was able to get her son, also my godson, out of trouble a few years back. She had been married to my cousin, my Aunt C's son. He was killed a few years back, but Alicia was family, just as much as she'd been my friend. She rose from the couch to hug me. There she is, the other investigator in the room. Moses grunted. Staying in trouble, more like it. I peered around at Moses. Good to see you too, my friend. I turned around to see Trey, watching me. So, how are you, stranger? I couldn't resist. Trey smiled. I've been good. Sounds like you had a busy week. Still working tonight? I walked over to him, and in a low voice I said, Sorry, I haven't had time to tell my sister about our taking a break. It's okay. I'm actually glad we can catch up. I haven't seen you all week. Now, that put a grin on my face. It was good to know I'd been missed, too. We soon were settled at the dining room table. Clay, who was usually a bit stuffy, laughed and joked with Trey and Moses. I had my reservations about coming over, but soon found myself relaxing and laughing, too. Everything was good, until Moses opened his big mouth. I heard the feds visited you earlier this week. I practically choked. What? Are you seriously bringing that up? Alicia frowned at him. Yeah, Moses, way to kill the mood. We're trying to get Serena to learn how to relax and stop working all the time. Thank you, Alicia. Clay asked, as if he didn't hear anything Alicia said. So everything is okay. Agnes was concerned. She said there were 2 agents. I don't deal with criminal cases, so it is highly unusual for the FBI to show up at my practice. I placed my fork down on the plate with a clang. Everything is fine. Moses shook his head. I don't know if everything is fine. They came in town and didn't alert the chief, and chief wanted to know what they had to say to a private investigator that they couldn't say to the cops. Trey added, This doesn't have anything to do with the thing at the beach, does it? I looked at him and then rolled my eyes. That's it. I'm going home. Alicia and Bev both protested as I rose from the table with my plate. Serena, please stay. We're sorry. None of us should be talking about your work, and what we do is pretty confidential, Clay added. I sat back down, but my appetite had long since left. I helped Bev clear the table and stayed in the kitchen to help load the dishes. I shooed her out of her own kitchen so I could get a moment's peace. Moses came through the door with an empty glass just as I started the dishwasher. Really? You bring that in here now? He gave a chagrined smile. Sorry. I took the glass from him and placed it in the sink. So, you hiding out in here? You going to leave Trey hanging? This is couples night. And we're not a couple. My sister got her wires crossed. Moses opened his mouth and then shut it. This doesn't have anything to do with you hanging out with that young dude, does it? Are you kidding me? I can't believe how much people stay in my business. It's a small town. If you must know, Trey decided to take the break. I guess he forgot to send you the memo too. Since when? Last weekend. Ah, so it does have to do with you being at the beach. I crossed my arms so I wouldn't punch Moses. No, it doesn't. He doesn't like what I do. Because you do stuff that cops do? I looked at him like he was crazy. So what if I was a cop? Moses pointed in my face, but you're not, which you seem to forget. And you really need to stop hanging around Amir Wright. He's bad news, Serena. How many times do I have to tell you? I smacked Moses's finger out of my face. And he's bad news because of what? When did you last arrest him for anything? He hasn't had an arrest, but he's Antonio Wright's kid, I said. Moses looked at me and licked his lips. You know about that. Yes, I do. I know all about it. I wasn't going to tell Moses I'd only found out earlier that week thanks to the feds. He's not his dad. Okay, if you say so. Yes, I say so because I've gotten to know him, and you haven't. You're basing what you're saying on what you've heard, which is really crazy because you're a detective. Seems like you would come with some evidence. Touché. Still, growing up around a man like Antonio Wright, something had to rub off. I've heard, and yes, I know hearsay isn't evidence, but the man's been dead, and his business is still flourishing. What are you trying to say? That somebody is still running things. You know, instead of listening to hearsay, you should really be looking at the people around you who you work with. You have folks making sure evidence gets buried and that the solicitor never brings any charges. Moses stepped back. You trying to say we got some corruption in our midst? I stepped forward. Oh, I know you do. Let's just say that politics has come into play with the direction of where the solicitor goes with the evidence found on Edwin Peters' computer. There's some local people with power who would rather that evidence never see the light of day, thus flushing all your work down the drain. Moses' nostrils flared like a bull. You can't prove this. You think you're the only real investigator around here? The fact is, you don't know half as much as you think you know. Moses narrowed his eyes at me. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but he turned on his heels and left the kitchen. I took a deep breath. Moses probably didn't deserve all that, but I'd had a frustrating day. I had a girl to track down, and while I appreciated the time spent with family and friends, I wasn't getting any closer to finding her. I felt another presence behind me. I turned around to find Trey had entered the kitchen. I should have run for the door when I had a chance. Friday, January 11th, 8:54 p.m. I guess Moses is out there complaining about me. Trey glanced over his shoulder.
He does seem a bit upset. He and Alicia are getting their coats.
I slapped my head with my hand. Seriously, I should be the one leaving. Tell them they can stay. I've had a long day, and this was fun, I think.
Before you go, I wanted to see how you're really doing. That was an unfair ambush at the dinner table.
You think?
Yes, I do. You know, I tried to stay out of your way this week, but I want you to know it has been the hardest thing to do. So when Moses brought up the feds and then Clay joined in, I felt compelled to know more. You told me you weren't going to confide in me anymore. I figured the only way I would find out what's going on with you is if other people asked you.
I bit my lip, not really sure how to respond to Trey's confession.
So, are you doing okay?
He asked. Yeah, I'm doing fine. He smiled that smile that I knew too well, the one that told me he knew I was lying.
Me and you have discussed this, Rena. Usually when people say they're doing fine, they're not really doing fine.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to be honest. I want my Rena back. I know I messed up.
Because you vented to Queen? He held out his arms.
Yes, I'm truly sorry and hate that I lost your trust.
I don't want to be judged. I know it's a part of life, but I've had my fair share.
You're right. And I have a tendency to add commentary when I'm asking about your work.
Yes, you do. You and Moses have that in common. I guess that's why you're such good buddies. We both laughed, and it felt good, felt right. and just what I'd been missing all week. I enjoyed throwing out ideas and talking to Amir, but he was young and sometimes entirely too much for me. Trey had always been my safety net. I sighed. Look, you're right. I'm not fine. I'm stressed and I'm worried. I know you're a praying man. There's a young girl missing, and in a very little amount of time, I've become very dedicated to making sure she's okay. I don't know why. I think she reminds me of myself at her age. She's 19, and I remember how it was for me at that age. I wanted to leave this town so bad after graduation to get out from under Reverend Thomas. So I thought when I left town, I would have the best time ever. You know what? When I look back, that was one of the worst times in my life. I had to grow up so fast, and going back home wasn't an option. I think sometimes if I hadn't been that girl that was so at odds with her stepdad, and if I'd stayed here, I would be a very different person. Maybe a woman that other people accept a little more, instead of the damaged woman that I am now. Trey's face looked distraught. We're all damaged. No one is perfect. The Bible states all of us have become like one who is unclean, and all our righteous acts are like filthy rags. None of us are deserving, but by His grace, we have the opportunity to be able to start anew. I crossed my arms. I know. I've read the scripture. I've listened to the sermons, I've prayed, but I can't forget what I used to be. In fact, when I think about the old Serena, I believe it keeps me humble and grateful. You've always been a good person, always looking out for others. The problem is no one looked out for you. But you're not alone. God has never left your side. Serena, even if you thought He wasn't there. And this girl isn't alone either. God obviously has placed it on your heart to be the one who looks after her. I'm going to pray about this girl. I hope that she's safe and protected, that you will find her. I hope she gets to know you. Sounds to me like you would be the best mentor she can ever ask for, because you've been there and you can show her the way to go. Okay, Trey. Don't have me in here crying. I've already had a long day. He reached over and hugged me. Tears sprang to my eyes anyway as I clung to him. His arms around me felt so good, and he smelled good too. What am I going to do with you? I joked. He squeezed me tighter and chuckled. I think I should be saying that. I pulled away and tried to wipe my eyes, feeling like an utter fool. Trey handed me a paper towel. Thank you, sir. We should catch up next week or after you find a girl. Maybe a breakfast or lunch or dinner. I think we took a long enough break from each other. Now I was giggling, like an idiot. Yes, we should definitely get together. I reached up and hugged him again. So, what are your plans for tomorrow? Saturday, January 12th, 3:30 p.m. Despite my worry over Letitia, I meant it about spending time at Trey's house on Saturday. I'd learned a valuable lesson about taking for granted how much he cared for me. While I had a long ways to go, I didn't want to lose him. My sister stated it eloquently to me before I left her house last night. Don't be a fool. Only God can give you a second chance like this. He's trying to show you through Trey how much he loves you. Read the book of Hosea, and also, you have got to get a copy of Redeeming Love by Francine Rivers. If you don't want to read the book, let's get together and watch the movie. Don't let the devil steal your new life from you, Rena. And Trey and I couldn't get into much trouble since Joseph and Chris were at the house. It would have been nice to be alone, but the two teens kept me laughing. Right now, we were all holding back the giggles as Trey walked around with the Oculus headset. When he started heading towards the door, Joseph ran and grabbed his dad before he tripped over himself. I'd worn the VR goggles and was fascinated by how the world looked through those lenses. Technology was moving at lightning speed, and I loved how the kids around me were moving with it. Between them and Amir, I hoped not to become one of those old people who complained about the changing world. While we sat around eating pizza, a thought came to me. When's the last time you guys have been to the Wave? Trey arched an eyebrow at my question, but didn't say anything. I told him briefly about what I'd been hearing about Frankie Brody. He didn't seem surprised. Joseph spoke up first. We haven't been there since Dad got me the Oculus. I looked at Trey. I guess that's good. There's been some rumors about Frankie. Chris laughed. There are always rumors about Frankie. Yeah? But are they true? Can kids get whatever they want from him? Joseph and Chris exchanged looks with each other. It's a safe place, fellows. You're not snitching to a cop or anything. Chris wrinkled his nose. Yeah, but you kinda sound like Moses. I laughed. Sorry, I'm worried about someone. She hung out at the arcade a lot and she seemed close to Frankie. Chris stared at me. Wait, are you talking about Letty? It was my turn to raise an eyebrow. You know Letitia Burns? I'm assuming that's who you're calling Letty? Both boys looked at each other again. Joseph answered, Yeah, everyone knows her. She's really pretty. Chris held his hand to his heart. The prettiest girl. Trey rolled his eyes. Really, guys? She's just a pretty girl. Joseph shrugged his head. No, she's more than that. She also has one of the highest scores in Fortnite. Like, she's really good enough to play for money. I knew nothing about the gaming world. People compete for money? Joseph answered, Yeah, esports is a thing. Too bad she dropped out of school. Chris blew out a breath. Yeah, I heard she might have had a baby, but I've never seen it. That was the first I'd heard. Letitia nor Jeanette never mentioned anything about having a baby, but I could see how the rumor started. So, are you saying that you noticed that Letty and Frankie were close? She's a bit too young for him. Chris shook his head. Nah, I don't think it's like that. He just looks out for her. Letty told us Frankie and her dad were buddies. You know her dad went to prison for drugs. I nodded. I heard about that. Letitia's mom didn't seem very happy about Letitia hanging around Frankie. Trey spoke up. I think I know why. Jeanette was pretty vocal about her husband being blamed for something he didn't do. This all happened a few years ago, before you returned to town. A lot of people are still sore about it. Why? Do they think Frankie should have gone to prison? Pretty much, Trey acknowledged. But he has someone looking out for him. He was charged too, but his charges were dropped. Oh, that's very interesting. The boys cleared their plates and headed back over to the game while Trey and I sat at the table. He looked at me. If you find out something about Frankie, are you going to share it? Sounds like the police are already aware of his extracurricular activities. Seems like they could have put him out of business when they did the same to Letty's dad. Trey sighed. Well, you know the system isn't fair. I'm sure you reported on the fact that more blacks get put behind bars for distributing drugs. It's a shame. I remember Letitia's dad. He was on the football team when GHS won a state championship. I whipped my head around and looked at Trey. Are you serious? He peeked over at the boys and then stared at me. What's going on? Let's just say there are a lot of players from that team who are playing at something else now. Edwin Peters was on that team too. Trey's eyes widened. This sounds really big, Rena. I think it keeps getting bigger. Chapter 28, Monday, January 13th, 8:08 a.m. My weekend went better than expected. There was something about setting things back right with Trey that made a difference. I couldn't fathom not having him in my life, even if it wasn't romantic. Despite improvements in some parts of my life, I felt like I needed to check in with the police. Jeanette called me on Sunday, frustrated about not being taken seriously. I called Moses to see if he could check on the missing report filed by Jeanette. I could tell Moses was still mad with me, but he told me he would personally look into Letitia's whereabouts, starting with Frankie. Maybe law enforcement could get Frankie to tell the truth. I knew it wasn't a coincidence that Zach was at the Wave not too long after Letitia went missing. I couldn't be sure if he was looking for her or talking to Frankie about other matters. The conversation with Trey, Joseph, and Chris on Saturday proved to be helpful as well. I added another person to my board, Lucius Burns, currently sentenced for 15 years. A picture was starting to come to me that had Zach Jenkins in the center. I was looking at all the people who had something to lose as far as their reputation. I wondered if Zach didn't want to lose his moneymaker. I'd sent a cryptic text to Amir on Saturday night. Who moves things around here? Knowing that I wasn't talking about moving out of my house, Amir responded back last night.
Taking a look for you.
As I drove closer to Amir's house on Monday, the conversation I had with Moses stirred. I haven't known Amir that long, and I only found out about his dad last week thanks to Agent Washington. I didn't like that Moses had such an impression of Amir, who certainly didn't strike me as the type to run an illegal business.
He couldn't have walked away from his dad untouched.
That part I believed. Like my hidden scars from my dad, I was pretty sure Amir had his own. I also didn't doubt that Amir's security firm allowed him to have clients that were shady, but that really wasn't any of my business. He was a grown man. I pulled up in front of Amir's house. It wasn't that extravagant on the outside. Winter had set in, and no one was meticulously grooming their lawn at the moment. The leaves from around the oak tree in his front yard had been raked. I glanced up as I approached his front door. It was Amir's security that had me concerned. He had a camera perched at the front door, and I knew around the property. I pressed the doorbell, pretty confident that he could see my face. He tried to convince me to get the same, but I wasn't ready for that kind of home security yet. Amir greeted me at the door with blurry eyes and a smile. This time, he wasn't wearing his usual hoodie, just a t-shirt and sweats. I looked at him. Did I wake you?
Just catching a little shut-eye. I may have gone to bed at 4 a.m.
I stepped inside, embracing the warmth, and glanced around. Are you sure I should be here? Amir stretched.
No worries. I don't have my lady friend over. You'll like that the tracker shows some interesting information.
I had been apprehensive about Amir placing the tracker on Otis Roberts' car, but we had to find Letitia. Amir raised an eyebrow.
How was your weekend? You look rested.
I smiled. It was better than I expected.
Let me guess. You and the minister made up.
You could say that.
This is good.
You have coffee? He grinned and pointed towards the kitchen.
Help yourself, boss.
I rolled my eyes as I walked into Amir's kitchen and opened the cabinet where the mugs were located. Amir spent money on his kitchen. He cooked his own meals, so he had appliances that rivaled a chef's kitchen. His coffee maker was an elaborate machine that could have been found in a coffee house. The switch was set to espresso. I didn't need my coffee quite that strong, so I opted for a cappuccino and was delighted with the foam. I slurped carefully from the mug as I walked into Amir's office. I paused in the doorway, taking in the layout of his office. Several monitors hung on the wall, clearly for the cameras outside. From my first visit to Amir's office a few months ago, I knew he kept a Glock in this room. That night, I watched stunned as he grabbed it and chased an intruder. So there was probably some truth to Moses's interference. Amir learned to be street smart and cautious from his father, but I felt his stint with the FBI under Agent Washington set Amir on a different course. Instead of being the bad guy, Amir took down the bad guy. Still, I had to ask him some questions, just to ease my mind so I could focus on what we were really supposed to be doing. Before you show me anything, I wanted to ask you if you found out anything else about the person Agent Washington had warned us about.
Why? Are you worried?
Let's just say, over at my sister's house, Moses brought up the fact that the feds were in town. Then I became the topic of conversation because the feds visited my office, or rather, my brother-in-law's office.
That makes an even more awkward dinner, especially with you already having to deal with Trey.
Tell me about it. So, would you agree most heads of business, legal or illegal, usually have a right-hand man? Someone who could take over the business if something was to happen to the leader? I've seen cases where the right-hand man took over and made the leader go away. Amir stared at me for a long time.
Do you believe Moses?
Believe Moses about what?
I'm sure he put into your mind that somehow I took my pop's place.
I frowned. Wait, I didn't say that. I sighed. You've been approached with this theory before? Amir leaned back in his chair, looking older than his age.
Oh, yeah. I haven't done anything to be on the cops' radar around here. Nothing. But you would be surprised how often I get questioned for things I know nothing about, as if I should know about all the bad elements that happened here in town.
I'm so sorry.
It's my life. You know, I thought briefly about changing my last name, but I don't think it would help because I look like my pops.
I'm not accusing you of anything. Agent Washington said your pops would have run in the same circles as Dina, probably even with her husband.
I don't doubt it. Their businesses could have crossed each other. They had some similar movements with drug distribution, money laundering, and then the human trafficking. A lot of those operations are like a real big business. You have your smaller businesses, and they do the legwork, but the money still shoots upward to someone else. Someone with bigger pockets, the one who makes all the decisions.
And you're not aware of this person? Amir shook his head.
Nah, most of the small guys don't know. It's better that way. It's how the big guy on top stays protected. When I was brought in, I didn't see all the people who work with my pops. He didn't want me to see them. In his own way, he tried to shield me, which is kind of messed up because in the end, I pulled the rug out from under him. I did what I did from behind a computer. My skill set was to make doors open by hacking the system. I was sent the information securely. Once I did my thing, I destroyed the info. I will say when I saw my pops, he had 1 or 2 guys with him. They were big guys for protection. I couldn't even tell you their names. I doubt they did anything without being told.
I nodded. That makes sense. Amir stood in front of me.
Are we good, Rena? We can't work together if you don't trust me.
I trust you, which is why I'm talking to you. I don't want to be blindsided by anything. To me, trust is being open with each other. Do you agree? I raised an eyebrow. He grinned.
I'm an open book for you. I can guarantee I've told you things that no one else knows. Guess that makes you pretty special.
I opened my mouth, but quickly closed it as an unexpected blush crept up my cheeks. Amir sat down.
I do want to say something because your friend, Detective Moses, seems to always be warning you about me. I haven't done anything. All of this information that he has, it sounds to me like someone's feeding it to him. I just don't know what's the purpose. If you do have some doubts about me, why would I be trying to take down the people who got Sam involved in that stupid escort business? And now Letitia. Do you think I'm not invested in finding her?
Amir, I know you're a good guy. I can see that for myself. I'm sorry I brought it up. I'm really just trying to find the bigger fish here, because even if we take down some smaller fish, that one big one will find more. This big boss will find another Brent Huffman, Dina Huffman, and Antonio Wright.
I know, but right now, let's do what we can to catch the small fish. We leave the bigger fish to Agent Washington and Agent Chandler, like they want us to. When my pops died, I put all that behind me. At least until last week when Agent Washington showed up. I really didn't need him reminding me about my past. I've moved on.
I get it. Forget I brought it up. We have to find Letitia.
So, shall we get back to Otis?
I cleared my throat. Please. Amir pulled out a chair and rolled it to one of the 2 large monitors on his desk.
I can tell you where Otis has been and where he is now.
I hope he's at school right now.
He is. The red dot shows his car parked at the address for GHS, but last Friday, he drove straight to this address.
So, he didn't go straight home?
Nope. He drove to Polly's Island. Guess who lives there?
I shook my head. I have no idea, but that's near where Edwin Peters' home is located. It's near where
I got shot,
Amir answered.
According to public records, it's Dylan Jenkins' home. It actually was owned by his father. Dylan lives there with his wife and 2 kids.
I raised an eyebrow. I don't know if I like that Otis went straight to Dylan.
Something else. I found out how the judge is connected.
Amir pulled up a few articles on the other monitor.
It looks like he's Dylan and Zach's uncle on their mom's side. He has the same last name as their mom's maiden name, Phillips. This is an article from 10 years ago. Dylan's mom was the mayor about 10 years ago.
I remember that, the first female mayor. I didn't live here at the time, so I wouldn't have made the connection. It's kind of a family affair.
Yeah, and Zach is perfect for doing the dirty work. That's kind of his role in the company, just the way Letitia described him. He's like a bouncer of sorts. Dylan is the salesman, selling property, but Zach is the one who works with any construction foreman.
Amir pulled up another screen showing Zach's mugshot.
He's been in trouble. He has a couple of DUIs and he got into a big brawl a few years ago. Landed in jail for a bit. I've asked around about him. Sounds like he's always been a bully.
I'm guessing he's the one moving drugs around this area. Amir nodded.
I think you're right, but Zach doesn't have the brains or the money. Someone is still running the show.
Dylan. Remember on the video feed, the brothers were arguing. Dylan came downstairs to see if it was Dina. Maybe that wasn't supposed to be in the cards.
It's definitely like you said, a family affair. I wouldn't be surprised if the judge was in on it too. He definitely has the means to manipulate, like what he's doing with the solicitor.
We sat quietly for a few minutes. It was a lot to process. I cleared my throat. Suppose someone snatched Letitia up? Amir, her car is at the house, and her mom saw nothing.
I don't know. It seems weird. Letitia didn't see anything. I mean, yeah, she could say Zach got off the elevator with Dina, but no one saw him push her off the balcony.
I frowned. But she talked to us. By now, people know I'm a private investigator. I left my card with Frankie and Otis. Amir sat back, crossing his arms, concern creeping around his eyes.
What are you thinking?
Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Dina died after she talked to me, even though it was brief, and Letitia goes missing after she talks to me.
Hey, don't do that. Whoever killed Dina, it's because she talked to the feds. Don't forget the missing FBI agent. And Letitia may have just run off. You said she had a fight with her mom. She could have crashed at the beach house.
How would she get to the beach if her car is still at her mom's house?
Someone picked her up. I'm still running records. Dina didn't have a house in her name. She must have used another name.
She could have used her maiden name, Dina Romanova.
All right, I'll run another search. If I can't find the name, I have other ways. We know Zofia stays at the house. I imagine other girls are there too.
Yes, that's what Letitia told us. I rubbed my hands up and down my face.
We're going to find her, Rena.
I'm still praying for her too. In cases like this, we need someone a lot bigger to show us the way.
Hey, no argument from me. I welcome any help we can get.
My phone rang at that moment. I looked at Amir. It's Moses. I guess I've done something. Amir responded sarcastically.
Or I did.
I smirked. What's up, Moses? Moses barked. Where are you? I had to hold the phone from my ear. Fear struck my heart. I rose from the seat. Why? What's going on this morning? Did you find Letitia? I peered at Amir, who raised his eyebrow. Moses lowered his voice.
No, I'm sorry. No one has seen the girl. But I have some bad news about someone who happens to have your business card in his office.
Who?
Frankie's dead.
I sucked in a breath. That made me fear for Letitia even more. Last time I saw Frankie, he was quite sincere about the fact that he could protect Letitia. So what happened to him? Chapter 29, Monday, January 13th, 1 p.m. Amir tapped my shoulder.
Are you okay?
I had to lay down after talking to Moses. Amir had a couch in his office, which I somehow managed to take a cat nap on. It was like my brain decided it had enough processing. I opened my eyes. No, I'm not. A couple of kids found Frankie in his office. At first, they thought he passed out, but it became apparent pretty quickly that he may have overdosed. I sat up, feeling like my head was about to explode. I don't understand. Why kill off Frankie?
You said Frankie was protective of Letitia.
I nodded. Yeah, I guess. He knew she was an escort. I didn't get the impression that he knew she was associated with Zach until I said something. I think that might have made him angry. Amir nodded.
Angry enough to confront Zach, who I'm getting the impression may do more than knock people's heads together.
I frowned. Yeah, I wonder if Frankie took pills or if he was injected. Amir asked,
Why?
It's how Dina's husband died. Someone injected him with heroin laced with fentanyl.
Are you trying to trace this all the way back to that case?
I stood, my body bursting with adrenaline. Hey, there's a reason why I ran into Dina. I mean, she basically told me that she now knew who murdered her husband. Then she sees Zach come in with the other guys. They all get on the elevator. He's talking to her in the corner, angry with her. She must have been trying to expose him, and he stopped her. I spun around and looked at Amir. What do you think? Amir blew out a breath.
I think you cracked the case, boss. The only problem is how to prove he did it.
I dropped my shoulders and returned to the couch. Yeah, and none of this theorizing gets me any closer to finding Letitia.
I do have a way of finding our next lead to finding Letitia.
I narrowed my eyes. What are you proposing?
You're not gonna like it.
I haven't liked much about this investigation, and Letitia is still missing.
That's why I reached out to Sophia. You should know she was my date over the weekend, and we're meeting up again on Wednesday.
My mouth dropped open. What? How did you manage to do that? He shrugged.
I sent her a message on the gram the morning after we talked to Letitia. She responded. We've been sending messages back and forth. We agreed to meet, and she's quite the beauty in person.
Uh-huh. I'm sure your Instagram profile proved to be just as appealing. He raised his eyebrow at me.
You've been monitoring my profile, Mom?
I smirked. Yes, I monitor yours, just like I do Brittany, Joseph, and Chris. I have to make sure all my youngins stay on the straight and narrow.
I'm so privileged to be counted in the number,
Amir drawled. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Like you said, we've got to find Letitia. Sophia was the one who recruited her. All the girls spend time at Dina's beach house. Sophia lives there. If Letitia skipped town, where else would she go? Otis was no help and Frankie's dead. This is our last lead.
So how does she seem to you?
Sophia? She was cool. We talked about Sam, which was a little awkward to do on a date, but that's how I wheeled her in. I told her I'd been keeping Sam's IG account going and saw she was a friend. She was sorry to hear what happened to Sam and told me how sweet she was. I haven't mentioned anything about the escort business. I just hope she took my bait. She did, and we met because I didn't want her to think I was catfishing her.
I don't like this idea. I mean, nothing is going to come from this, right? Like, you're not really serious about her. You're just trying to get information? Amir didn't respond. Okay, I know you're a very active young man, and Sophia is a gorgeous girl, but how are you going to sneak in a conversation about her being an escort and find Letitia? Do we have that kind of time?
I admit I'm playing it by ear.
My heart sank. Are you kidding me? You have no plan. What if it goes wrong? We're assuming Sophia is on her own, but suppose someone else is in the picture. There was money made from this escort service. Now that Dina's gone, it just didn't go away.
I will figure out how to swing the conversation over in a way to say, I'm looking for a girl I just met that used to know Sam too. I wonder if you've seen her.
I shook my head and stood from the couch. No, I still don't like it. Maybe I should follow along, just to have your back.
Whoa, I can handle myself, Rena. I'm going to get the information from her, and I'm going to be careful about it.
I know you can do this. I just don't want you to get too cocky. We're partners in this, and there's something about Sophia that just doesn't sit right with me. Like, isn't she the one who found the camera in the penthouse? She recruited Letitia. Suppose she was the one to recruit Sam. This girl is young, but she's pretty savvy about the escort business. Plus, we know she has a thing for the Jenkins men. You don't want to run into either of them, especially Zach. He nodded.
I'll tell you what. Let me see your phone.
I handed him my phone. What are you about to do?
Since you want to be mommy dearest, I'm going to add this app to your phone. Something similar to what your sister was using on her daughter's phone.
You're going to let me track you?
Only to make you feel better.
Suppose something happens to your phone. He stared at me.
Okay, someone has been watching too many crime movies.
But isn't that what people do? Letitia hasn't called her mom, but her phone isn't picking up calls either. It doesn't strike me that she would ignore her mom or sister calling her. Suppose her phone is off, or someone took it.
That could be a possibility. And if for some reason my phone gets taken away from me, my last location can be tracked, and I will have this on.
He pointed to his arm. Your Apple Watch.
Right. It has the same app. Here, let me show you.
I leaned over and watched him pull up the app.
Just like when you were looking on the computer and we watched Otis's car. You can see me. Right now, it's showing me sitting at my house.
I guess this is better than nothing, but suppose you get in real trouble. Amir took a long time to answer. Amir, I know you think I'm tripping, but isn't this kind of what the agents warned us about? He rolled his eyes like some petulant child.
I have to tell you that I haven't had anyone this concerned about me since Sam died. It's making me feel a little out of sorts. I don't want you to worry, but I can see your logic.
Good. I'm genuinely concerned about Letitia and your safety. He nodded before pulling open the middle drawer of his desk.
This isn't going down until Wednesday, so don't be tracking me until then. If you have to, you should call our friend in common.
He stuck a card towards me. I focused on the card Amir held between his fingers. The FBI symbol was clear. Before I took the card, I already knew whose name was on it. You keep Agent Washington's info nearby, I see.
We have an agreement. If I'm ever in real trouble, I'm to reach out to him. I've never called him.
I swallowed and gripped the card in my hand. I believe I officially felt like we had crossed a line. Investigating from afar was one thing, but now it was like we were on some undercover covert rescue mission. I prayed no one else died. Chapter 30, Tuesday, January 14th, 9:57 p.m. I'm not so sure it was a good idea for Amir to install this app on my phone, because I watched that red dot like a hawk, even though I wasn't supposed to. He really didn't move around much, mostly in his house, the gym, and to nearby restaurants. I made myself stop looking at the app by moving it to the screen where I had apps I didn't use often. There was something bugging me. I pulled out my notes specifically on the trial. At the time, I had filled up several yellow notepads since cameras, phones, and other electronics weren't allowed in the courtroom. An artist had been hired who illustrated each of the people on the stand. The drawings were caricatures, stretching the people's faces out of proportion. Interestingly enough, the drawings still captured Dina's beauty. I took a look back at the people involved in the case. I covered the crime beat, as well as several trials over the years, so I knew most of the defense attorneys. I recall at the time that I didn't recognize Dina's defense attorney, and many of the others weren't familiar with him either. I stared at the drawing of him, my mind trying to remember his exact features. Giving up, I searched for Dina Huffman's defense lawyer, Vincent Jenkins. For a second, I was too shocked to look past the last name. The first article that came up in the search engine showed a familiar face. It also showed a link to a headline and an obituary. The attorney died. When? I clicked the headline. Attorney dies in plane crash with former politician wife. I read further down in the article, and then light bulbs were going off in my head so intensely, I looked away. Sometimes when I got tired, I had really horrible headaches. I didn't have them until after my near-fatal accident. Usually being tired and stressed would do it. Right now, I was stressed because the pieces were jumbled and I couldn't make sense of them. Dina's defense attorney, Vincent Jenkins, was married to Lorraine Phillips Jenkins. I read through the obituary. These were Zach and Dylan Jenkins' parents. His mom was mayor for one term, but decided not to run for a second term. Like Amir told me earlier, Dylan's mom was the judge's sister, thus their connection is family. They died about a year after Dina's trial. Vincent was an experienced pilot. Authorities thought the engine failed in the Cessna plane. Okay, so what does this mean? I dug a little further, focusing on Dylan's mother. She was the first female mayor and ran a good campaign. In fact, she was going to run again, but abruptly decided to pull out of the race. In a statement, she claimed that she needed to take care of her health and wanted to enjoy her grandchildren. I looked at the campaign picture. Lorraine was surrounded by Dylan and his family. Zach wasn't present in the photo, but I stared and pulled back from the monitor as if my eyesight was failing me. Was that Virgil and Dina? Okay, so Dina was close to the family. I studied the photo a bit more. Dina and Virgil were looking at each other. My mind spun as I tried to grasp any connections that I could. I decided to focus on the man who I'd always thought seemed out of place, hanging with much younger men, even if they were his nephews. Judge Virgil Phillips. The same one who had a hand in suppressing evidence we found on Edwin's computer and passed on to the cops. There was something else. I went to the secure cloud storage where Amir had updated clips from our recordings at the penthouse. We decided at the right time we would send these along to the police, but only after we had Letitia safe. I opened a clip I had pulled to the side. I fast-forwarded to the conversation between Dylan and Virgil.
I wouldn't worry about Dina. She's been skating on thin ice for a long time, ever since her husband was murdered.
She had the perfect attorney. Always amazes me how defense attorneys can find those technicalities. Anyway, enough of this talk. Sorry I brought it up. It's just that...
Stop worrying about it, Dylan. It will be taken care of.
I'd left Moses on bad terms last Friday. I probably shouldn't have insulted him, because I could use his help, and I trusted him. He was the one who convinced Amir to send the files from Edwin Peters' computer. Moses did the right thing. He took them to the solicitor. I attached the short clip I'd watched and sent it to Moses. I'd always promised Trey, when there was something that was for the police to take care of, that I would send it. After I pressed send, I called Moses. Moses answered with a groggy voice, like I woke him.
What up, Serena? It's pretty late.
I know. Look, I need your help. Moses' voice became alert.
Okay, I thought you didn't think I knew what I was doing.
I grimaced. Right now wasn't the time for pettiness. You are a perfectly good detective. I wasn't insulting you. I was simply saying that you don't always know what's going on around you. I sent you something via email. You should look at it.
What is it? I've had a long day.
You remember I hinted that there's a person with power willing to bury the evidence found on Edwin Peters' computer?
I thought about what you said. That would be Judge Virgil Phillips.
He has good reason. He's trying to either protect himself or his nephews, maybe both. I think they all know how a woman died this past weekend. The girl Letitia was with them. She was one of the escorts.
Okay, so you think you have a lock on where she could be?
Amir is working on something, but I want you to see that video now.
All right.
I waited, listening to Moses grumble on the phone. Finally, I could hear him play the video in the background.
What? Rena, how in the world? Okay, you know what? I kind of know how. So this is what you and Amir were up to at the beach?
Yes.
This is a smoking gun. I take it there are several copies of this file.
Oh, believe me, there are copies. Can you use it?
It's not going to be admissible in court. We need something where we had a search warrant. Remember with Edwin's computer, it was fairly easy to get the warrants because the dude got killed. We had to look into his death.
I heard a noise up front. Wait, hold on, Moses. I walked down the hallway. In the corner, I caught a glimpse of Callie, who, up until this point, had been hiding in one of her sleeping corners. The cat came out when she was hungry and had been fed hours ago. The fact that she was lurking in the hallway put me on edge. I turned my attention to the door where the cat was staring. I sucked in a breath.
Rena, what's going on? Rena?
I could hear Moses calling my name from the phone, but it was outside my front door that had my attention. Trey would call me if he was coming by. I knew it wasn't Amir. If he had something for me, he would text me. Bev and my brother-in-law were in the bed by now. Those were the only people I could count on my hand that would possibly be at my front door. That means the shadow at my front door meant me no good. A thump startled me, sending the cat scattering, her claws scraping the wood floor as she ran. Scaredy cat. Now would have been the perfect time to show those claws, because without a doubt, someone was at my door. I slowly walked backward, lifting the phone to my ear. I whispered, "Send someone out here."
What's going on, Rena?
Moses asked, panting like he was running. I think someone is trying to break into my house. The glass from the front door window pane shattered. Call someone, Moses. They're coming in. I'm keeping the phone on, but I can't talk anymore. I gripped the phone in my hand and ran for the bedroom, where my cig lay waiting on top of the shelf of the closet. Wednesday, January 15th, 10:24 p.m. I ran to the bedroom and slammed the door shut, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. There was a lock on the door, but I knew it wouldn't hold even as I turned it. I shoved my phone into my robe pocket and grabbed the chair from the vanity. I propped it under the door and hoped it would give me enough time to get the gun. All those times Amir asked me about home security. I've been living here for 2 years with no problems. To my knowledge, my aunt had a break-in many, many years ago, so I knew home invasion was a possibility. But those burglars broke in when they knew my aunt wasn't home. There was a window behind me, but it would take some effort to hike it up and fit my big behind through it. No, I had to stay and fight. I reached for the bag on the top shelf that held the gun. I ripped the zipper back and pulled out the SIG. Thank goodness I'd brought the SIG with me to the beach. I had a full magazine. My fingers trembled as I loaded the mag. Outside my door, I could hear commotion, and then the doorknob moved. By now, I had to control my breathing, or I was going to hyperventilate. It didn't help that under the bed, Callie hissed, her anxiety matching mine. I slid the release down and pointed the SIG towards the door. I yelled, "Who are you? I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it." Lord help me. I know I must have brought this on myself. Agent Washington and his partner's visit to my office with their warnings was ringing true now. Wood started flying from my door as someone on the other side started hacking it. My eyes stretched wide as I watched the door to my bedroom get torn to shreds. My horror grew as I started to catch a glimpse of my attacker. He wasn't even hiding his face. It was Zach Jenkins, in my home, tearing at my door like a wild man. The man was truly unhinged. What could he possibly think I could do to him? I yelled, "Stop! I will shoot you!" Either he didn't care or he didn't hear me in the midst of trying to get to me. I hadn't shot this gun in a few months, but I would have no choice now. I held the gun up and fired. Zach jerked back from the door. Then I heard 2 things: expletives flying out of Zach's mouth and the sounds of a police siren. I knew I wasn't out of the woods yet because Zach came at the door again. I didn't want on my conscience having killed a man, but he was leaving me no choice. I fired again. Then an eerie quiet descended. I fought back a scream that seemed to come too late. Did I just kill a man in my house? My beloved Auntie's house. "Rena, where are you?" In the midst of my despair, a familiar voice soothed me, giving me a chance to catch my breath. Before I could move from my position behind the bed, I heard a scuttle outside and another shot. Who was shooting? Wednesday, January 15th, 11:02 p.m. I pulled the chair away from the shattered door and saw 2 deputies wrestling a bloodied Zach to the ground. Moses peered through the door at me. "Are you hurt, Rena?" I managed to find my voice, despite the large lump in my throat. "No." "You need to hand me that gun." He was slipping latex gloves on his hands. I forgot I was holding it. I released the slide and removed the mag, handing them both to Moses. He raised an eyebrow. "You handled that gun like you knew what you were doing." "I'm a responsible gun owner. Trained to. Is he going to live?" I could hear the deputy reading Zach his rights. Moses nodded. "You got him in the arm and shoulder. He's going to need to be looked over, but don't you worry. He's not going anywhere but to a jail cell. We got him in the act." Moses placed my gun in an evidence bag. "I'm going to take your gun." I scowled. "He broke into my house." "I know. We will have you make a statement, but we need to collect this as evidence." Moses started to say something else when a loud whelp came from under the bed. "Whoa, what is that?" I forgot about Callie. That's my cat. She must be scared out of her mind. Let me see if she'll let me put her in my office. "Okay." Moses eyed me as I slid under the bed. Callie looked at me like I was crazy. "You're okay, girl. Let me take you somewhere safe." It took more coaxing, but the feline actually came to me. She's never done that, which told me how much the scary man breaking into her territory had rattled her. I was just as rattled. "Let me take her to the office." "You probably need to be checked out too." "No, I'm fine." I went down the hall. I put Callie in my office with some kibbles and water. When I came out, more people had arrived, including another deputy. I peered outside to see Zach in the back of a police car, his side profile like a stone statue. My anger had been steadily building. Now, my body shook. I wanted to go out there and rip him apart. He came in here to kill me, like he did Dina. For what? Just to save his illegal business? Making money off distributing drugs to people, some of them kids, protecting his own interests so he could ruin people's lives. Serena. What? I snapped. Moses looked at me, his eyes soft. I know you're upset. I'm furious. He came into my house. For what? To save his stupid skin and his business? He's going down. You need to find out if he knows about Letitia. Please. I will. We should still get you checked out. You shouldn't stay here tonight. Let me call Trey. No, this is his worst fear. He's going to find out. How? Are you going to tell him? He's my boy. I can't not tell him. And you need a place to stay until the police finish in here. You got blood in your hallway. Do you really want to see that? Let me call Trey. It was no use arguing. Instead, I reached into my robe, remembering I stuck my phone in the pocket. I made my own phone call. I wasn't having Zach Jenkins run me out of my own home. Chapter 31, Wednesday, January 15th, 1:02 p.m. Trey came to get me. To his credit, he didn't rub it in my face about the break-in. I stayed in his guest bedroom. He even let me bring Callie with me, who was just as unhappy as I was not to be in our safe place. After much insistence from me, Trey drove me back to my house in the early afternoon. Amir stood on the porch, bent over the doorbell. Trey glanced at me without saying a word. I knew he wanted to say something, but he knew I called Amir last night to help me secure the house. I wouldn't trust anyone else. I climbed out of the car and reached inside the back seat for Callie's carrier. The cat had meowed softly while Trey drove. She seemed to sense she was home and began to yowl. Okay. You don't have to announce your home to the entire neighborhood. I scrambled up the porch step and took the feline inside. Once the carrier door swung open, Callie made a beeline for the kitchen, where she probably still had kibbles from the day before. I turned around to find both men, looking amused. Amir said, "You're a cat lady, too. Who knew?" Very funny. I noticed Amir was wearing his usual uniform, hoodie, but this one was new. It had Tupac on the front. I pointed to his hoodie. Before your time. Amir grinned. Dude is still relevant. Love his music. Biggie, too. I like old school hip-hop. That brought a smile to Trey's face. Well, all right now. Both men exchanged a very manly handshake. I was pleased, watching the two men give each other some respect. That was much better than the usual awkward greeting. So, what's next? I asked. Well, I just finished installing a security camera on your front door. You have a combination doorbell and a camera. On the back, there's a camera installed above the back door. I have other suggestions, but you know me. I like to be cautious. I smiled. That's why I called you. What about lighting? Your lighting is good. The motion detectors in front and back are working fine. I suggested some around the sides of the house. I can do that another time. Oh, and the cameras can be viewed on the app. I will send you a text to download. In a few minutes, my phone pinged. I looked down. Got it. Amir nodded. One last thing is the security panel. I followed him inside, with Trey behind me. I just have one panel on the side of the front door. I can really hook you up with some smart devices so you can control the alarm system from various places in the house. But it's a start. Wow, you really know your stuff. I might need you to come out to my house, Trey commented. He'd been quiet, taking in all that Amir had done since last night. I could tell by the way his eyes were stretched that Trey was impressed. Sure thing, Rev. Let me know what you need. Trey waved his hand. You can just call me Trey. Trey. Amir nodded. So the only thing I didn't touch, because the cops were here for a while, is the hallway. You probably want to take the door down. It looks like you guys act pretty good. I take it that's his blood on the wall. I nodded. I didn't want to deal with the hallway, but I wanted to get back into my house. Sometimes you had to face things head on. Trey touched my arm. I can help Rena clean up. I smiled at him, really appreciating how he was handling all of this. After all of his lectures, and now this, But it wasn't over yet. I looked at a mirror. Tonight was Wednesday. Now, with Zach behind bars, I needed to know if he was still planning to hook up with Sophia. Not really caring that Trey was there, I asked, "So, are you sticking to the plan?" Amir glanced at Trey and then back at me.
We still don't know where Letitia is, so yeah. I think I should stick to the plan. You have the app. You can check my location. Anything goes down, you know who to call.
I took a deep breath. Okay, text me when you're on your way. Amir gave me an exasperated look.
All right, Mom.
I pointed my finger at him like I meant business. Just watch yourself, son. He chuckled all the way out the door. I closed the door behind him and looked at Trey, who appeared confused.
Do I even want to know what that was about?
Just an inside joke. We ran into some folks at the beach and needed a quick cover story. Trey raised an eyebrow.
You don't look old enough to be his mom.
I walked past Trey. That's what they said. But at the time, we needed to make a getaway. I slowly moved down the hallway to view the damage. I'd been concentrating last night on watching Zach get taken away in the police car, just plain grateful to God that he protected me once again. I prayed for that protection to be extended to Amir tonight. I wasn't worried about Zach coming back to finish me off. I was worried about how Amir thought he could find Letitia. Wednesday, January 15th, 5 p.m. Trey took the shattered bedroom door off the hinges. While he worked on the door, I grabbed some gloves, a bucket, and some dish detergent and wiped away at splatters of blood on the wall. I had visions of Zach's face, flashing, slashing at my door like he was Jack Nicholson in The Shining. It took a lot to scare me, and while I was putting up a good front, I felt exposed and angry. I'd had my home invaded and even my car broken into when I lived in Charlotte. But that man coming after me in my beloved Aunt C's home, my home, it was going to take a while for me to feel whole again. I jumped when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
Trey looked down at me with concern.
You've been wiping that same area for like 10 minutes. I think that's as clean as it will get. Probably should just plan for a fresh coat of paint. I can help.
I sighed and stood, my knees feeling wobbly from bending down. Trey reached for my elbow to steady me. I peered up into his face, only seeing concern. So why aren't you saying, "I told you so"? Trey rubbed my shoulders and then my arms.
I'm just happy God kept you safe. I'm not a fan of guns, but I'm glad you know how to use one.
I peered at him. Yes, I told you I had to grow up fast when I left home. I was dating a guy that got shot right before my eyes. Not too long after that, I decided to get my own gun. I was living in a rough neighborhood. I used to go to the shooting range with a friend, so yes, I can handle a gun.
I keep learning new things about you all the time.
I sighed. How about we get something to eat? I'm sure I have something in the freezer. While I rummaged in the freezer, I thought I heard more than Trey's voice. Grabbing a tray of lasagna, I hurried out of the pantry to find Moses had arrived. Oh, hey.
Moses grunted. Hey, yourself. I came by to check to see how you're doing. I see your young friend hooked you up with the alarm system.
Yes. I sat the lasagna on the counter and faced Moses. Did you get anything out of Zach?
Moses crossed his arms. Not yet, but we found some interesting things about his background.
Like what?
He used to be one of Antonio Wright's boys.
I stared at him for a second. What? Moses stepped forward.
Amir didn't recognize him?
I narrowed my eyes. Amir didn't see a lot of his dad's operation. His function was to work computer systems. How do you know that Zach was one of Antonio's guys?
Moses eyed me. He was arrested a few years ago with a group brought in on drug distribution charges. The group was definitely out of Antonio's territory.
Was this the same group that included Frankie and Letitia's dad, Lucius?
Moses pursed his lips. Yeah.
I heard Lucius was the only one who went down out of that group.
Moses tilted his head. You really do your homework.
Let me show you something. I walked to my office. Moses and Trey both followed me.
What in the world, woman?
Moses walked up to my board where I pinned all the men I'd been tracking. Trey stood behind him.
Why do you have all these guys from the class of 90?
Moses stared at him.
How do you know them?
Trey pointed.
Dylan Jenkins was the quarterback the year GHS won the state championship. Every team, including when I was playing, tried to take on these guys' record.
I interrupted Trey's revelry. Well, this group is nothing to be proud of now. Let's start with someone who's not on the original team. I pointed to the first photo in the group. Zach is Dylan's older brother. Moses, you were looking for the person who's still running Antonio's territories. I'm pretty sure that's Zach. Probably ran the product through the wave. Something went down between him and Frankie. I sensed tension when I visited Frankie last week. I'm guessing after our conversation, Frankie wasn't pleased about Zach attempting to manhandle Letitia. I continued on to 2 photos I'd placed side by side. You know about Edwin Peters. I believe these 2, Edwin and Dylan, were in cahoots, wheeling and dealing their real estate development schemes. Not sure yet if they had a hand in the products. That may have been all Zach's thing, but the men benefited from the women who were a part of the operation. This is where Dina comes in. She has a long history of dealing with girls. She was a victim of human trafficking herself, so Dina and Zach may have worked together. Her talking to the feds was a direct hit on his business. I moved down my board. The one person on here that you really need to look into is the one on the video I sent you last night. And here's why I have suspicions. The judge seemed to have a romantic relationship with Dina. Look at this picture. Moses and Trey leaned forward. Trey agreed.
Yeah, he has the hots for her.
Moses frowned.
Where are you going with this?
Dina Huffman was accused of killing her husband. When I saw her that night before she fell to her death, she practically confessed to me she knew who did it. I'm thinking it was a combination of 2 people. Zach Jenkins has shown himself to be the big bad guy who takes care of things, but I feel pretty strongly that Judge Virgil Phillips is the main person who runs the entire show. We all stared at my board. Moses stated,
So the one to really take down is the judge? Do you know how hard that's going to be? I mean, we can try to get Zach to crack, but he's not doing a lot of talking.
You said Zach was arrested a few years ago. How did the charges against him get dropped?
Moses raised an eyebrow. That's a good question. Because those charges were serious enough that he should still be doing some serious time. Well, the one good thing is he got caught red-handed last night in your house. He's charged with breaking and entering, plus attempted murder. He's not getting away this time.
A chill ran down my spine. While Moses was talking, I picked up my phone and clicked on the app. I don't know why, but for a woman who didn't have children, my maternal instincts were all over the place. I studied the red dot on my phone. It was moving. That's when I realized Amir's location. What was he doing there? Moses asked,
What are you looking at?
I glanced up to see both Moses and Trey watching me. My fear must have been all over my face. Trey stepped forward.
Are you okay, Rena?
A memory came from a long time ago. Reverend Thomas telling me something to do that I sometimes felt obliged to do or not. Fix your face, girl. Though it was decades later, this was one time where I listened to something my stepdad told me to do. If he was looking down at me from heaven, I'm sure he was giving a side eye to the Lord and saying, this girl thinks she's slick. I put the phone down at my side, though I wanted to watch the progress on the screen. A smile stretched across my face. I'm fine, just tired. Moses raised an eyebrow and then looked at Trey before studying my face. He finally said,
Okay, Rena. I'm going to look into some of what you theorized on your board back there. You got some investigation skills. I'll give that to you. But try to get some rest and stay out of trouble.
I nodded like an obedient child. Trey walked Moses towards the front door. As soon as both men left the kitchen, I looked back at the screen, questions running amok in my head. Why was Amir in Polly's Island? Was this where Dina's beach house was located? It was possible. I just assumed her beach house was in Myrtle Beach, but Dina had only said the house was nearby. That could have been minutes or an hour away. I swallowed my fears because I heard Trey approaching. He walked into the kitchen.
Do you want me to heat up the lasagna?
I'm not hungry anymore. I'm really tired. He looked at me.
So you want me to leave? Are you sure you want to be by yourself tonight?
I need to get back to normal. This is my house, and someone invaded it. But I'm not going to be afraid. Besides, you see what Amir did today. It's like Fort Knox around here. Trey walked towards me.
I also overheard you two talking. Amir was sticking to the plan. He put a tracking app on your phone so that you could keep up with him. That's what you were looking at.
I completely forgot Trey had been listening. Yes, if he gets in a bind, I have someone to call.
Backup?
Trey questioned. Yes, and the backup is law enforcement. That should ease your mind.
It does. But what would ease my mind even more is if you're going to be safe. Zach is in jail, but are you still in danger?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me, Trey. He stared at me a long while, which meant he didn't believe me. Trey was my oldest friend, and he knew me better than most people. I hated that I was lying, but I needed Trey to go home and not worry. It would make what I was going to do a little easier.
All right. I'm going to check on you later. If you don't answer my call, I will call the cavalry on you, meaning I will send Moses after you.
I closed my eyes. I figured you would. He leaned down and kissed me. We hadn't shared a kiss in a while, and this one was tender and long enough to make my knees melt. If we'd hung in there any longer, I might have convinced Trey to stay, but I really needed him to go. I walked him to the door and watched him drive away. As soon as his taillights faded into the darkness, I closed the door and set the alarm. With one look at the phone app, I knew I needed to move fast. Amir was way too close to, if not inside, of Dylan's house. That wasn't good, not at all. Amir may have never run into Zach, but Dylan would recognize him. Thanks to our ruse at the beach, he was going to think Amir was my son, which meant Amir was in serious danger. I dressed quickly in usual stakeout attire, dark shirt, pants, and shoes. I added a black beanie over my head, knowing it would be cold and my hair would be protected. The last time I'd worn the gun holster was a few months ago. With that in place, I put on my short black leather coat and matching gloves. Moses had taken my SIG from the house, but I had a backup. I grabbed an extra magazine out of the closet and headed out to my car. It took me a minute to get my alarm set because it was brand new to me. Once inside the car, I flipped open the glove compartment and pulled out the other SIG. I'd used a gun once this week and hoped to not have to again. I wasn't a cop, but I had to protect myself. I might have gun power on me, but I prayed for God to watch over Amir, Letitia, and myself. There had been enough death. I just wanted everyone home safely and the folks stirring up trouble to be stopped. The ride took me a little over 15 minutes, me gripping the wheel and hoping the dot would move. It didn't. Amir was still at Dylan's home. I wondered if Sophia took him there on purpose, maybe as a trap. He had to know it wasn't a good idea, unless he felt it was the best way to find Letitia. The eeriness of this trip dawned on me as I pulled onto the street lined with expensive beach homes. I'd been here only a few months before. The Atlantic Ocean was parallel to me as I drew closer to my destination. I fussed at Amir about having no plan, but I didn't have much of one myself, and walking up to knock on the door was clearly not a good option. I meant what I told Trey about getting backup. I slipped the card Amir gave me from my phone's cover. My fingers felt like ice as I dialed the number on the card. Agent Washington answered the phone on the second ring.
Amir, this better be important.
Not Amir. It's Serena Manchester. I need your help. Chapter 32. Pawleys Island, South Carolina. Wednesday, January 15th, 7:32 p.m. Agent Washington didn't have very kind words for me. I recalled how I'd irritated him in the past. I felt slightly better that at least I had somewhat of a plan. Basically, if things went really wrong, the feds weren't far behind. I pulled my car down the road and parked in a place I hoped wasn't noticeable. This was a very familiar road to me. I'd been here a few months prior, staking out Edwin Peters' home. The house with the large windows facing the ocean was empty now, still hadn't been sold. I scaled along the fence behind the property, keeping my eye out for anyone else who may be out enjoying the surf tonight. All I saw was the vastness of the sand, ocean, and starry sky meeting in their layers, and I suddenly felt really alone. Lord, please keep us all safe. I know you are watching over all of us. It was so dark, with only the moon offering light. It wasn't as cold as I expected it to be, but I still felt chills up my spine. I observed my surroundings every time the waves crashed against the shore. Up ahead were lights coming from a house I'd never visited, but had seen mainly as a red dot on a map. Dylan's house. I wondered if he was home at all. Amir had mentioned that Dylan had a wife and 2 kids. Would they be there now? Maybe I'd blown things out of proportion and was making a fool of myself being out here. I looked around again before I bent down low and sprinted behind the house. Dylan had a boardwalk that stretched from the back of the house out to the beach. The boards were surrounded by tall beach grass. Grateful for the covering, I crouched low in the grass. Dylan's house also had large windows that faced the ocean. The furnishings inside were visible from where I crouched. I glimpsed white couches, wood flooring, and a nautical theme. Then I saw 2 people in the room. My breath caught in my throat. One of them was Dylan, the other Amir. I leaned in closer. It didn't appear as if Amir was tied up, but Dylan was armed and his face livid. Amir sat still, his jaw muscles tight. Where was Agent Washington? While I tried to figure out my next move, something caught my eye to my left. As I turned to look, there appeared to be 2 figures coming down the boardwalk from the house. One of them had long hair and was really tall. That had to be Sophia. The other figure was shorter. Wait, that's Letitia. My first instinct was to run up to them, but I had to stay where I was because I had no clue if anyone else was out here. I looked back at the window again and my pulse quickened. The judge, Virgil Phillips. Amir's face no longer looked cool. Now he looked angry. Virgil walked over to Amir and stood in front of him. I tried to keep my eyes on Amir, but Sophia and Letitia were approaching my hiding place fast. Why are you doing this? Just leave me alone. I'm not going to do anything. Sophia's husky voice snapped. They don't trust you, and I don't either. You were talking too much. You got your friend killed. Letitia tried to pull out of Sophia's grasp, but the taller girl whipped out a gun on her. I told you to stop struggling. If you want to survive, you better start cooperating. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Dina was so good to you. Did you tell on her? Dina did this to herself. She knew how the judge would react to her talking to the feds. I will miss her, but she should have kept her mouth closed, same as you. Now let's go. We're going back. You have a job to do. Letitia stood her ground. No, I'm not going. You're just going to have to shoot me. Oh, no, she's not. That was my last straw. I pulled out my cig and came up behind the girls. Let her go, Sophia. The feds will be here to shut all this down. At least, I hope that's the case. Both girls turned around. Letitia gasped, Miss Serena, she's got a gun. I did too. Run, Letitia. Letitia elbowed Sophia and took off. Not sure what to do, Sophia swung her gun at Letitia, but then swung it at me. I knew if either one of us started shooting, that would get the attention of the men inside. Sophia decided to shoot at me first. I felt the bullet whiz by me as I hit the boardwalk. I rolled, jumped up, and fired back at her. She screamed, but I missed. Sophia took off in the direction where Letitia ran. I glanced over my shoulder at the house and noticed someone at the window. I didn't have time to see who. I ran after Sophia. At times like this, I wished I was in better shape because both girls had a considerable distance on me. I really didn't want to try shooting the gun again because, with it being dark, I could miss and hit Letitia. I just hoped Sophia wouldn't do anything stupid. I watched as Letitia ducked through an alleyway between 2 homes. One of those houses was the Peters home. I decided to stop pursuing the girls and try something else. I went around the other side of the house with the hopes of cutting Sophia off. Something barreled towards me and sent me tumbling across the sand. My cig slipped out of my hand. I tried to scramble back to my feet, pretty sure the body that just slammed into me was a male. I spun around to face my attacker. Dylan's eyes blazed at me.
What are you doing here, Miss Manchester? Haven't you and your son caused enough trouble?
I smirked. I think I should be asking you that. It seems like you should be in a jail cell right along with your brother. You got a fancy house, live well, and thriving business. But you get the nerve to be holding a young girl hostage. Don't you have daughters of your own? Dylan's nose flared.
I wasn't holding anyone hostage.
Yeah? Well, your blonde bombshell is out there chasing a young girl. What's that about?
She's not going to hurt her.
He pointed at me.
But you're coming with me. Your days of sticking your nose into other people's business are over.
He grabbed at my arm, but I shoved him back, really hoping that I could get my hands on my cig. I'm not going anywhere with you. He snatched my arm and squeezed.
If you want that young man in my house to live, you better come with me.
Fine, I said through gritted teeth. He reached down into the sand and picked up my cig.
I'll take this.
Okay, now would be a good time for the cavalry to show up. I marched in the sand, looking back for any signs of Letitia or Sophia. I stepped up on the boardwalk leading into the back of the Jenkins home. The walk felt like I was walking the plank on a pirate's boat. Once inside, I squinted as the brightness of the room hit me. Amir looked over and his eyes stretched wide when he saw me. Dylan shoved me toward him and Amir caught me before I stumbled. I steadied myself, though my knees wobbled. So, this is where you ended up on your big date tonight? Amir dropped his voice.
What happened to sticking to the plan?
I whispered back, I did. He gave me a slight head nod and raised his voice.
I think I'm going to leave the dating life alone after tonight. At least stay away from pretty tall blondes. Both of you will be lucky if we let you live tonight.
Virgil walked towards us. The man stood slightly stooped, but his eyes flashed pure evil, and he was holding a gun.
You two have been causing us trouble the past 2 weeks.
Virgil turned toward Dylan.
Where are those girls at?
Dylan looked like a little boy being reprimanded by his elder.
They took off.
Well, you should get them both back. We need to settle all those loose ends.
I asked, how are you planning to do that? Your nephew, Zach, went a little bonkers at my house, and he's sitting in a jail cell now. Looks like this time you won't be able to get his charges dropped. Virgil sneered.
I should have known you would be trouble. I saw you when you were talking to Dina. I recognized you even though your hair is different. You were in the courtroom while she was on trial.
I stared at him. It hadn't even occurred to me that he knew who I was this whole time. That explained him bumping into me for the breakfast at the hotel. Dylan probably mentioned me to him, and that just confirmed to him who I was. I smiled, and for some reason, I didn't feel afraid. It had nothing to do with feeling like the cocky reporter I used to be. I had peace that overcame me at that moment, despite my circumstances, and I knew all would be well. I just needed to do what I do best. You loved Dina. It must have hurt you to know she betrayed you. After all, you took away the one man that made her life miserable for so long. Virgil glared at me.
What are you babbling about, woman?
Your broken heart. I'm sure Dina thought about murdering Brent many times, but she wouldn't do that. Why mess up her lifestyle? And she had her side fun with the detective. And you. Did you know about the detective? Were you the one who told your brother-in-law? I mean, that was a grand thing, getting your brother-in-law to defend Dina. You have somewhat of a good heart, not letting the woman you love go to prison for a crime she didn't commit. Dylan was looking back and forth between me and his uncle.
What is she talking about?
I feigned surprise. You didn't know? This whole thing started with your uncle getting rid of a man. I faced Virgil. I suspect you took over some of Brent's business, but quietly. Zach ran things for you. He had the experience working with Antonio Wright. You were always there to get the charges magically dropped for him. Zach probably thought he was invincible. Did you send Zach after Dina? Virgil's face was red now.
Shut up, woman. You have no proof. You're just talking.
Am I just talking? Maybe I do babble too much. Sorry about that. No, wait. I have one more question. How do you sleep at night after what you did to your own sister? Virgil stomped towards me. Amir stepped in front of me and held up his arms.
Hold up, old man. If she's just talking, and none of it's true, why are you so upset?
Dylan stepped up beside his uncle. He wasn't looking at us, but glaring down at his uncle.
What did she mean by what you did to your own sister?
Virgil barked out a harsh laugh.
Nothing. You know I loved your mother.
I butted in. My goal was to keep talking, turning attention away from me and Amir. But your mother was a good woman, Dylan. She wanted what was best for this town. I believe she had every intention of running for a second term as mayor. But she found out what kind of a man her brother was and how he pulled your father into his mess. Your father was an excellent pilot, definitely an excellent defense attorney. I bet you he took care of his planes, like his cases. Engine failure on his Cessna? That couldn't have sat right with you. I heard you were really close to both of your parents. Dylan's eyes stretched. He let out a harsh whisper.
You didn't.
Virgil stepped back.
Boy, of course I didn't. Stop listening to her. She's trying to divide us, make you upset for no reason.
Am I? Or is Dylan seeing the truth for himself? That you've been manipulating him and his brother all this time just to serve your own needs? Dylan shouted,
You killed them!
Virgil backed up more.
Calm down. You're not thinking.
No, I know you did it. I just never thought it could be true.
I'd forgotten Dylan had been holding my cig in his hand this whole time. He swung it around towards his uncle.
You and my dad argued that night. Mom was upset, and it was about more than not running for mayor again.
Virgil's face was red, and he began coughing.
I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. Your dad didn't understand what I'd done. I helped Dina. She needed to be saved from the man.
Amir gently grabbed my arm and took a baby step back. I did the same, hoping not to draw the attention of the two men arguing. We'd inched back maybe 6 inches before Dylan fired a shot at his uncle. The old man had fired his own gun, but the bullet went wild as Virgil grabbed his chest. Blood streamed through his fingers. Dylan stood, frozen, a mixture of anger and shock on his face. I felt Amir grab my hand. As he attempted to pull me forward, the front door crashed open, and then chaos reigned. Wednesday, January 15th, 9:13 p.m. Agent Washington had arrived with the cavalry. I wasn't too surprised to see Moses. He walked towards me with Letitia beside him. The girl ran over to me and hugged me. We didn't know each other very well, but I felt great relief to see her. After hugging me, she got in a hug from Amir, too. He asked,
How did you get away from Sophia?
Letitia smiled up at him. Detective Moses. He saw me running and chased down Sophia. They just arrested her. I smiled at Moses. Let me guess. Trey called you.
My man was like, you need to check on Rena. I know she up to something.
I laughed. Yep, that man knew me too well. We all turned around and saw Dylan being taken out of the house in handcuffs. While the deputy loaded him into the car, 2 medics wheeled the judge out on a stretcher. His skin was so pallid. I wondered if he would make it. It seemed too easy for him to just die. He should have to face his crimes, which I determined had stacked up over the years, including those where he was indirectly involved. Agent Washington strolled over to our group. He'd already started shaking his head before he reached us.
I knew it. You two combining forces was definitely going to be trouble. Either way, good work.
I grinned. Hey, at least we did call you. Amir rolled his eyes.
Yeah, about that. You were a little slow to respond, Agent Washington.
The older agent's face softened a tiny bit.
We have had every intention of getting to Judge Virgil Phillips. He's been under the radar for a long time now, but Dina told us he'd practically confessed to her what he did.
I asked. He didn't kill Brent himself, though. Agent Washington shook his head.
No, he got someone to do his dirty work for him. He always did.
Amir asked,
Did you find your agent?
Agent Washington sighed deeply.
Yes, we did. She was barely alive. Zach got a hold of her and beat her up pretty good. He must have thought she'd lost consciousness, so he left her. But she'd faked it so she could get away. She's at the hospital recovering. Speaking of hospitals, let me check on Judge Phillips. Right now, it's not looking too good. It looks like his criminal activities finally caught up with him.
I turned to Moses. By the way, you should look into the death of the judge's sister and brother-in-law. I had a theory that I threw out there. I was hoping it wasn't true, but I think there was some truth there. At least Dylan's eyes were opened. Moses' eyes widened.
So that's why he shot his uncle?
Yep. I believe their deaths were thought to be an accident. that may not be the case. Moses looked at Amir and then me. Well, if the feds are giving you pats on the back for a good job, I guess I can do the same. Amir smirked. Thank you, Detective Moses. I'm touched. Whatever, Moses grumbled. He addressed Letitia. Shouldn't you get checked out at the hospital, young lady? Letitia shook her head. No, I'm fine. I just want to go home. I placed my hand on her arm. I'll take you. My car is in the driveway, Amir stated. I examined his face. Okay. You must share about how this date of yours went. Do I have to? Yes. Amir cringed. Dinner was great. She invited me back to her place. I thought it would be Adina's beach house, and I hadn't located it yet. Once we crossed into Polly's Island, that's what I still was thinking until I saw the address. I shook my head. She lured you here. Apparently. I should have known better. Thanks for being an awesome partner. You really handled Virgil and Dylan in there. I smiled. I had some inspiration from above. Our plans aren't always God's plans, and his are definitely a lot better than we could ever imagine. Going in there with the knowledge I found out and started to put together was key. I had a feeling Dylan did his own thing and didn't really pay too much attention to what his uncle and his brother did. He admired his uncle, but that changed when he realized the man he looked up to could be responsible for his parents' deaths. It's sad how people don't treat their own families with love. I'll catch up with you later, boss. Amir grinned. Letitia, I'm glad you're safe. The young woman smiled up at him. I'm forever grateful to you and Miss Serena. I've never been more scared in my life. I smiled. Let's get you home. On the way to Letitia's home, I unfortunately had to break it to her about Frankie. Tears ran down her face. He wasn't as bad as people thought. He really did try to help me. I think he felt bad about my dad getting the blame. You know, he told me one time that someone set my dad up on purpose, but there wasn't anything anyone could do. I looked at her. I wonder if that person was Zach. Had you ever seen him before at the arcade? Letitia shook her head. No, I'd only seen him on the weekends. I worked at the beach. Did you know about Frankie's side business? Letitia was quiet for a while. Yes, but like I said, he was a good person. As I pulled up in front of her home, we sat for a minute. Finally, I asked, what are you going to do now? Are you going to tell your mother? I know I need to come clean. She's going to be upset. I think she will be upset, but glad that you're safe. Me and you need to talk about what you can do next. She peered at me, looking younger than her 19 years. You're going to help me? Absolutely. When I was 19, I was alone in a strange city. I felt like I couldn't go back home. You have a mom who loves and supports you, and a younger sister who adores you. You're still young, and God brought you through an ordeal. He has something in the works for you. I just know it. She smiled. I'm ready to do something different. Thanks again, Miss Serena. I'm so glad I met you. I watched her go up to the door. Jeanette opened the door and I could see her bursting out crying. I drove away as mother and daughter embraced. My own tears fell as the last few days sunk in. Lord, you are so good. Thank you for grace and mercy. Epilogue. 4 weeks later. Friday, February 9th, 1:54 p.m. I arrived at my sister's house with Amir and Letitia. They'd attended church with me the past 2 Sundays. Amir still wasn't sure about the whole church thing, but he seemed to enjoy himself. He especially looked forward to the Sunday meal, and I was pleased to see Bev had become more welcoming. Squeals of greetings and laughter erupted from the family room once Amir and Letitia entered. I peeked in to find all my favorite teens and preteens, Chris, Joseph, Brittany, Layla, and Tiffany, were taking turns with the VR headsets Clay had purchased. Sadly, the wave had officially closed down, so the town's teens had officially lost their favorite hangout. Trey came up behind me and slipped his arms around my waist. Looks like the local hangout has been transferred to under Bev's watchful eye. I leaned back. Yes, my sister decided it was best to be proactive. She told me she and Jeanette have been getting together too. Since Brittany and Layla are friends, the two moms thought it best to get to know each other and help keep tabs on the girls. Sounds like a plan. Trey commented.
Isn't Amir a little too old to be hanging out with this crowd?
I led Trey away from the family room so we could talk. He had to grow up pretty fast, so I think he likes all this, being around the kids and adults. It's like having a family. He smiled.
And he has you as a mother figure.
I chuckled. I see between you and him that I have somehow officially adopted a son. I was happy that the awkwardness between Trey and Amir had dissipated. We walked out to the patio outside. The sun's rays felt good. Even though it was February, we were able to enjoy spring-like temperatures, one of the advantages of southern living.
Any new cases?
Trey asked, raising his eyebrow. Nothing that exciting. I'm not going to complain if the Lord just sends me boring cases for a while.
Good. I saw on the news the other night about Dylan. I feel bad for his wife and kids.
I nodded. Yeah, me too. I didn't feel sorry for the Jenkins brothers, though. Unfortunately, Judge Phillips didn't survive his gunshot wounds, and Dylan had been charged with second-degree murder. The airplane crash case file had been reopened for further investigation due to the circumstances surrounding the judge's death. Zach wasn't leaving prison anytime soon. Not only was he charged with breaking and entering and attempted murder on me, but he was charged with the murders of Dina and Frankie and the attempted murder of the FBI agent. According to Moses, the solicitor was looking to hit Zach hard with drug distribution charges. The man was up for federal and local charges, so he wasn't ever going to experience freedom again. One good thing coming out of all this, I've been able to look into the charges around Letitia and Layla's dad. I believe a good defense attorney, one better than the court-appointed one that he had, could successfully appeal the drug distribution conviction. Zach had to have set the man up. Trey smiled.
That would be awesome. Everyone always thought Lucius Burns got a raw deal. I'm proud of you.
That surprised me. Proud?
Yes. I know what you do sometimes can be a bit scary, but how God uses you to seek justice and change lives, I'm awed. And you're so humble about the whole thing.
Tears came to my eyes. It's good to hear you say that. I am humbled and grateful. This all worked out better than I could have imagined. Trey placed his arms around me.
So, now that you're taking a break from hunting down bad guys, I hope you'll take me up on my dinner invitation for Friday.
I frowned. What's happening on Friday? Trey hung his head down before eyeing me. I broke out in a grin. Oh, yeah. I'm just messing with you. Even I know it's Valentine's Day. He looked away and laughed.
Okay, so, can you be mine that night?
Trey Evans, I'm all yours on Valentine's Day or any day of the week. He lifted both eyebrows.
This is progress.
Then he leaned in for a kiss, which I gladly welcomed. I'd learned something about myself the past few weeks, thanks to watching and then reading Redeeming Love. None of us deserve second chances, and I'd been given one, if not many, many chances. God forgave me for my past, so I had a clean slate where I could better focus on his purpose for me. With the work I did, I needed someone who would care about me for a change, and I needed to be open to a love I'd never experienced. So, I was no longer running. This has been Dangerous Confessions, Serena Manchester Mysteries, Book 2, written by Tyora Moody, narrated by Crystal Pacheo. Copyright 2022 by Tim Publishing, LLC. Production copyright by 2024.